Hi, everybody. So, I should probably wait for some people to enter the room. I wanted to very quickly say a shout out to Crown Empress. Today she's stuck at work, so she's not going to be able to go live tonight. And I had a playlist of something like 20 videos ready to go. So I was going to try to go live later. But since she's not gonna go live, I guess I can go ahead and start now. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to get through the playlist that I made, and then we're gonna go ahead and get into day 6 of the Derek Chauvin trial. And I'll probably also show some videos recapping what happened last week and things like that. So anybody that's here, welcome. Please hit the like. So this first video that I found interesting because it's about a fish that's not from the area that it popped up at, and it's very creepy looking. I just found it very entertaining to watch a video of it and hear people talk about it, and it also touches on some other evasive creatures that are happening in Florida at the time or at this time. So this first video we're going to watch is called River Monster Found in Florida, and it's courtesy of Fox 13 Tampa Bay. So let's take a look.
You expect big fish stories on Good Day from Captain Dylan Hubbard, but today, Davo the Science Pro has a big fish story of his own, and it's a remarkable creature, but kind of worrisome, isn't it?
It is kind of worrisome. Have you ever watched, Russell, that show River Monsters?
No, I don't know where that is.
Okay, so there's an individual who goes down into, South America, Central America, really all over the world, and catches some of the largest, weirdest kind of fish. It's a really cool show. And one of the fish that he caught a while back, which literally lives down in the Amazon, was found off the west coast of Florida. Okay, earlier this month at Cape Coral's J.C. Park on the banks of the Caloosahatchee River,
See, look at it. Okay, for anybody who's ever had fish, I used to have, I think, like a 25-gallon aquarium. Maybe it was 29. And I had a angelfish in there, a freshwater angelfish in there, and a betta fish. And this looks like a really big, version of a betta fish. Like the face looks kind of the same, the body looks the same. Like usually betta fishes are really like sparkly and pretty. This looks prehistoric to me. Let's keep watching.
Was found. What is this? This is an Amazon river monster known as an arapaima. Okay, an arapaima is one of the largest freshwater fish. Listen to this. It can grow to be 10 feet long and up to 440 pounds.
Wow.
Now, they've only found one of these. So Fish and Wildlife is concerned, but they're thinking, well, maybe this was just somebody who had it in their home tank and illegally released it, or maybe it died in captivity and was dumped into the river dead. Either way, this is not the kind of fish that you want in the Florida waters, because when it's young, it's very vulnerable. But once it gets older, they have teeth on their tongues. They have scales which are like armor, so they wouldn't have any predators up here.
Did you hear that? How would you like to make out with something that had teeth on their tongue? Just saying.
So, again, this is the arapaima, which is apparently great eating fish in the Amazon, but something that shouldn't be up here. I'll let you know if they find more. In the meantime, Florida Fish and Wildlife has banned 16 different invasive species. Okay? So the Florida Fish and Wildlife voted to ban the possession and breeding of 16 high-risk animals like the Burmese pythons, the Argentine black and white tegus, the green iguanas. Now, if you current owners don't have to get rid of those pets as long as they meet new compliance rules, but moving forward, you're not going to be able or allowed to buy these in the state of Florida. And let me give you a reason why real quick, Russell. Down in the Everglades, 99% of the raccoons are gone. Possums, 98%. Bobcats, 87%. Rabbits, different kinds of rabbits and fox, gone.
He's talking about all the victims that have happened ever since these invasive species started taking over this area. You heard that right. Bunnies, puppies, kitties, all kinds of cute little furry creatures are disappearing because of these invasive animals. True story.
Because of a lot of these invasive species which are taking over and killing the Florida native wildlife. That's the reason they passed that, okay? But again, I just wanted to kind of touch base on that and tell you about that fish or that dead carcass of the arapaima that they found near Cape Coral.
Interesting.
The arapaima. I thought that was interesting. If I find any more animal videos, or if anybody out there finds any interesting animal videos, nature news, anything like that, go ahead and if you have a way to DM me on Instagram, I'll go ahead and drop the link to my Instagram account as well. That way you can be more up to date on some of the new stories that I follow there. That's probably where I'll be posting some of the more serious situations, anything that has that involves shootings, that kind of thing that YouTube usually has an issue with, I'll probably just post over there on Instagram. So let's continue on, and I found this other video by Inside Edition, and it's called "Do These Miracle Cures Really Work?" Let's take a look.
People swear by these miracles.
Sorry about
but do
that was
they
an ad.
really work? Can you soothe a painful sunburn with this household item?
Okay, so all you need to do is get menthol shaving cream. It has to be the foam.
This mom seems to think so.
My mother-in-law found out from a doctor 40 years ago, and she just taught it to me, and I just kept going with it.
Cindy Allen Stewart of Texas swears by this remedy and gave us a tutorial.
Don't rub it in or anything. And then let it sit for like 30 minutes. It'll kind of look cracked.
After that, she says to rinse it off and pat your skin dry with a towel. A dermatologist even backs up her claim.
Using shaving cream can help on a sunburn, absolutely. We recommend all the time using things that have menthol. So if you look at the ingredients in shaving cream, it's really a great moisturizer for that time. It has a lot of coconut oil, coconut butter, or derivatives of it.
I'm sure there are lots of people out there who would like to take this sting out of summer. So many people recovering from COVID-19 are torching oranges and eating them. But why? Well, some believe that it can bring back their senses of taste and smell. It's a lingering symptom of the disease, and some say they're willing to try anything to get their senses back.
I don't have COVID, but I'd like to try that. The smell of orange, I like it, but I don't know about burnt orange, but I'm curious.
I was shocked that it worked.
While many people are stunned by their sudden ability to taste the charred fruit.
I waited 2 weeks for this.
Oh I can taste that.
Others haven't been so lucky.
No, can't smell it.
No, I can't smell it.
Inside Edition put the burnt orange to the test to try to help Matt, who hasn't been able to smell or taste 10 months after contracting COVID-19.
I can't smell that. It can get really depressing sometimes. There's moments that I'll go through and just wish, like, man, I really wish I could just enjoy this meal.
So will the trick bring back his palate? After eating the orange, he then tried eating a tangy lemon.
Same thing. So that hasn't improved.
An ear, nose, and throat doctor also advises not to get your hopes up on this remedy.
I don't see it as a therapy. I see it as a interesting way to stimulate and check to see if your smell has come back already.
A child is crediting her ability to...
All right, so he says that the orange isn't the cure. It's only a good way to test if your senses have naturally come back if you happen to have COVID, because loss of senses like smelling and taste is, disrupted by COVID.
Certain foods with divine intervention.
What's it like now to be able to eat whatever you want?
Tastes good.
Annabelle Beam had an illness that made digesting food painful, but she told Inside Edition's Les Trent that she believes she was healed by a higher power. Her journey started when she fell into a hollowed-out tree in 2011.
Inside the tree, I went to heaven, and I sat on Jesus' lap. And he told me, Annabelle, when the firefighters get you out, there will be nothing wrong with you.
Annabelle's mother says she was not only surprised her daughter wasn't injured from the fall, she seemed to be free of other ailments.
I noticed right away that she wasn't asking for pain medication as often.
You went back to the gastroenterologist. He said what?
She's released from his care.
She was cured.
She's cured.
Annabelle's story was turned into a movie starring Jennifer Garner as her mother.
She hit her head just right, and it didn't kill her, and it didn't paralyze her. It healed her. Yes, that's impossible.
And this woman says she prayed for a cure. Daphne Gutierrez had been losing her eyesight for years, and doctors said her condition would lead to blindness. But this mom couldn't bear the thought of never seeing her children again.
For me, I was like, okay, praise God, let me see those.
Hi, Danielle. Hi, Alicia. Thank you so much for stopping by. It is so good to see you. Right now, I'm going through a playlist of news clips that I found. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and get into day 6 of the Derek Chauvin trial. So that'll be a little bit later.
Faces again.
So she turned to her church and prayed for a cure. Daphne says afterward she could feel a change in her body and was in intense pain.
I was just like wiping my eyes and I'm like, they burn.
After 3 days, Daphne says her sight was completely restored. Her doctors couldn't explain it.
The rapid recovery is just something that is not, that we can't explain medically.
But Daphne says she believes it was a miracle.
I've been blessed.
For Inside Edition Digital.
I think it's okay to believe in miracles. I mean, things can't be bad all the time, right? That's what I think anyways. I wouldn't depend on a miracle, but I would always hope for one. Why not? So this is this other video that's kind of like the last one we saw where it was multiple stories in one clip. So we'll watch that right now. It's called The World's Chillest Man Still Holds Iconic Title, and this is also from Inside Edition. This is an ad. Hold on.
World's chillest man, would you believe, is chill all the time. In 2019, a customer named Tony Tovar didn't flinch and even lit up a cigarette when his neighborhood bar was robbed, and then coolly asked the suspected robber for a beer when he was behind the counter.
He demanded that everybody hit the floor, and I just kind of ignored him. It frustrated him very much. But he said he needed the money out of my wallet. And I said, I only got $2 left, and that's for my next beer.
We checked in with Tony more than a year later.
Around here, I'm a local celebrity. A lot of people recognize my face and try to come up and talk to me.
Tony's been a master mechanic for
So what do you all think? Brave or stupid?
38 years and currently works at Century Tire and Auto in St. Louis, Missouri. His boss agrees with the headlines seen on Inside Edition's YouTube channel more than 50 million times.
You would have to be the world's chillest person. I have no chill whatsoever. I have high anxiety. I get panic attacks. I get sad. Something like that happened around me, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep for like a week. And this guy's just lighting up a cigarette and just hanging out. It gets kind of worse too, watch.
Tony is the world's chillest man.
But also points out Tony's other great qualities.
I brought him in. He's a conscious worker. He cares about what he does. He does a very good job for us. Not sure if somebody put a gun in my ribs, that I wouldn't give him whatever I had to give him. But he stood tall and didn't seem to bother him.
What happened at the bar doesn't seem to faze Tony.
I don't take anything really too seriously. I've had so much going on in my life.
He still ventures to Berman's Tavern for an after-work beer, where he likes to chill uninterrupted.
He's not going to let that stop him from
Inside
having
this
his
bar
beer.
behind me is a regular watering hole.
I lived right there.
And they got
There are local neighbors that depend on coming here and feeling that they're safe, to have their refreshments, and to not be bothered.
Tony wants people to know that even though he seems untroubled by danger, he fought to have this seat at the bar.
I'm a very honest person, forthright, hardworking, and nobody is going to take what I have worked hard for under any circumstances.
As for the suspect in the armed robbery case, Kevin Moore pleaded not guilty to charges against him. He remains behind
Interesting.
bars as he's being held with no bond.
He actually wrote a letter while he was incarcerated and apologized to the bar. And we put that letter on the wall. And people ask me, well, what do you think about him? I said, you know what? If I met him again today, I'd ask him to pray with me.
This is Inside Edition Digital.
Well, that's one way to live. I don't like to take chances, but then again, he is the world's chillest man. So I guess when you're the world's chillest man, you can do things like that. I would have been freaking out. I thought I was going to have a bunch of clips, but it didn't. It just had the one, but that's okay. Maybe that's later. All right, so we're going to go back over to a animal video that I found. It's called Rare Spectacled Bear Released Back into the Wild, and this is courtesy of Reuters.
Lo que tú quieres.
Oh yeah, I have ads in Spanish. Check it out. Oh. Oh, look at the bear. He's so cute. One lucky bear called Pennsylvania was rescued last year, and they spelled Pennsylvania interestingly. It wasn't how, what is it, the state is spelled. Let me look at Alicia's comment. All that happened to that man was that people that robbed the place weren't violent. Probably thought he was nuts because he didn't react. I would have been, yeah, it's like he kind of played dead. He socially just kind of played dead. He was just like, I'm not here, don't look at me. I'm just going to smoke my cigarette and ignore that barrel of a gun to my ribs there. That was crazy. But let's get back to this bear real quick. The biggest threat to the bear's survival is illegal hunting. Habitat loss is also a big problem. She received treatment for malnutrition and dental fractures. I'm reading it just in case anybody's multitasking. You don't have to worry about looking at the screen, you know, if you're doing other things. So I hope you don't mind me reading. Oh. Oh, how cute. Waking up a teddy bear. And there they go, dragging it off. This is in Colombia. This week she was released into a natural reserve. She will live in this protected site for Colombia's rich fauna and flora. Super cute. Let me get out of here. Let's continue on. This is another clip that I found that has to do with like the environment. That's something that I think about all the time. And I found this interesting. It's happening in Florida. It's called Toxic Wastewater Reservoir in Florida. Something, hang on. In danger of collapse. And this is courtesy of Today. So let me go back, push play.
This morning, a state of emergency in Florida's Manatee County. A toxic wastewater reservoir on the brink of collapse. Hundreds of Florida families ordered to evacuate. This after crews tried shoring up a retaining wall holding a mix of rainwater, salt water, and fertilizer byproducts at Piney Point Reservoir south of Tampa Bay. So far, to no avail.
portion of the containment wall at the leak site shifted laterally, signifying that structural collapse could occur at any time.
Sources tell NBC News that if the wall gives way, a 15 to 20 foot high wall of water could gush out, flooding homes and spilling into Tampa Bay.
We're talking about the potential of about 600 million gallons within a matter of seconds and minutes leaving that retention pool.
County authorities evacuating hundreds of homes up to a mile around the site. Also in the evacuation zone, a natural gas plant that provides power to millions of Floridians. Residents leaving their homes, wondering what they'll return to.
This just happened, so you don't know like what the after effect, like I said, we might get sick.
In order to get all of the water out of that first pond, it could take 12 days. That is how long residents here would be in limbo. Governor Ron DeSantis is set to address them in a matter of hours. Willie, back to you.
Let's hope it holds. Sam Brock in Florida for us. Sam, thanks so much.
That's scary. You heard that, right? They could end up with raw sewage in their homes. I'm going to keep an eye on that. That's really scary. And yeah, I would hate that to be me. We're going to continue on because remember, we're going to try to cover the trial today. I'm going to try to watch all of it. So it's going to be, I want to say at least 3-4 hours possibly. So let's just go through these clips real quick. Next one is naval mine found on Lauderdale by the sea. And this is courtesy of WPLG Local 10. This is an ad. 1 second. Just let it play. I don't care.
With that breaking news in Lauderdale by the sea, what appears to be a naval mine washing ashore early this morning. The bomb scene called out to investigate as beachgoers just taken by surprise.
And Local 10's Parker Branson joins us live from the scene. And Parker, does it look like it's being removed at all?
Sanella, this naval mine has moved from the beach to the streets. Take a look right now as we see several people trying to get this mine strapped in and taken away. But what a spectacle this was this morning. We were told that a Broward County Sheriff's deputy was on patrol when they stumbled upon this washed up on shore, and they called in the bomb squad. Let me take you to some video that we shot earlier this morning of this washed ashore. This is at Pine Avenue in Lauderdale by the sea. It was enough of a scare to block off the beach for several hours. The crime scene tape was up. The members of the military were out here along with deputies, keeping people away, taking a look at that device to make sure that it was not explosive at any point. Now, what a naval mine is that it is a mine underwater. It's usually anchored underwater. What it does is it's an explosive for ships on the surface and submarines as well. It's usually left in a spot for quite some time. I will tell you, this one has inert written on the side of it, which we are told typically means that it is a dummy mine used for some type of training, but nevertheless, it could have still been active at some point, we are told. We also spoke with, there was quite a crowd out there gathering to take pictures, look at it. We spoke with some of them. Here's what they had to say.
Didn't know what to think exactly. He's the one that suggested it could be some military device. Talked about
German U-boats operating out of here during World War II. Here we are, got some kind of military device on the beach now.
Called it.
Okay, so back out live here this morning, this naval mine is sitting on Pine Avenue. It does appear that it is no threat to anyone. You can see getting up close and personal with it, touching it, strapping it in after they removed it from the beach. We are told that it will go to the hands of the U.S. Air Force. They're going to try to figure out where it came from and how it got here. I can also tell you from some military sources, we are finding out that these are also sold on the black market, and sometimes they are hollowed out and drugs are actually stored in them, and they'll actually be placed out in the ocean for one person to pick up and drop off and another person to come by and scoop at a later time. But again, what a sight this morning on the beach in Lauderdale by the sea, a naval mine washed ashore. How exactly it got here, where it came from, that's the big question that we'll be following.
Nobody knows. That is a mystery. I'm kind of wondering, what if that one does have drugs and stuff? How did that end up there on the beach? It's freaking wild. If I find out anything, I'll let you know. All right, so these next two are going to be about the trial. I'll show those right before we get into day 6. This is just kind of a recap. We're going to continue on instead and watch Cal U receives donation of a Unabomber evidence. And this is courtesy of CBS Pittsburgh. And this is an ad.
Grandmother keeping the family.
Just 1 second. Okay. Oops.
5 years since Ted Kaczynski was arrested in one of the most infamous crime sprees in history. The bombs created by Kaczynski in his cabin in rural Montana killed 3 people and injured dozens of others. More than 2 decades later, those who were there say they remember that day very well.
I ran home for lunch in between class and turned on the TV. Peter Jennings broke in that they had found the Unabomber in Montana. I was like, what? And so then I immediately called into the station and, you know, what's going on? What are we doing? And then I don't even think I ate lunch. I just packed up and ran to work after that.
Wow. Kaczynski is currently serving 8 life sentences without the possibility of parole at the federal Supermax facility in Colorado. And it was the way the Unabomber wrote that allowed investigators to identify him. Now some of the papers used in the investigation are at California University of Pennsylvania. They were donated by James Fitzgerald, an instructor in Cal U's Criminal Justice and Psychology Department, and the FBI profiler who broke the case. Eventually, all of the files, both writings from Ted Kaczynski and Fitzgerald's analysis, will be digitized and cataloged.
Okay, I didn't want the video to start, but it's kind of, yeah, she started anyways. Hang on, lady. But what I was going to say is it's kind of a fine line to be interested in true crime, because I've seen a lot of accounts on Instagram that cover true crime, but sometimes I feel like you got to be really careful to not end up sensationalizing the suspect. You know, it's a lot of people become very like obsessed with, you know, serial killers and whatever, and then it just kind of looks like, well, whose side are you on here? So I will cover serial killers and stuff like that, but just know that we're going to be very respectful of the victims and anybody who was affected by the situations. The next video that we're going to watch is called Upper Darby Mom Pleads for Safe Return of, and I'm assuming that's going to say daughter. This is courtesy of CBS Philly.
And the search continues this morning for a missing couple. Deanna Bryce and her boyfriend Justin Smith were last seen in his car, which someone found on fire. Eyewitness News reporter Alicia Reed has the latest developments.
Deanna Bryce's family is extremely concerned. They've been searching for her since Tuesday, saying not only is she pregnant, she also has a 4-year-old son at home, but she's never gone a day without seeing
Wow.
The vehicle Deanna Bryce was last seen in ended up here.
Investigators have looked through hours worth of video footage.
Late Tuesday morning, Deanna went to K Laundry in Lansdowne with her mom, who noticed the 21-year-old was visibly upset.
She was so upset. She was crying. I kept asking her what was wrong. She said nothing, Mom.
By 1 p.m., her boyfriend, Justin Smith, met up with her to pick up her medication. Deanna said she'd head straight home, but never showed up. She also wasn't answering her phone. That's when Betty called Justin, who claimed they got into an argument and Deanna got out of the car.
What kind of man does that to your girlfriend, that she's carrying your child? I said, what kind of you on?
The 23-year-old then allegedly went looking for his girlfriend but couldn't find her. Worried, Betty threatened to file a missing persons report.
And he was like, oh my God, no, you better call me first. And I said, what? And the phone went dead. And then here came the accident that his car was on fire.
The 2018 black Ford Fusion ended up on the corner of 59th and Florence.
I ran out, I opened up the back door to see if somebody was in there. Wasn't nobody in there. Well, you couldn't really tell because it was already inflamed.
Family members have been searching frantically as Deanna has a medical condition that requires daily medication. She's also 3.5 months pregnant with Justin's child and has never left her 4-year-old son alone.
There's no history of addiction. There's no history of runaway.
There's nothing else I can ask for. Bring my daughter home.
Police say both cell phones have been turned off since Tuesday. Now, detectives are working with outside agencies to try and locate both Deanna and Justin. They're also asking for the public's help. If you have any information that can help in this case, you're urged to call authorities.
I'm gonna just take a quick moment to try to see if there's any updates. I made this playlist last night, so let me just make sure that she hasn't been found or anything like that. Just give me one moment. Oops. I was using the wrong keyboard. This is what happens when you have two of them. Hang on. These for safe return of pregnant daughter. No, looks like nope, they're still looking for her, unfortunately. But I'll stay on top of that too, of course. Let's continue on. And let's go down here. Okay. There's this crazy story I've been dying to tell somebody about who hasn't heard it already. It's about real estate. It's, nothing super serious, but it's really messed up, and it's very actually like stressful just trying to put yourself in the shoes of these people that this was happening to. I don't want to give too much away. Oh, well, actually, the headline's going to give it all away. The next video is called Squatter Finally Leaves. Oh, sorry. Bad. My bad. No. Wrong. Dream House in Limbo. I just gave the story away. But Dream House in Limbo after seller refuses to leave. And this is Fox 11, Los Angeles. I did exactly the opposite thing I wanted to do. I didn't want to tell you what was going to happen, and I said it.
This is my house. This is my life, Sam. This is my house.
When Tracy and Miles Albert purchased this beautiful 4-bedroom house in Riverside, they never realized that at the end of escrow, the seller would suddenly refuse to give up the keys and leave.
Out of here! You!
Everybody just is blown away by the fact that this could happen.
Every single I was dotted, every T was crossed, everything was agreed to.
Chris Taylor is the real estate agent who sold the house to Tracy and Miles from a man who wanted to sell immediately.
He needed $560,000 from the sale of his house in the next 2 weeks, and he called me on a Sunday. So in traditional real estate, there's no way of doing that unless the buyer's a cash buyer.
Since the house was free and clear and worth more than $560,000, Tracy and Miles felt it was...
That is a really nice house. That is a gorgeous view. Don't you think?
It's a great deal.
Which took us scrambling to get everything we had, our life savings, put it together, hard money loan on top of it to make that happen.
During escrow, they discovered there was a $30,000 tax lien on the house, which slowed things down. But in the end, all parties signed on the dotted line and the sale was completed.
We own the house outright, and it's our house.
It's just draining emotionally and financially. It's just very tough.
Hi, Sam. I'm Gina Silva with Fox 11 News. I'd like to speak with you. Even though we saw lights and heard people inside the house, no one would come to the door.
It's genuinely unfathomable to me that we live in a state where something like this is even possible. They closed escrow on this home January 31st of 2020.
All three have contacted authorities and tried to
So
get...
that was last year. That was in January of this year. This was last year. They've been putting up with this for over a year.
the seller evicted. But because of the pandemic,
Have it fall under a COVID tenant situation of no evictions when it doesn't fall under that at all. This transaction went through in January 2020 before any of that. It isn't a renter who's getting thrown out. It's a guy who collected all of this money.
This year alone, we've handled at least about 7, maybe 8 cases of this exact type of situation.
eviction attorney Dennis Block says people purchasing a house need to be extremely cautious, especially if they notice any red flags during the process. Block says what's happening to this couple could happen to anyone.
So this person is not a tenant, it's a previous owner who's enjoying the benefits of the funds that were transferred to his account but of course now doesn't want to move out of the premises that he no longer owns.
The Alberts filed an unlawful detainer, but because of the California eviction moratorium, the case has been stalled. Time is simply passing by, and the immaculate house they fell in love with is now becoming an eyesore.
Tried watering the lawn one time. He came out and ripped my sprinkler lines, ripped all the wires off. The palm trees are dying. This was immaculate when we purchased this house. It was beautiful, and now everything's dying.
It just seems unbelievable that you look at it and go, so you can just steal someone's life savings and then commit fraud and do all these things, and there's just nothing to be done about it.
Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
Okay, and I just wanted to also show you all real quick that Inside Edition also went. I'm not going to show the clip because it's basically the same information that we just saw, but just imagine how many reporters, people at this point have been knocking on the door trying to find out why these people won't just let the other people have their house. And all of that resulted to this, which I was supposed to keep to myself, but I didn't. Oh, wow, that was loud. Sorry, y'all.
The sound of that bolt cutter is the sound of a new beginning for the Albert family. After neighbors notified the family, the former sellers turned squatters had finally left the premises.
Oops, sorry.
Fox 11, the only camera there, as Tracy Albert stepped inside her Hilltop Riverside home as an owner for the first time. It was emotional.
It's like relief, but yeah, it's overwhelming.
It all started in January 2020. The
It
sale
looks like they left some of their stuff there too. Hopefully they don't try to come back for it.
closed, but the seller refused to turn over the keys to Tracy and Miles Albert. They sought an eviction through the courts, but then COVID and new laws were put into effect protecting people from eviction. The buyers, the Alberts, were stuck.
It was our life savings to purchase the house, and then on top of that, we've had to make HOA payments. Now all the repairs that we're going to have to do, the payments that we've been responsible for monthly.
Last October, Tracy attempted to get into her home with the help of a locksmith. The seller turned squatter brought a tire iron and a confrontation. A friend recorded it. The sheriffs were called by the squatter, and the Alberts were thrown off their own property.
He's very threatening. Very threatening. He would go after us personally. He threatened that we were harassing him. When I talked to sheriffs and attorneys, they said he was correct, that if I came to try and get into my house, I could be arrested.
The story caught the attention of Gina Silva, and her story put pressure on the squatter.
It's incredibly enraging that someone has to go through something like she's been through for 15 months. No one in Riverside, no one in the state, no one bothered to help. The only one that's actually bothered to help is you guys.
Usually when you take possession of a new home, it's left in pristine fashion. Of course, not the case today. We look at what we have here. A gardening tool, some other tools left behind, padlock.
Fingers.
Not what you would hope for, but at least the Albert family is back inside.
Bathroom over here in a closet, full bath.
Finally, last night, the neighbors said that the squatters left. The law says once they're out, their claims to property are gone.
It's been a hard year.
In Riverside, Laura Diaz, Fox 11.
Stop. Okay. Well, I love that. Not. Okay, so I'm happy they got their house. That other family was bogus for putting them through all that. That was crazy. We're going to continue on. I'm going to show a high-speed chase caught on camera. And this is courtesy of WFMY News 2.
Tonight, a Florida man is in a North Carolina jail. Asheboro police say today 32-year-old Manuel Robles stole a car, kidnapped a woman at gunpoint, and then led deputies on a high-speed chase. Watch this incredible video a viewer sent us.
They're still coming!
Imagine their shock on the highway when they saw.
Well, they're not going to turn around.
Fleet of deputies in hot pursuit. It all started 1 p.m. when police say Robles stole a 31-year-old woman's car and later forced her inside at gunpoint. The suspect led law enforcement on a more than 60-mile pursuit across multiple counties, firing at officers all the time. It ended when he crashed on I-85 in Rowan County and ran off before being caught and arrested. The woman thankfully not harmed. Robles will face charges including kidnapping, pursuit, and shooting at law enforcement.
That
Hey,
was
watch
crazy.
this. Let's just jump right in.
All right, let's continue on. This next one, okay, these are the ones that I was telling you about earlier that have different clips in one news clip. So they're called kind of weird. It says HWT2 egg hunt couch cart octopus dog Kevin. Let's see what all that means. And this is courtesy of WTVR CBS 6.
Hey, watch this. Let's just jump right in. Mike, why don't you kick us off?
It is a unique egg hunt that requires you to suit up. Dozens of undersea explorers took to a shallow reef in the Florida Keys Marine Sanctuary on Thursday. Before that, a man known as Cottontail Slate donned a giant bunny suit and dive gear to hide brightly colored eggs. They are real eggs, and non-toxic colorings were used, so that would avoid any negative environmental impact to the coral barrier reef, which is the only kind of it in the continental United States. The underwater egg hunt is not only good fun, but it's for a good cause, raising money for Kids in Special Situations, KISS, a nonprofit that supports elementary age children with autism.
What do you think the fish were thinking when they were swimming by? Like, man, I need some more
That they were tripping balls or tripping eggs.
sleep.
It's a,
Just
hey, there's a
kidding.
bunny. Wow, I didn't realize
That was
those
bad.
could swim.
Well, some college students have created the perfect lazy way to travel across campus. This is at Purdue University in Indiana, where some students have built what they're calling the couch cart. They used an old couch, a cart from a hardware store, and a bunch of go-kart parts to assemble it over the last month. Since then, the couch has caught the eye of bystanders and folks on social media. And as for why they decided to build this, it's not a homework assignment. Students say it's all just good fun. But if they were engineering students, they'd get an A.
That is just, I mean, that's good use of your leisure time.
Why not, man,
Yeah.
right?
There
You could be a traveling couch potato.
they go, the Couch Boys. Well, beachgoers in Australia had an encounter with an octopus that has now gone viral. This octopus here lashed out at a man that was taking video
It's so cute. Look at it. It's just like swimming there.
of the animal in shallow water. Hello.
Whoa.
He said that he actually noticed the octopus after he was
Oh,
watching it emerge
shit.
from the water and strike a seagull. Later on, he decided to go for a swim, and he suddenly felt another whip across his arm and neck. After racing back to the shore,
Oh.
there you go. The man saw red imprints of tentacles across his arm, back, and
He got octopus slapped.
neck. He ended up posting his footage online with the caption, "The angriest octopus in
Oh,
geographic."
that's crazy.
Hello.
That's
Well, you're
crazy.
in its domain. Come on now.
It's true. It's
Yeah.
true. Could be calamari coming up soon.
Oh, God, no.
Like in your house, and all of a sudden an animal comes in. It's like, hey, what are you doing here?
That's true. Last week we had deadly spiders and deadly snakes
Yeah.
in Australia. Now we have angry octopus and great white sharks.
More stuff that'll hurt or kill you in Australia.
Octopi?
No, something much calmer. Perhaps a bunny?
Aw.
Good morning. Kevin is a 1-year-old hound mix who was found as a stray and is ready to find his forever home. He's adoptable from the Henrico Humane Society. Kevin is energetic, silly, and sweet. He's housebroken and loves people and other dogs. He loves stuffed animals as well and enjoys playing fetch and zoom in the yard.
I wish my dog loved other people and other dogs.
His other favorite activity is melting into a puddle and getting belly rubs.
Aw.
Kevin has a lot of energy and would love a home with a fenced-in yard and another dog to run around with.
Me too.
If you're interested in Kevin, please send an email to dogs@henricohumane.org. I'm Mike Goldberg with the
Super cute. I hope Kevin finds an awesome home. Let's continue on. This is another one like the last one. It's called HWT1. Don't know what that means. Bus, deer, mummies, meerkat, Easter, dog, short, something. And this is courtesy of WTVR CBS S6. That's an ad.
Whatever
1
the
second,
day
please.
brings, Grammarly helps you communicate smarter.
Hello.
Music.
It's that time again, not back by popular demand.
That always reminds me of Studio 54 music, doesn't it?
I know. Back when we were in our 40s.
First, some Richmond area students get quite the unexpected passenger on their school bus. You may have seen this. An onboard surveillance camera captures the stunning moment Thursday morning. This is from Powhatan County.
We saw this last time.
It shows the deer flying through the windshield, not a flying squirrel, and landing on a student who was asleep in his seat. The deer then starts jumping around the bus, just flailing.
Oh dear.
That's before the driver opened the door to let the animal out.
Oh,
Miraculously, the deer appeared to be unharmed.
That
Ninth
was
grader
brutal,
was
though.
asleep. He says he was just woken up really confused.
Nah.
There were 14 students on the bus at the time, and I'm sure the little student was like, I should have stayed virtual. I should have stayed virtual.
And what are the chances of this happening again? But my favorite line of the story is, then the driver
Technically, they didn't hit the deer hit them.
just opened the door and let the deer out. Here we are at Jones and Smith Streets. There you go. Have
See
a
you
good
later.
day.
I'm sure that deer has a little story to tell as well.
He does. Well, a new journey for mummies on the streets of Cairo. Egypt has moved 22 royal mummies in a grand parade and were received by President Sisi on Saturday. The mummies are now at the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization. The ancient mummies include 18 kings and 4 queens. The procession follows ancient Egyptian rituals in which prayers and spells from the Book of Dead accompany the mummies. All 22 mummies were discovered in 2 chambers in the late 19th century.
Is that some of the most astounding video?
It
It's
is.
worthy of a celebration like that, though.
I mean, just the production value there too. Just the lighting and camera work. It looks very grand.
Steven Spielberg had nothing to do with it either.
None of that was CGI.
Some animals across the pond were treated to a nice Easter surprise a little early. Some zoo animals in the UK had their own little quarantine this week. A bunch of monkeys and meerkats at the London Zoo got to basically be kids and have an Easter egg hunt themselves. You can see them running around, frolicking, searching for the treats inside the eggs hanging from the branches in their enclosures. Zoos in the UK have been closed due to the pandemic, but they are scheduled, thankfully, to reopen this week. They are fighting over them, but then when they open up, they find peeps inside, and they're like, nah, I'm good.
I tell you, peeps are like a love them or hate them thing.
Absolutely.
You know what? Let's put it this way. If I'm going to consume that much sugar, I'm going to do it in a different form.
But if it was the last thing in the basket.
No, I'd eat the Easter grass first.
So let's see. Meerkat on the left.
Let's see. Goldness.
Good morning. Meet Short Brown from Richmond Animal Care and Control. She's a 6-year-old pit bull terrier
Aww.
mix who's very sweet and needs to be the only pet in the home. She wants all of your love and
Needs to be the only pet in the home. Won't get along with Scruffy then, unfortunately.
attention. If you'd like to schedule an appointment to meet Short
Aww,
Brown, please send
so
an email to
cute.
christy.hemsworth@richmondgov.com. I'm Mike Goldberg with this morning.
Awesome. I hope that doggy finds a good home too. One where he gets to be spoiled and get all the cuddles and not have to share any of his toys with anybody. All right, let's continue on. I think I'm gonna leave these other ones for another time. There's a couple things that I need to do. We've been on for almost an hour. That feels about right. So I think I'm going to go ahead and get started showing the Derek Chauvin trial, and this is going to be day 6, and this is courtesy of CBS News. I will probably step away for a little bit, but I will be right back once I do.
Was the issue of which training materials would be admitted, because Ms. Blackwell, Inspector Blackwell, both parties intend to introduce training records that the Minneapolis Police Department has prepared. Both sides have intended to introduce those. There has not been a kind of a determination, I think, as to does the state or the defense need to specifically prove that Officer Chauvin experienced that direct training, or is this just the general policies and training materials of the Minneapolis Police Department? And that's what we had tried to work out, and it's not that we haven't. I just think the conversation got on the back burner.
Well, I'll just give you my thoughts and see if this answers any questions you have about it. My analysis of this is we have said Mr. Floyd's state of mind is not relevant. It's the defendant's state of mind, his knowledge and his intent. And part of his knowledge is based on training he's received. So a summary of the crisis intervention training he has received is appropriate. We're not getting into, I suppressed the psychiatrist's testimony about what was Mr. Floyd's, was that truly anxiety or whatever. I'm not going to let a trainer say, look at the video and give those kind of answers. But evidence regarding what Mr. Chauvin knew, what he had been trained on, which goes to intent and knowledge on the May 25th, 2020, are all relevant and would be allowed. So I guess what am I missing here, Mr. Nelson, that still needs to be clarified?
Well, I think we get into some problems is in terms of how a connection between had Mr. Chauvin actually gone through this specific PowerPoint presentation, right? So the way that and this goes to how the disclosures were initially given to me, and then how they were subsequently.
Why don't you switch places here?
Thank you, Your Honor. So it gets into certain issues. So Officer Chauvin, a 19-year veteran with the Minneapolis Police Department, has completed 844 some odd hours of training. As the court is aware from our continuing education, I go on the CLE and I report I attended this all-day long seminar, but within that all-day long seminar, there's 5 to 6, 7 different presentations. I think that that's ultimately what we see here is we look at Mr. Chauvin's what are called workforce director training records, and it says he attended the 2020 use of force phase 1 defensive tactics presentation. Now, what does that consist of? Has been virtually impossible to reconstruct. And it goes to primarily how it was originally disclosed to the defense, how it was disclosed from the police department to the BCA, from the BCA to the defense, and then that formed the basis of my earlier motion and earlier proceedings to get a copy of that BCA drive. So when I originally received these training materials, for example, these training materials are 20 to 30,000 pages in PDF format. And you can look at some PDF of a PowerPoint presentation, and it says use of force academy, whatever the topic is. No frame of reference as to when this was given, who, there's no title, there's no dates, there's no information, who taught this course, who attended this course. And some of that information contains very important statements on the part of the Minneapolis Police Department. When I received the BCA drive much later, and I look at them in their native formats, the reason I wasn't seeing the titles of these presentations or the dates of these presentations is because that's how they were saved on the drive. So it would say 2018 phase 1 defensive tactics, right? So you know that this is now the training material from 2018 from the defensive tactics course, or it will say 2018 crisis intervention training, whatever, 2018 human factors of force training. So the dates and titles of these courses were given on that drive. Now, again, you can look and you can see in his workforce director training or his workforce director program that he got credits for this 8-hour day. But again, which presentations were given on that particular day, you can't, there's literally no way to put this together. And I don't think that the state would disagree with that.
Well, let's see if they do. Mr. Slisher, can you tie a specific training module to the date that Mr. Chauvin actually attended?
Your Honor,
what we can do is first show the workforce director training, which memorializes what particular trainings, in-service trainings, the defendant has attended, and the titles of those different trainings.
Okay.
Then what we can do is have the trainer specifically talk about the materials and curriculum that they've developed for those blocks of training, and
for those dates.
On those dates for that. So for example, if it's going to be the fall in service, there was a PowerPoint presentation that was developed from the curriculum from that fall in service, and they can say that PowerPoint training was in fact presented. And these materials, they get recycled from year to year. There's nothing markedly different in my view from one to the other. They cover the same generalized concepts. And so, from a foundational standpoint, I think it's pretty clear that the training, the content was imparted on, in this particular class, and that the defendant attended that class.
Well, it seems that a necessary foundation, I think you'd agree, would be this is the training provided on this date that the defendant's records show he attended. Even if it's embedded with 8 hours of other training, I think that would make it relevant. If you have training, but you cannot connect it to a training that Mr. Chauvin was at, it's hard to say then that you've laid the foundation for it. But it sounds like you've got the foundation. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear, Your Honor.
Now, as far as the other issues Mr. Nelson's identified, that seems to be more weight. It goes to weight, and you can cross-examine on it and say, this was a 3-slide PowerPoint in the midst of 8 hours of training on other topics. And that's pure, absolutely fine, because it goes to the weight, the evidence, as opposed to its admissibility. All right, Mr. Nelson, one last comment.
Yeah, I guess, Your Honor, I'm not objecting to the admissibility of this training. The question becomes, I think, and I don't think that it's as easy as as it's presented. It's because even some of the things that they've said that they intended to introduce, which are that are clearly from the academy, from the police academy, they're not from in-service records, but it contains the information that may have been a part of some other training. That's where so case in point, there's a PowerPoint presentation from the Minneapolis Police Academy about nerve manipulation and basically joint manipulation, nerve endings, and how to gain compliance through pressing or depressing someone's nerves. It's clearly a training material from the police academy from 2017 or 2018. Officer Chauvin was not in the police academy in 2018, but ultimately it's part of their training. Now, where did that come from? When was it presented to him? I don't know. And I don't think it could ever, there is no other record of that type of training. So there are training materials. I think there's 2 levels. If the Minneapolis Police Department comes in and says, we never train our officers to do X, right? And insert X. But there are training materials that contradict that testimony, that undermine that testimony. I'm not questioning the foundation for these records. These records exist. They all came from the Minneapolis Police Department. But whether or not I need to show that Mr. Chauvin had that specific training, I think is one question.
Well, let me stop you there. It seems like there are 2 levels here, and perhaps I think the foundation for any of this training material is at one level. If it's certain training, defendant has been exposed to, he's been part of that training, so he has certain knowledge based on that training, that certainly seems admissible. If it's training that was provided by MPD, but there's no indication Mr. Chauvin took it, or this is not the version that he was trained on, that does not seem relevant at all. The only way I could see training that he had not attended, which might be relevant, is to impeach, for example, and I don't know if this is true or not. I just note that Lieutenant Zimmerman said in his 40 years, roughly, on Minneapolis Police Department, he had use of force training every year. He was never trained to do X. And if you have use of force training that impeaches that statement, I think that's appropriate impeachment. But aside from that, I don't see why testimony that the defendant has not been a part of should be admissible at all.
And that was kind of the concern that I had and had raised in terms of why I thought it was important that each side identify those training materials that needed to be or were intended to be introduced. Because again, I agree with the court's analysis. It's an impeachment question on one hand. If as you know, Lieutenant Zimmerman says we were never trained to put our knees on the neck, but there's a Minneapolis Police Department policy that says otherwise, and there's ample training materials that will contradict that statement. That's impeachment.
All right, so it looks like this lawyer is trying to question Derek Chauvin's training, and I guess all the other supplemental training that comes, like the continuing education. I'm sure that's something that police officers have to deal with. So he might be trying to point the blame more towards the police department, if anything, I guess.
Impeachment of testimony, and certainly should be admissible for those purposes. Now,
yeah, had he not said that, for example, I don't think it would be admissible, because again, this is training that the defendant didn't have, and unless you can show he had that training, it's not admissible from either side.
And I think that goes to sort of some of the problems why I raised you can't have every single officer come in and say this was or wasn't a reasonable use of force, because the training he had may be different than the training that Zimmerman had.
Right. And so we've got so far opinions from Sergeant Pluger and from Lieutenant Zimmerman on use of force. We're going to hear from the commander or the then commander of the training unit about it. Beyond that, I think we have an expert witness from the state and an expert witness from the defense. Is that correct?
2 expert witnesses from the state on use of force.
All right. We are getting to the point of being cumulative. We're not asking every officer because that's cumulative, but also even having 2 seems like it might be cumulative, but I'll deal with that later. It just seems like we said early on in the motions in limine, you're not going to be able to ask every officer, what would you have done differently? And we're not going to go through that. I've given you pretty good leeway that the sergeant who was involved in the case and the lieutenant who was involved in the case, the lieutenant who's been a peace officer for roughly 40 years, gave his opinion. Now you're going to have the training unit and the 2 experts. That's it. We're done with it, with asking other officers about the use of force. Sergeant Yang, you can ask about what the training is on crisis intervention if the defendant had that training.
And so this is where, again, I don't know if the state is intending to call any. So Inspector Blackwell, she's the kind of the top dog in the training unit, but then there are the actual use of force instructors, right? It's the people who teach these trainings. And
all right, so this says discussion of motions before witness testimony resumes.
At least 2 of whom have been repeatedly interviewed by the state. I don't know if they're intending to call the actual trainers as well, which just puts, like, you know, if Commander Blackwell, she's not teaching, as far as I can tell, these classes. She's not the one administering them, but she's maintaining the record. She's maintaining the training. She's a foundational witness to get these records in. I would have expected the state to introduce the actual training people, but maybe that's not what they intend to do.
Is the state intending on asking Inspector Blackwell for an opinion regarding the use of force in this case?
No, Your Honor. The state is going to be calling Inspector Blackwell to describe the training facility, the curriculum, how it's developed, how it's set up, how it's administered. She will offer the opinion, or I guess it's not an opinion, it's a fact, that MPD does not train its officers to place a knee on a subject's neck and restrain them in that position for as long as happened. And she'll do that, but mainly go through the records and describe the curriculum and the facility and the trainers, how it's staffed, and then the individual trainers will impart the knowledge from the various disciplines. We have, Carrie Yang, who we mentioned on crisis intervention and procedural justice training. We have the use of force trainer, probably Johnny Mercel. I don't know that I need to have both Mercel and Schoonover testify on the defensive tactics side of it. And then the medical training that the officers receive from Officer McKinsey. And those are our trainers. And then we'll go into more of a practitioner level expert, Jody Steger. And then at some later time, the academic expert will testify, but not immediately.
Yeah, my main concern, obviously, the medical training they receive. So again, what Mr. Chauvin know, what it was his training, what was his experience up to that date, all relevant. When we start getting into the opinions, how many use of force opinions do we have? It's cumulative, I think, possibly already. But I think as you go through each of those, it's got to be talking about training that the defendant received, not just here's trainings we had. Because if he didn't take the training,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't go to his intent or knowledge.
Understood, Your Honor. The workforce records specify what
Right.
in-service training the defendant has attended, and then we have the curriculum, the materials that were presented, during those training blocks.
And crisis intervention training seems to be relevant to this case. Use of force training is relevant to this case. Medical training is relevant to this case. So all those summaries of the training that the defendant received, according to his records and what the curriculum is, that's, I think, all admissible. I think when we start getting into opinions about use of force, I think we should visit about that before we start blurting out opinions. We've already had several, and I think we need to go tread carefully because of whether their opinion is something that is the appropriate topic even for expert testimony, because some of this stuff is within the jury's knowledge and they should be able to do without an expert. So, but I think let's just kind of go with that for now.
Honor, if I may, just as to the cumulative discussion, just to add to that, foreseeing Mr. Nelson being an able defense attorney, I would anticipate if I were to just simply try to prove my case with experts, he would say, the state hired some experts to say this was unreasonable, but what did the people who actually do the work say?
Well,
right?
and I think we've gotten 2 of those already.
And that's the reason. I'm just, I need to cover the appropriateness of the use of force.
So it sounds like the judge is trying to keep too many people from coming up on the stand saying that was excessive force or what their opinion is about excessive force. He doesn't want to make a whole trial of just different people talking about excessive force.
Really from every angle to give the full picture of the reasonable officer. I understand at some point enough is enough.
Well, let me be a little more clear. I think you have the right to somebody who's actually done the defensive tactics, use of force training, whatever, to give their opinion about this case. But not everybody, not every trainer. You can take one who's done the training, knows the curriculum that Mr. Chauvin actually participated in, and give an opinion there. But I think then we're done with the MPD people who can give an opinion regarding defensive tactics and use of force. So, does that make a little more sense?
It does, Your Honor. I think that was my plan.
Okay, good. Always good to have a plan that's consistent with the court's rulings.
And I guess the court will let me know if you feel I'm.
Yeah, let's just go sidebar if we have to in the
Yes.
midst of all this, because as we know, everything's fluid. So, all right, we'll get the jury.
So that concludes the hearings this morning. You heard Judge Cahill talking about police officers giving essentially expert testimony, something we've discussed quite a bit with Joe Tamburino, our legal expert, defense attorney here in the state of Minnesota. Joe, good morning.
All right, so I'm pretty much comfortable with my interpretation of what I just saw. So I'm gonna skip the coverage and just try to find the trial to watch. It should be coming up soon. I don't want to like skip ahead too much either. Right? Yeah. There you go.
And before you begin, a couple things. If you feel comfortable taking the mask off, we'd prefer you do that. But as a doctor, I can tell you I've had both my shots. That helps. But we'd like you to state your full name, spelling each of your name.
Sure. So Dr. Bradford Wankede Langenfeld, Bradford, Wankhedlangenfeld.
Mr. Blackwell.
And we can just call you Dr. Langenfeld.
That's fine.
Dr. Langenfeld, did you provide emergency care to the body, to George Floyd, after he was taken to Hennepin County on the evening of May 25th?
I did.
Just by way of introduction, are you the physician who officially pronounced him dead that night?
That is correct, yes.
Oh, okay.
Were you one of the physicians who tried to save his life? Did you administer care to George Floyd on May 25th, 2020?
Yes.
What were you trying to do?
We were trying to resuscitate Mr. Floyd.
To save his life?
Correct.
So why don't we learn a little bit about your background, Dr. Langenfeld. Where are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm working at Grand Itasca Clinic and Hospital. It's up in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. It's my primary practice. I also work in Waconia, Minnesota at Ridgeview Medical Center.
And Waconia is in Carver County here?
That's correct.
Grand Rapids is several hours driving away from here.
That's correct.
Why Grand Rapids?
I was born there. It's my hometown.
It's also the hometown of Judy Garland, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Are you licensed in emergency medicine?
I have a Minnesota State medical license and practice emergency medicine.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is emergency medicine as a practice for doctors?
It's a very broad practice, but primarily involves taking care of patients suffering from critical ailments. Oh, sure. Critical ailments such as strokes, heart attacks, car accidents, other emergencies such as that, but also less emergent conditions, sore throats, urinary tract infections, things like that.
When were you first licensed?
May of 2020.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit about your educational background?
So I attended medical school at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, and then residency training at Hennepin County Medical Center.
And when did you finish your residency then?
Last summer.
Have you ever had any occasion to testify in a court before?
No, I have not.
This is the first time?
That's correct.
Let's go to Monday, May 25th, 2020, last year, Memorial Day. Do you recall whether you were working that evening?
I was, yes.
Where were you?
I was in the emergency department.
At the Hennepin County Medical Center?
That's correct.
And what was your position or title there?
I was one of the senior residents. We're involved with direct patient care, including both critical care and overseeing some of the junior residents.
Do you recall what time your shift began and ended?
It began at about 1 p.m. that day and ended at approximately 11 p.m.
And as senior resident, what was your role?
My role is primarily direct patient care. I work underneath attending physicians as a resident.
Did you also oversee any other residents?
Yes.
Which residents would you have overseen?
More junior residents earlier in their residency training.
Now, in terms of was care administered to George Floyd on May 25th by yourself?
Yes.
Yeah. Who was the person primarily responsible then for George Floyd's care in the Hennepin County Medical Center Emergency Department?
I provided the majority of direct patient care under supervision of Dr. Ashley Strobel, who was my attending physician at the time.
Were you the primary decision maker?
I was.
Were you the person responsible for much of the direct patient care?
Yes.
When Mr. Floyd's body, when Mr. Floyd was brought in, would you describe it as an emergency situation?
Yes, absolutely.
What was his condition in terms of his cardiac condition?
He was in cardiac arrest.
And does cardiac arrest mean that he had had a heart attack, or what does that mean?
His heart stopped.
Not necessarily.
What does cardiac arrest technically mean?
Cardiac arrest is defined as sudden cessation of blood flow to all the tissues of the body when the heart stops pumping, typically as evidenced by absence of a carotid pulse.
So in lay people's terms, if we were to say cardiac arrest means the heart stopped, would that be accurate?
That's yes.
What was your immediate objective when Mr. Floyd comes in and he's in cardiac arrest? What were you immediately trying to do?
Find a way to get the heart to pump on its own again. The primary goal in cases such as this is to achieve ROSC, which means return of spontaneous circulation. Part of that process involves trying to identify the cause of the arrest to see if there's any reversible causes, and continuing CPR and other life-saving measures.
And time is of the essence?
Yes.
How did you first learn that Mr. Floyd was being transported to the emergency department at Hennepin County Medical Center?
I received we call it a zip it page. It's basically a EMS notification.
Now, first tell us what EMS is.
Emergency Medical Services.
And a zip it, is it essentially a text type message, or how would you describe a zip it?
It's sort of like a encrypted text.
What time did the zip it come in?
I don't recall exactly. Maybe around 8:50 p.m.
What information was provided to you for his care and treatment by zip it?
The information was that it was a 30-year-old unidentified male who was in cardiac arrest. That's as much as I can recall at this time, yeah.
Do you recall whether any information was given to you as to what may have happened to him ahead of time before he got there to explain the cardiac arrest?
Not at the time, not before he got there.
Okay, so when George Floyd arrived at the hospital, this physician here did not know at first what exactly had happened to him, just that he was in cardiac arrest, meaning that his heart stopped.
Did you know at the time he arrived that the patient was in fact George Floyd?
I did not.
So you learned that at some point later, that it was George Floyd?
Yes.
Did you also know at the time that there was a video or any videos that depicted what had happened to Mr. Floyd before he was transported to the Hennepin County Medical Center on May 25th?
No.
Grounds? Overruled.
You can answer. Were you aware of the existence of any videos as to what may have happened before he arrived at Hennepin County Medical Center on May 25th?
No.
Did you subsequently learn about videos?
Yes.
Were you able to evaluate your assessments about George Floyd in light of the videos?
Yes.
We'll talk about those a little bit later. So when you received this zip it, What did you do in response to it?
We prepared a bay in our stabilization room, which is essentially a large room with a lot of critical care resources. We sort of prepped a team and got ready to take care of the patient when he arrived.
Do you recall roughly what time Mr. Floyd would have arrived in the emergency room?
Approximately 8:55 p.m.
And when he arrived, then had CPR been started?
Yes.
Any mechanical devices or other things being used to help to stabilize him?
Yes, there was a Lucas CPR device, which is basically a mechanical device that sits across the body with something that almost looks like a plunger and pushes against the chest to provide CPR or chest compression.
So this Lucas device then was on Mr. Floyd when he arrived in at the hospital.
Correct.
Did you ever observe at any point in time that his heart was beating on its own?
Not to a degree sufficient to sustain life.
So he was already dead.
Do you recall who brought Mr. Floyd into the emergency department?
I do recall 2 paramedics and possibly 1 or 2 other people, but I don't remember exactly.
Do you recall whether there were any police officers there also?
I don't personally recall that, no.
Did the paramedics who arrived at the emergency department give you a report?
They did.
Do you recall what they said for purposes of treating Mr. Floyd?
I do. The report they gave us is that they were called to a scene of someone who was suffering from a medical emergency. As I recall, and this is what I was told at the time, they were initially called for a lower type of acuity event of facial trauma, and then that was upgraded to an individual in distress. They reported that on their arrival, the individual did not have a pulse and CPR was started. They placed an eye gel, which is a supraglottic airway device. It's basically
a super what?
Supraglottic airway device. It's just a sort of a tube that goes down into the throat and can ventilate the lungs. And then they gave medications, including epinephrine and sodium bicarbonate, to try to resuscitate Mr. Floyd as CPR was ongoing.
Did they tell you that Mr. Floyd was in police custody?
They did mention that he was being detained at the time.
Now, did you recognize either one of the paramedics who came in?
I did. I did recognize both of them, and I worked with one of them several times before.
Derek Smith, did you know a Derek Smith?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall having worked with a Derek Smith before?
I do.
How often?
Several times throughout the course of my training.
When the paramedics bring a patient in to the emergency department, is it standard protocol for them to tell you why they are bringing the patient in? What's the emergency?
Yes.
In what the paramedics told you when they brought in Mr. Floyd, did they also then give you information when they brought Mr. Floyd in?
They did. They essentially gave the report that I just told. Yes.
Did they say to you, for purposes of caring or giving treatment to Mr. Floyd, that they felt he had suffered a drug overdose?
Not in the information they gave, no.
Did they tell you in the information they gave that they felt that Mr. Floyd had had a heart attack?
No.
Did you receive any information or indication from the paramedics when they brought Mr. Floyd in that anyone had attempted CPR on Mr. Floyd at the scene on May 25th, 2020?
Overruled.
I did not receive a report that Mr. Floyd had received bystander CPR, no.
Did you receive a report that he had received CPR from any of the officers who may have been on the scene on May 25th, 2020?
No.
Is the administration of CPR right away important for you to know when you're dealing with a patient who has suffered cardiac arrest? It's important for you to know about that.
It is in the sense that it informs the likelihood of survival.
And what do you mean by that, Dr. Langenfeld?
It's well known that any amount of time that a patient spends in cardiac arrest without immediate CPR markedly decreases the chance of a good outcome. Approximately 10 to 15% decrease in survival for every minute that CPR is not administered.
Wow, they could have saved him.
Paramedics didn't tell you anything about the care that they had administered to Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they told you?
That they had started CPR and placed that airway device and started bagging the patient, as in providing breaths, and then administering those drugs. Yes.
And so when you talk about bagging the patient, could you describe what that is?
It's not bag where
a
they
BVM or a
put
bag valve
air into
mask.
your body.
It's essentially a device that's hooked up to oxygen on flow to simulate giving a breath, or mouth to mouth, as it might be more better understood.
Did the paramedics start something that's referred to as the
I'm gonna be right back. I have to do something real quick, but go ahead and keep watching.
ACLS algorithm?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the ACLS algorithm?
So ACLS stands for Advanced Cardiac Life Support. It's basically a standardized way of taking care of patients in cardiac arrest.
And so these are protocols or sort of a checklist process you go through when somebody shows up in cardiac arrest.
Correct. It's a little broader than that, but a big part of it is for folks in cardiac arrest, yes.
Is it to help you to determine why the person might be in cardiac arrest so you know how to treat them?
Yes.
Have the paramedics tried to resuscitate Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Do you recall how long?
The report we received was for approximately 30 minutes.
Now, you had mentioned to us just a moment ago that they had administered epinephrine and sodium bicarbonate. Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are those administered for?
Epinephrine is colloquially known as adrenaline. It's a drug that has been studied extensively and is part of the standard protocol for ACLS. The evidence on it is somewhat controversial, but it is part of the standard protocol. Sodium bicarbonate is a medication that may provide some buffering of the acidic environment in the blood that occurs during cardiac arrest, and that is perhaps a more controversial medication than epinephrine.
Did the paramedics tell you whether they had checked Mr. Floyd's heart function?
Yes.
Well, let me ask that a different way. I want to talk to you about two different kind of heart functions and see if you can describe what they are to the jury and how or if they relate to Mr. Floyd. The first one we refer to as PEA. Do you know what PEA refers to?
Yes. So PEA refers to pulseless electrical activity. It's basically a situation where someone is in cardiac arrest. They do not have a pulse, as we previously discussed, and they do have some electrical activity on the monitor. And that suggests certain underlying causes that are known to be more common. The most common cause of someone being in PEA arrest, the most common causes are hypovolemia, either from typically bleeding or from hypoxia or low oxygen.
So we'll talk about those in more detail. But was Mr. Floyd in PEA status, pulseless electrical activity, when you saw him on May 25th?
He was, yes.
And there is another term I'd like to talk about and have you explain to the jury, asystole, I think it's called. Am I pronouncing that right, by the way?
Asystole, yeah.
Yes. Would you spell that for ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Asystole.
And what is that, Dr. Langenfeld?
It's probably best known as flatlining, where there's no cardiac activity on the cardiac monitor and the patient is in cardiac arrest.
And so was Mr. Floyd in asystole status also when his body was brought into Hennepin County Emergency Department on May 25th?
At some point, yes, there was report that at some point he was felt to be in asystole prior to arrival.
And was he, and asystole meaning flatline, was there any point in time during your treatment of care on May 25th that Mr. Floyd was anything other than flatline during your care and treatment of him?
There were times, for the majority of his time in our emergency department, he was in PEA arrest. Ultimately, that did evolve into asystole.
Is pulseless electrical activity, PEA arrest, asystole, are those conditions of the heart where you can simply apply a shock and potentially bring the patient back?
No.
What are what we refer to as shockable rhythms? Is there such a thing as a shockable rhythm?
So typically these are thought of as either ventricular tachycardia or ventricular fibrillation, which are basically abnormal rhythms of the heart that are more commonly associated with cardiac arrest, specifically from a heart attack. And they are rhythms that you can administer electricity to and shock a patient back into a normal rhythm.
But Mr. Floyd didn't have ventricular fibrillation or ventricular tachycardia.
Correct.
Because his heart wasn't pumping.
Yes, because he did, yes. In both situations, it's a little more complicated than that, but yes, he was not in VFib or VT as we commonly call them.
Do you recall, were there still handcuffs on Mr. Floyd when he was brought into the emergency department?
I don't specifically recall if they were on when he immediately arrived, but it would be unlikely because he had the Lucas CPR device on, and I recall his hands being at his sides.
Do you recall with his hands at his sides whether there were indentations or marks on his wrists?
At the end of the case, yes, after he was declared dead.
What did you observe in that regard?
What was, I'm sorry, can you
in terms of any indentations on his wrist or markings on his wrist?
I inferred that it was from handcuffs.
So let's talk about then the care you've been provided once the paramedics have brought Mr. Floyd to the emergency department. What did you do?
So immediately on arrival, we took report from the paramedics. Mr. Floyd, as we knew him at the time only as an unidentified individual, was transferred over to the bed in the emergency department. As I recall, multiple things typically will happen simultaneously in these cases, but we achieved additional access. I placed intraosseous line in his bone in his leg.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what interosseous?
It's basically a type of IV that goes in through the bone and injects fluid or medications directly into the bone marrow, essentially.
Sounds painful.
It's a type of access that's easier to achieve than someone who's in cardiac arrest.
And did you also go through the advanced cardiac life support protocols?
Yes, so simultaneous to that and obtaining blood draw and continuing chest compressions, etc. Went through various different things that could be causing this. Commonly in the ACLS protocol, these are thought of as the H's and T's, specifically with regard to the PEA asystole algorithm.
Well, let's, if we could take a look at the H's and the T's.
Sure.
So Brett, if you could pull up, I think 900. I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit 900 for illustrative purpose.
Sidebar.
Okay, we're about to see a presentation. Oh, sidebar. Okay, so lawyer got
objection about this exhibit with the H's and T's. Perhaps this
lawyer doesn't like it.
Going to a protocol that they would follow in the emergency room for a cardiac arrest case someone brought in. Jason DeRusha here on CBSN Minnesota. You're watching day 6 of testimony, the start of week 2 in the
I'm gonna try to
trial.
skip ahead. It looks like they're gonna allow it.
8.
But yeah, the lawyer got his panties in a bunch over these H's and T's. Let's find out what they mean. I thought I was having an issue with buffering. 2 people in the room. Make sure you hit the like, please. Thank you very much. Just gonna wait for this to continue on. That should be soon. Right? I probably shouldn't mess with it anymore, right?
Think of that more in a traumatic cardiac arrest, hypoxia, low oxygen. Again, those being the 2 most common causes of PEA asystole arrest. Hydrogen ions, acidosis can be from any number of causes, but essentially where the pH in the blood gets so low that the...
All right, so it says H's and T's of advanced cardiac life support. And then it says H's and T's, and then there's a bunch of words here that most likely mean like running out of breath, and then toxins, tension, cardiac, pulmonary, I'm guessing arrest, but the doctor will explain that right now. Like, sure.
Heart cannot function. Hyperkalemia is low or high potassium, it being a very important electrolyte for proper cardiac function, and disturbances on the extreme can lead to cardiac arrest. Hypothermia, very cold. Toxins, there's a lot of different toxins that can cause cardiac arrest.
And that's from poisons to potentially drugs.
Correct. Tamponade specifically refers to fluid around the heart that can prevent the heart from filling and then lead to the heart stopping. Tension pneumothorax is air around the lung, between the lung and the chest wall, that essentially expands to the point where it prevents blood flow from returning to the heart, and therefore leading to cardiac arrest. Cardiac thrombosis specifically can refer to a heart attack or a ruptured plaque in one of the coronary arteries of the heart. And then pulmonary thrombosis or pulmonary embolism is a blood clot in the pulmonary arteries that prevents blood from flowing from one side to the other of the heart, and therefore leading to the heart no longer functioning.
You mentioned ultrasound. What is the role of ultrasound in studying or trying to assess the cause of cardiac arrest?
Ultrasound can be used to evaluate many of these different causes. I think people would be most familiar with ultrasound from movies where they look at the baby using an ultrasound device or a small probe on the abdomen, but it's the same technology. So we can look at the heart directly and see if there's fluid around the heart, for example. We can evaluate for a large right ventricle that might be suggestive of a pulmonary thrombosis due to increased strain on that side of the heart. We can look for evidence of hemorrhage, hypovolemia, by looking in the abdomen to see if there's any bleeding or bleeding elsewhere. We can look for evidence of tension pneumothorax. For example, we can evaluate for what's called sliding signs on both sides of the chest that would suggest that the lungs are up and there's no air between the lung and the chest wall. So we can use it to...
That the lungs are properly inflated then.
Exactly, yep. So we can use it to evaluate for a large number of these etiologies.
So you went through the protocols of the H's and the T's. Did you have any kind of leading theories for treatment purposes as to what the most likely causes were for Mr. Floyd's cardiac arrest?
I felt that I was able to determine that some etiologies or causes were less likely based on the information that I had, both from the paramedics and also the information I was able to obtain from my exam and ultrasound, et cetera. At the time, based on all the information I had, I thought it was less likely that the patient had suffered from, for example, cardiac tamponade. There was no fluid around the heart, tension pneumothorax. We can discuss that briefly. At one point in the case, I was concerned that he may have developed a tension pneumothorax, but I felt it was unlikely. We did, in fact, perform bilateral finger thoracostomies where we entered the chest.
I'll ask another question. You were explaining to the jury that you thought it was not likely a cardiac tamponade. Then you explaining why you thought that tension pneumothorax was not likely.
Correct.
And could you, in plain English, help the jurors to understand how you might have eliminated that?
We essentially used a scalpel to cut into the chest and create a hole between the chest and the potential space around the lungs. We did not appreciate any large gush of air that might suggest that there was air in that potential space.
Was there anything that you looked at to determine whether or not the cardiac arrest was likely or unlikely to be related to Mr. Floyd having had a heart attack?
A lot of that is based on the history that we received from paramedics. There was no report that, for example, the patient complained of chest pain or was clutching his chest at any point or having any other symptoms to suggest a heart attack. That information was absent. Also, the fact that he was in PEAA systole, as I was told on the initial rhythm check, further decreases the likelihood of that possibility. At the time, it was not completely possible to rule that out, but I felt that it was less likely based on the information that was available to us.
Did the ultrasound play any role in the question of whether or not he did or did not, or was likely not to have had a heart attack?
No, not especially in this case, no. Did not.
Did you consider the possibility of toxins, for example, being responsible for Mr. Floyd's cardiac arrest, including potentially drugs?
In the sense that it might have informed our care, yes. I didn't, there was again no report that this patient had, for example, overdosed on a specific medication such as calcium channel blocker or any other medication for which there might be a very specific antidote. And so in that sense, I didn't feel that there was a specific toxin that we could give a medication for that would readily reverse his arrest.
And what about then hypoxia?
So hypoxia being, again, one of the most common causes of PEA asystole just in general. I did then, as I'd mentioned, use the ultrasound to look in the abdomen and did not see any evidence of hemorrhage. There was no obvious significant external trauma that would have suggested that he suffered anything that could produce bleeding sufficient to lead to a cardiac arrest. And so based on the history that was available to me, I felt that hypoxia was one of the more likely possibilities.
And hypoxia as an explanation for his cardiac arrest, meaning oxygen insufficiency.
Correct.
Did you have any other leading theories as to why Mr. Floyd's heart may have stopped other than oxygen deficiency?
Yes, I also considered an acidosis. In particular, excited delirium, which is a controversial diagnosis, but it was in the differential in this case.
And were you able to make any assessments about so-called excited delirium based on your examination of Mr. Floyd?
Again, the patient had been in cardiac arrest for 30 minutes. It can be difficult based on the examination. Certainly there was no report that the patient was ever very sweaty, which is often the case when thinking about excited delirium. There was no report that the patient had ever been, that Mr. Floyd had ever been extremely agitated. In my experience, seeing a lot of cases of mental health crises or drug use leading to severe agitated states, that is almost always reported by paramedics. And so the absence of that information was telling, and that I didn't have any reason to believe that that was the case here.
So when you, how long was Mr. Floyd in your care in the emergency department?
Approximately 30 minutes.
And at the end of the 30 minutes, did you pronounce him formally dead?
Yes.
At the time you pronounced him dead, was he still in some degree in PEA or asystole in terms of describing his heart?
I think it's probably best to think of these as sort of a spectrum where PEA is some degree of electrical activity still running through the heart, but the heart's not pumping. And then eventually that will devolve into asystole, where both the heart is not pumping and then the electrical activity stops as well. And so at the end of the case, Mr. Floyd was still in PEA, but there was virtually no cardiac activity. And at that point, in the absence of any apparent reversible cause, and because Mr. Floyd had been in arrest for, by this time, 60 minutes, I determined that the likelihood of any meaningful outcome was far below 1%, and that we would not be able to resuscitate Mr. Floyd. So I then pronounced him dead.
And doctor, was your leading theory then for the cause of Mr. Floyd's cardiac arrest oxygen deficiency?
That was one of the more likely possibilities. I felt that at the time, based on the information I had, it was more likely than the other possibilities.
And doctor, is there another name for death by oxygen deficiency?
Asphyxia is a commonly understood term.
Thank you, Dr. Langenfeld. No further questions.
Mr. Nelson. Yep.
Defense counsel, as they often do before questioning or cross-examining a witness. In sidebar right now, it looks like they're talking with the judge. Often they huddle amongst themselves to
We're
decide if
gonna
they want to
skip
ask some
ahead
follow-up
some of
questions.
this.
Dr. Bradford
Looks like they
Langenfeld,
took a
as
long
we've seen
break. But I'm just gonna let it play whenever it plays. Last time it was playing around and I ended up skipping a little bit of it. But in the meantime, so we just heard from Dr. Brad something. What was it? I wrote it down. Oops.
Well, that.
Hold on. Don't interrupt me, sir. I wrote notes. Oh yeah, it's on the ticker. Bradford Langenfeld was the witness on the stand. I don't know. I guess he's going to be cross-examined here in a minute. But he was the doctor who worked on George Floyd when he arrived at the hospital. He says that he worked on him for 30 minutes, and by then he had been arrested for 60. He explained the H's and T's of cardiac arrest. He was unaware of the drug abuse that George Floyd had ever used. He didn't know anything about that. And according to him, George Floyd flatlined before even ever arriving at the hospital. He also explained different reasons why somebody would go under cardiac arrest. And now we're going to go ahead and continue on. We're about an hour and a half in, and it's a total of 7 hours. But there's a lot of breaks and stuff. But yeah, we're going to be here for a while, just to let you know.
That's putting the cart before the horse, because first you have to give the defense a chance to raise those issues, and then you as the prosecutor will come in for rebuttal. So if in fact that is the theory, well, then Mr. Schleicher has all the time he needs after the defense's case to do what's called rebuttal evidence. This is a normal process. Again, what you're seeing here is so unusual, especially in such an important case.
All right, Joe Tamburino, thank you. Stand by. It's 10:55. We'll go live to the Hennepin County courtroom. Dr. Bradford Langenfeld from Hennepin County Medical Center, ER, at the time of George Floyd's death, was on the stand. We are waiting for Eric Nelson's cross-examination. The jury returning to the room. The morning break is over.
And just a reminder, Doctor, you are still under oath.
Day 6 of testimony. Once again, Dr. Bradford Langenfeld now being cross-examined by Eric Nelson.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Thank you for being here today. I have a few follow-up questions for you, kind of picking up right where we left off. You were discussing hypoxia kind of being consistent with asphyxiation, right?
Correct.
Hypoxia is the lack of oxygen to the brain, correct?
Correct.
And there are many things that cause hypoxia that would still be considered asphyxiation. Agreed?
Correct.
Drug use. Certain drugs can cause hypoxia. Agreed? Specifically fentanyl.
That's correct.
How about methamphetamine?
It can.
Combination of the two?
Yes.
All right. Now, you testified about certain things that happened during your care of Mr. Floyd. You were running all sorts of different tests. You used the
ultrasound.
Ultrasound.
Yep.
Thank you. Used the ultrasound. You took some blood samples as well.
Correct.
And you took some blood gas samples as well. Correct.
Correct. From the blood samples. Yes.
So can you explain what the blood gas samples are?
So the blood gas samples are analyzing different parts of the blood, specifically looking at the pH or how acidic or basic the blood is, looking at the amount of oxygen in the blood, the amount of carbon dioxide, the amount of bicarbonate.
And carbon dioxide levels in this case were pretty high, weren't they?
Correct.
Do you recall what the carbon dioxide level was in the blood gas sample you initially took?
I believe the initial blood gas sample I took was a venous blood gas sample, which is less preferable as opposed to an arterial blood gas sample. At the time, I believed it was a venous sample, and I believe the CO2 level in that sample was around 100.
Okay. A little over 100, perhaps?
Yeah.
And that indicates an exceptionally high carbon dioxide level. Agreed?
That, yes.
What would the average, if for a healthy person, and you did a blood gas sample, what would you expect the CO2 or carbon dioxide level to be?
For a healthy individual without any sort of lung disease, you would expect somewhere between 35 and 45.
Okay. And so Mr. Floyd's carbon dioxide level was more than 2 times what you would normally expect.
Correct.
Now, the reason that you're doing these blood gas samples is in part to help you analyze and figure out courses of care. Agreed?
Yes.
And that's the carbon dioxide number that we're talking about is essentially, that would be indicative of a person who is not eliminating the carbon dioxide, right? For it to go that way?
Correct. For it to be high in the blood, that means that they are therefore not eliminating it through ventilation or breathing.
And that points to a possible respiratory problem, right?
It can, yes.
And that increase in a carbon dioxide from a 35 to 45 to over 100, that takes some period of time in order to climb that high.
Yes, it can happen relatively quickly depending on how severe the ventilation problem is, but
it could take 30, 40, even an hour to climb that high.
It could take that long. It could take much less time, yes.
The use of fentanyl, do you know that to attribute to high carbon dioxide levels?
It can cause high carbon dioxide levels because it depresses the ventilation or the breathing.
So when someone ingests fentanyl, it can cause them to feel very sleepy because of an increased carbon dioxide level. Agreed?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons ultimately that fentanyl is so dangerous, because it suppresses the respiratory system. Agreed?
The primary reason it is so dangerous.
Now, you testified that when the paramedics gave their report to you, they did not give you any reference as to potential drug use, correct?
Correct.
They did not tell you that they had administered Narcan or naloxone during their care, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of your care of Mr. Floyd, you did not administer Narcan or naloxone, did you?
No.
And when you talk about those drugs that are immediately able to reverse the effects, that's what that does. Narcan reverses the effects of...
So I guess he's going to try to say that if people would have known that he was on something, then they could have given him the Narcan or that other thing and then possibly saved his life. So now he's going to blame the first responders and the medical staff at the hospital. Let's see how that goes for him.
Fentanyl toxicity. Agreed?
Correct.
When someone has a high carbon dioxide level, that causes that person to have a sensation of shortness of breath. Agreed?
Yes.
Hi, Crown Empress. How are you? Let me mod you up. Thank you so much for stopping by. Are you still at work or what? Oh, sorry.
Stress complicating.
Sorry, I got excited when I saw you. Are you still at work? What happened? I went ahead and played day 6 of George Floyd. If you want to look at my little chats here, I've been updating what's been going on, so that way anybody can just come in and just jump in or whatever. I went ahead and modded you. Let's go ahead and listen to this lawyer interrogate this physician, the good doctor here.
Their body, right? That respiratory, that feeling of an inability to breathe.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the impact of taking certain narcotics interrectally?
Yes.
And that ultimately can provide a more powerful, rapid onset of an impact.
Yes.
Simply because a person has a history of chronic opiate abuse, does that mean that fentanyl can't kill them?
No.
When someone is hyperventilating, anxious and hyperventilating, they're actually decreasing their CO2 by doing that, correct?
Correct.
Some of the considerations that you have to take also would be the potential occlusion of a coronary artery, right?
Yes. In cases of cardiac arrest, yes.
And someone who has greater than a 75% occlusion of the right coronary artery, that poses a particular risk of fatal ventricular cardiac arrhythmia, does it not?
They're going to approach.
And so we are in sidebar as prosecutors are objecting to the questioning here from Eric Nelson, the defense, getting a fair amount of good information for the defense case that it was drug use from George Floyd that was causing him to stop breathing and causing his heart to give out. Again, this is testimony of the ER doc who spent about 30 to 60 minutes with George Floyd. This is not the medical examiner. We have no toxicology information at this point. This is an ER doc who said he's seen a fair amount of people come to Hennepin County, the main trauma center in Hennepin County, HCMC. And the doctor said the primary reason fentanyl is so dangerous is because it suppresses the respiratory system. So you're getting a lot of information really to support both cases from this emergency room doctor, Dr. Bradford Langenfeld. And right now you have prosecutors questioning the defense line of question here. But a lot of this, it appears, was raised by the prosecution asking questions as to whether they thought the cause of death, whether this ER Dr. Langenfeld thought the cause of death, or at least the cause of cardiac arrest. I suppose we should be more specific about that, but asking the doctor questions about the various reasons that a heart could stop, and the doctor went into some detail there about not seeing fluid around the heart and also not being informed by the paramedics and by proxy by the police.
Right, last question's withdrawn. Ask a new question.
All right, the
Withdrawn.
objection is sustained. That last question goes away. Once again, Eric Nelson cross-examining Dr. Bradford Langenfeld.
What was the question?
Only a physician
Forgot.
can declare a person dead, correct?
Depends where you're practicing.
In the state of Minnesota?
Yes.
A paramedic can't declare a person dead.
No, not without consultation with the physician.
So just to, based on your treatment, again, of Mr. Floyd, Mr. Floyd, based on these tests that you did, had an elevated CO2 level, correct?
Yes.
And that CO2 level was considered to be exceptionally high, correct?
Correct.
And you did not, in the course of your consideration, provide naloxone or Narcan?
No.
Okay. And it would be, is it fair to say that the administration of Narcan, if you do not have opiates in your system, is a safe procedure?
Yes.
And if you do have opiates in your system, the administration of Narcan could be life-changing, life-saving.
Yes, not in this case.
prior to the, but again, the paramedics also, based on your information, did not administer Narcan.
Correct. Can I make a clarification?
I'm good. No, there's no question.
No, there's no question. Rude. Yeah, let him talk.
I'm sorry?
Direct if they wish.
And you would agree that Mr. Floyd arrived at HCMC at approximately 8:53? If we have seen evidence previously.
That sounds correct.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Blythe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For starters, Dr. Langenfeld, there was an answer you wanted to clarify. Please do so.
Only to state that Narcan, administering Narcan to someone who potentially suffered a fentanyl overdose, once that individual is in cardiac arrest, the administration of Narcan would provide no benefit.
And Mr. Floyd was obviously in cardiac arrest.
Correct.
You were asked questions just now about whether fentanyl works by causing someone to feel very sleepy. Remember that discussion?
Yes.
Did the paramedics tell you that Mr. Floyd was ever asleep or sleepy or anything that sounds like sleep?
The report that I received was that the patient, Mr. Floyd, was unresponsive on their arrival and did not have a pulse. So there was no report that he had been sleepy or difficult
Taking a
to
nap.
arouse per se.
You asked quite a number of questions about the carbon dioxide content in the blood gases. First off,
Did you all get booted? Because it said 0 people, and now it says 3. I was just wondering if y'all are having an issue. Just let me know.
if a person is suffering from hypoxia, that is oxygen deficiency, is that an explanation for a heightened carbon dioxide content in the blood?
It can be in severe cases.
In this case, do you find that the carbon dioxide reading for Mr. Floyd is really all that significant?
I felt that it was weak evidence in support of what I was thinking at the time. What's difficult in cases of cardiac arrest is once someone has been in cardiac arrest for an extended period of time, essentially the blood gas that I obtained could be consistent with cardiac arrest from any number of causes. You expect the pH to be low during cardiac. I'll provide a little bit of explanation on that. During cardiac arrest, there's no blood flow to the
Okay, thank you, Danielle.
tissues, therefore there's no oxygen getting to the tissues. Therefore, the cells will die. They'll release hydrogen ions, which lower the pH, creating an acidic environment. They'll release lactate, which complicates that further. Because the person's heart has stopped from whatever cause, they'll no longer be breathing either. And so you would expect that their CO2 to be high. Again, it can vary a little bit depending on the cause, but in my estimation, the blood gas in this case wasn't very strong evidence for one cause over another as far as the etiology of the arrest.
And it was simply consistent with the fact of cardiac arrest.
Correct.
The fact that the heart had stopped.
Correct. And I felt that the high CO2 may have suggested a respiratory cause.
Now, you were asked questions about somebody administering narcotics interrectally. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did you get any indication that Mr. Floyd had administered narcotics interrectally?
Who said that? I've never heard that.
I had no information to suggest that.
Dr. Langenfeld, thank you.
That was
Any further?
interesting.
Thank you, doctor. You may step down.
Okay, it's finished.
All right. It's the testimony of Dr. Bradford Langenfeld, the first witness on the stand on this first day of the second week of testimony over at the courthouse. We are standing by to see who the state will call next. We do expect at some point today, the police chief, Madera Arredondo, will be called to the stand to testify. We also expect to hear from a training officer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Chief Madera Arredondo.
And there it is. The police chief is being called to the stand. We will quickly take a break here on CBS 10 to bring in our television viewers.
It should continue on, so I'm just going to let it play.
Now, this is breaking news from WCCO.
This is Jason DeRusha here at WCCO. We are interrupting programming to bring you the testimony of the Chief of Police, Madera Arredondo. He has just been called to the stand in the trial of Derek Chauvin. You see, he was just sworn in, and we begin testimony in the murder trial of one of the Minneapolis Police Department's own officers, the chief. Now on the
Give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Yes, Your Honor. Madera Arredondo. First name is spelled Medearia. Last name is Arredondo.
Mr. Slisher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what is your current role?
My current role is Chief of the Minneapolis Police Department.
How long have you held that position?
For approximately 3 years.
And as Chief of the Minneapolis Police Department, are you responsible for overseeing the operations of the entire Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes, I am.
And that's the highest ranking role at the Minneapolis
I'm going to take a quick break, but I'm going to let it play.
Police Department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, I'd like you to first share a little bit about yourself with us. How old are you?
54 years old.
In what city do you live?
Twin Cities.
Where are you from originally?
Minneapolis.
Where did you go to high school?
The Minneapolis Roosevelt High School.
All right. And have you ever lived outside of the Twin Cities, Minneapolis area?
I went away for college for a couple of years in Michigan. Yes.
Where in Michigan did you go?
It was Hancock, Michigan.
Which school?
Which is now called Finlandia University. I'm sorry, Your Honor, Finlandia University.
And what is the highest level of education you've attained?
I received my master's degree.
What degree did you receive in Hancock, Michigan?
That degree was a criminal justice degree.
After you completed your college studies, you returned to the Twin Cities area?
That is correct.
And is that when you first joined the Minneapolis Police Department?
Prior to that, I had worked as a community service officer at the Minneapolis St. Paul Airport Police Department.
What years did you do that?
I believe that was from 1987 to 1989.
And then in 1989, did you join the Minneapolis Police Department?
I did.
In what capacity?
I started my career as a Minneapolis police cadet and then was hired as a Minneapolis police officer that year.
And Chief, why did you decide to become a police officer?
I've been very fortunate to come from a city of very resilient, very welcoming, proud people here in the city of Minneapolis. And my dear parents taught all of my siblings and me about the service of love. And so I've been very fortunate to then eventually join the Minneapolis Police Department and give back to the very community, the very city that embraced me and has been so good to me.
You familiar with the motto of the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes, I am.
What is it?
And that is to protect with courage and to serve with compassion.
And what does that motto mean?
We are oftentimes the first face of government that our communities will see. And we will oftentimes meet them at their worst moments. And so the badge that I wear and that members of the Minneapolis Police Department wear, it means a lot because the first time that we interact with our community members may be the only time that they have an interaction. And so that has to count for something. And so, so it's very important for us to make sure that we're meeting our community in that space, treating them with dignity, being their guardians, and representing and all of the men and women that came before us who served so proudly on this department.
And sometimes you have to protect with courage, and you have to use force. Is that correct?
At times, yes. As a police officer, you will have to use force.
Sometimes serving with compassion means to understand when force is not required.
Rephrase.
What does it mean to then serve with compassion?
The word compassion triggered the defense. I was on mute, but I caught that. But yeah.
To serve with compassion to me means to understand and authentically accept that we see our neighbor as ourselves. We value one another. We see our community as necessary for our existence. And so that's what serving with compassion means to me.
Now, you've told us a little bit about your educational background. I'd like you to share with all of us a little bit more about your specific law enforcement training. You mentioned the academy. Is that where you received your law enforcement specific training?
Yes, it is.
Please describe how that training occurred.
I was a member of the first Minneapolis Police Cadet Program, and along with many other candidates, we received training, both academic training on the laws of the state of Minnesota. We received training as it relates to everything from driving and defensive tactics, community relations. And so we also, there's post requirements of Minnesota Post Officer Standards and Training to receive our license. There was a test that we had to take then. There was also scenario-based training as well to grade and assess how we performed during that training in the academy. And so that was part of that important training that I received along with my candidates at the academy.
And that was the very first Minneapolis Police Academy?
That is correct.
And a trainee at the academy is that trainee referred to as a cadet?
That is correct.
Your employment, you've been continuously employed as a in the Minneapolis Police Department since, was that 1989?
That is correct.
Has the academy changed since you first were a cadet back in 1989?
It has. And while I certainly believe that at the time back in 1989 that training was important, like any police department, we should not be monolithic. Our communities are not monolithic. Our training should evolve. We should be focused on what are national best practices. And so the training that our recruits and cadets get today, and rightfully so, is far better than the training that I received those years ago.
Well, we'll circle back to that a little bit later. You also mentioned that you take post credits, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And POST stands for Peace Officer Standards and Training?
That is correct.
What is the requirement for post training? How many courses are you required to take in a given period?
Yeah, every sworn peace officer in the state of Minnesota receives their license through the POST, Peace Officer Standards and Training Board. And so POST will change up what some of those requirements are from time to time. but some of the ones that I think of right now would be crisis intervention training. There's certainly defensive tactics training. There's now a form of procedural justice training that is required. And so Minneapolis police officers receive that mandated training, but we're also very fortunate that we're able to receive additional training above and beyond what is required of the post board.
And you personally participate in this training in order to maintain your post license?
That is correct.
Chief, you began your career in 1989. You're now the chief of the police department. Fair to say you've had many roles within that department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 209, if I may. And we'll leave that up, if we may, while you testify. What was the first position you held within the department after you completed your academy training?
I was sworn in as a Minneapolis police officer.
Now, we've heard that term sworn officer before. Can you please explain to the jury what that means?
Sworn officer, after you complete the required educational requirements, and certainly after you complete your performance measures at the academy, then you are eventually sworn in at a location, and traditionally our city clerk has been there, and you take an oath, and you're sworn in as an official member of the Minneapolis Police Department, but also as a City of Minneapolis employee, and you start your employment with the city then.
And what were your duties then as a sworn police officer, that rank for the City of Minneapolis?
Primary duties was to be a 911 responder, to work in a geographical area of the City of Minneapolis in a district, at a precinct, and respond to 911 calls on a given shift.
Are those also called calls for service?
That is correct.
And as a patrol officer at that time, well, how long did you remain a patrol officer?
Approximately 5 years or so.
And can you tell the jury what geographic district you served as a patrol officer?
Yes, I served for a short time in the 3rd precinct, and then I think the bulk of that time in the Minneapolis 4th precinct, which is located in North Minneapolis.
During that time period, that 5 years as a patrol officer, did you ever have occasion to arrest a suspect?
Yes, I did.
How about a non-compliant suspect?
Yes.
You've had to place handcuffs on someone who was not compliant?
That is correct, yes.
Approximately, would you care to guess how many times?
I'm sure several. I'm sure several.
He's not going to remember.
This is something that's a fairly regular occurrence as a police officer, as a patrol officer.
Daily,
right?
hourly, probably.
You've had to be in situations where you've had to use force. Is that right?
That is correct.
Have you
Any issue with the audio? I think it's coming from the video, so I apologize.
also been in situations where you've had to de-escalate or talk someone into compliance?
Yes.
And is that a regular part of your job as a patrol officer?
Yes, it is.
Even from 1989 to approximately 1994.
Yes.
Then after serving this period of time as a patrol officer, what was your next position at MPD?
And I believe in 1997, I was then promoted to the rank of sergeant in the Minneapolis Police Department.
And what do you have to do to be promoted to the rank of sergeant? What are the requirements?
It is a civil service test that you take, and you have to successfully pass that. And I'm trying to recall if there was an assessment center that was also part of that testing process. But there is a number of years that you have to at least have served as a police officer before you can take the sergeant's test and promotion.
And what is the role of a sergeant in the Minneapolis Police Department?
Sergeant's role, and I've often said it is the most influential role in the police department.
How so?
It's most influential because you have the most proximity to the men and women who are out there serving in the community. You're there for them at the roll calls. You are a mentor. You give them guidance. They are going to see you far often than they would ever see the chief of police, for example. And you set the tone in the attitude. And so, that's really a very significant role within the Minneapolis Police Department.
That's a first line supervisory position, correct?
Yes, it is.
And sergeants or people with that rank within MPD would serve in a variety of jobs or functions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how did you serve as a sergeant when you were first promoted?
I served as a investigator with the property crimes unit at that time.
How many people approximately did you supervise?
At that time, I did not supervise any. I worked as a detective or investigator alongside other detectives.
How long did you hold that position?
Approximately 2 years.
And after that?
Then I served as a sergeant in our Minneapolis Police Department Internal Affairs.
Describe what a sergeant in internal affairs does.
Sergeant Internal Affairs is responsible for investigating cases of misconduct involving Minneapolis Police Department employees, and fact-finding, preparing reports, and ultimately submitting those to their supervisor.
Can those investigations include inappropriate uses of force or excessive force?
Yes, they can.
And have you ever evaluated an excessive force case in internal affairs context?
I believe I have, yes.
How long did you serve as a sergeant in internal affairs?
I served in that position about 2 years as well.
And then what did you do?
Then I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant.
Now, what was required of you to promote to lieutenant?
That also
Okay, so he's recalling a lot of his career. If I had timestamps, I would just skip to the part where he's gonna say what his opinion is. I'm pretty sure that's what he's gonna do, but we'll just let it play.
Required taking a civil service exam, and I believe certainly at that time going through an assessment center, which comprised of scenarios and different type of performance measures for that position.
Is it true that a lieutenant is it's a higher level of management above the first line sergeants?
Yes, our lieutenants are considered managers within the organization.
And what were your duties then as a lieutenant?
I served for a time as overseeing at that time, the federal mediation agreement that the Minneapolis Police Department had entered into with the Unity Community mediation team. And I also served time as a 4th Precinct lieutenant on the night shift.
And what is lieutenant in the 4th Precinct night shift? What do you do?
You have a team of sergeants and a team of officers on a shift. That particular shift worked the night hours in North Minneapolis, and really there as lieutenant there to support the mission of the precinct inspector, who is kind of like the chief of that precinct, but also then to support your officers on the shift as well.
And how long did you hold that position?
That was probably about 2 years as well.
Seeing a pattern here. What happened after that?
After that, I was appointed to the rank of commander.
And what does a commander do?
Commander now, unlike the previous civil service positions, a commander now is appointed specifically by the chief of police, and it is a higher position, and the commander is usually in charge of a division And so at that time, I was appointed to commander of the Internal Affairs Division.
So you're now back to internal affairs, but more or less overseeing the entire operation?
That is correct.
How long did you hold that position?
About 2 years.
Okay.
A lot of twos.
Then I was appointed as the first precinct inspector. And so that was a position in charge of the downtown precinct, the first precinct. And that was a patrol function. So that was mainly patrol related functions, even though we do have great civilian teams who work on things such as crime prevention and others. But I was appointed to first precinct inspector.
And what does the inspector do at that level?
The inspector at that level is really driving the work of the precinct, monitoring and working on trying to reduce crime in that precinct, working with its stakeholders, its neighborhood associations, its business community, making sure that whether it's investigative or patrol in the precinct, that they have the resources and things that they need, interfacing with the city council members of that particular ward. And so that is really a lot of the work that a precinct inspector does.
And does the precinct inspector then supervise, maybe not at the ground level, but is responsible for the supervision of all of the different positions underneath the inspector?
That is correct.
And how long were you in that position?
About 2 years.
Okay. And after that?
Then I was appointed to be deputy chief, the chief of staff.
For 2 years.
What does the deputy chief do?
Just kidding.
Deputy chief at that time was a unique role in that I was really chief of staff for the chief of police. A lot of work helping to support our department initiatives, reaching out to elected officials, community stakeholders, boosting up programs, grants that the department had received, and really carrying out the mission of the chief of police.
And from there?
After about 2 years, I was appointed to assistant chief of the Minneapolis Police Department.
And by whom were you appointed?
Then it was former Chief Janae Hartel.
What did you do as the assistant chief?
That was really overseeing the day-to-day operations of the Minneapolis Police Department and then also supporting the chief.
And for approximately how long?
That may have been a little shorter, about a year or so. Yeah.
You've broken the pattern.
Yes. Yes.
And now, of course, you're the chief of police. How were you selected, or who selected you to be the chief of police?
Well, I served in an acting or an interim capacity, then under Mayor Betsy Hodges, and then after that term ended, then Mayor Fry of the city of Minneapolis appointed me as chief of police.
You may take that exhibit down. So you've had certainly, it seems, every rank available within the Minneapolis Police Department and a variety of roles. Is that right?
That is correct.
And as such, are you familiar generally with the day-to-day operations, I guess from the patrol level all the way up to the level you are now?
That is correct.
What I'd like you to do at this time is provide us with a little bit more information, sort of an overview of the Minneapolis Police Department and how it serves the city of Minneapolis. MPD's jurisdiction is within the geographic limits of Minneapolis. Is that right?
Yes.
And what's the approximate geographic area that you have jurisdiction over?
Well, to the north, we border Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center. To the south of Richfield, to our east, just right up against the River St. Paul, and to the west, Golden Valley. And so it's a pretty large area.
Would you agree that's about 58 square miles, give or take?
Yes.
And are you aware
Golden Valley sounds gorgeous. I'm going to look it up while he keeps talking.
of the current population of Minneapolis?
roughly about 420,000-30,000.
How many sworn officers work for the Minneapolis Police Department?
Currently,
Oh, it's a city.
around 700.
And as the chief, are you generally familiar with the officers who work for you? It's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people, and so it can be taxing to try to. We've got a lot of people that work in different areas, but I have a pretty good understanding of where folks are throughout the organization. Yes.
As we go on, I'll be asking you if you recognize some of the names of different people we may have met to this point. But at this time, up until May 26, 2020, an individual named Derek Chauvin was a Minneapolis police officer. Is that right?
That is correct.
And are you aware of who this person is?
I am.
Do you
Thumbs
recognize this
down.
person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Nah.
Just point to him and describe what he's wearing.
Yes. Mr. Chauvin's right there. He appears to be wearing a navy blue suit with a light blue tie and white shirt.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. So I'd like you to please describe for the jury how MPD is structured to deploy law enforcement services to about 420,000 people over a 58 square mile area, 24 hours a day, every day. Administratively, how is the department organized?
Administratively, we are broken down into bureaus. And so, as I may have mentioned, you have the chief of police that really leads the organization and its mission and vision and goals. And then we have an assistant chief that oversees the day-to-day operations. After that, there are 3 deputy chiefs. And we have a deputy chief of patrol. The deputy chief of patrol is responsible for the 5 geographical precincts throughout the city of Minneapolis. We also have a deputy chief of professional standards. And that deputy chief oversees really 2 main functions, and that is our training for our entire department, as well as the internal affairs portion of our department. And then we have a deputy chief, the 3rd one, of investigations. So all of the employees who work, whether it's homicide unit, robbery, assault, that deputy chief oversees the investigations bureau. And we also have commanders who oversee these divisions. As I mentioned, they're above the civil service rank, they're appointed, and they serve in different divisions. In the precincts, as I mentioned, there's 5 geographical areas. We have 5 precinct inspectors, and they are like the chiefs of police for those precincts. Yes.
And so by my count, there were 3 bureaus. You have investigations, patrol, and professional standards. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the investigations bureau has a number of individual units within the bureau, correct?
That is correct.
For example, what type of units are within investigations?
Yeah, investigations bureau has homicide, assault, robbery, crimes against children. There are several different investigative units.
So within the investigative bureau, you mentioned homicide. That's where Lieutenant Zimmerman worked. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And the patrol bureau that provides services such as 911 response.
We have about 40 minutes until the next break, so there's still a lot more to catch up on.
You did when you were a patrol officer. Is that right?
That's correct.
Crime prevention, traffic control, emergency services, all within the patrol bureau?
Yes.
And in individuals, and within the patrol bureau, in order to provide those patrol services over the geographic area, we've heard about precincts. Is that right?
Yes.
And if we could publish Exhibit 269. looking at exhibits 269, is this the geographic area of your jurisdiction?
Yes, it is.
And then can you just use 269 to describe the precincts and what they are and what purpose they serve?
Yes, this exhibit outlines the 5 geographical precincts, and this also lets our community know which precinct, based on where they happen to live, which precinct their residence or business is a part of. And so you're able to see from this map here, Sector 1 or Precinct 1 kind of is in the center there, covers downtown, Cedar Riverside area. The sector, the number 4 at the top left-hand corner would be our North Minneapolis precinct. And then second precinct, number 2, covers southeast, northeast Minneapolis. And then 5th precinct covers southwest Minneapolis near the lakes area. And then the 3rd precinct covers our southeast Minneapolis area.
And focusing specifically on the 3rd precinct, I see it's divided further into these sectors. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's for the purposes of being able to deploy patrol services, correct?
Yes.
Within the various precincts, this is primarily a tool for dispersing patrol officers, correct?
Yes.
But there are also investigative functions within the precincts as well, correct?
Yes.
That would be specifically assigned to that precinct?
Yes.
But professional standards, that would cover all of the precincts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If we could publish 268, I'd like to focus specifically on the 3rd precinct. Oh, it's a little hard to see, but you can see the, that's much better. You can see the different colors. It appears the sectors that we looked at in the previous exhibit are listed here. And if you take a look at Sector 1, that would be represented as 310 on the exhibit 268. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Sector 2 would be exhibit 320. And we won't go through each of the sectors, but the purpose of these sectors, again, is to further distinguish different geographic areas within the 3rd precinct or any precinct, so we'd be able to have, say, dispatchers deploy law enforcement resources there. Is that right?
That is correct.
Dispatchers like Jenna Scurry, for example, could send a car to a particular location based on the different sectors that are within this precinct map. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And a Professional Standards Bureau, you can take that down, please. The Professional Standards Bureau, what does a Professional Standards Bureau do?
One of the functions is training. We have a commander, again, that is one of the appointed ranks, who oversees the training division, and they're responsible for making sure that not only are our officers in compliance with our mandated post-board educational requirements every year, but also really looking to make sure that we continue to evolve and that we're staying on top of necessary training that's important for us, that has a benefit to our communities that we serve. And so that's a core piece to what our professional standards training division is.
And so within professional standards, you have the training services, and that's staffed at the, I guess it's at the commander level, led at the commander level.
That is correct.
And who is the current commander of the training division?
The current commander for the Minneapolis Training Division is Commander Darcy Horn.
Last year, who was your commander?
Last year, she's now Inspector Katie Blackwell, but she was Commander Katie Blackwell last year when she led our training.
And she would have been the training commander on May 25, 2020. Is that right?
That is correct.
There's other divisions within professional standards. I think you mentioned internal affairs, but there's also an administrative services division. Is that right?
Yes.
What does the administrative services division do?
Administrative services division can deal with everything from grants different types of programs that the city of Minneapolis is embarking upon. Employee personnel matters as well.
Also, business software and equipment.
Technology, business software, yes.
Body cameras, milestone cameras.
Yes.
And we met Jeff Rugel, and that's where he works. Is that right?
Yes, Lieutenant Rugel is part of that. Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the Minneapolis Police Department reacting to calls for service. The role of the Minneapolis Police Department is generally to serve the community's law enforcement needs. Is that right?
That's correct.
And most requests for service come in through the 911 system. Is that right?
Yes.
You respond, or officers respond to different calls for service. Could you please describe the types of calls for service Minneapolis Police Department commonly responds to?
Calls for service can absolutely range from everything from tenant trouble to a loud party dispute to domestic assault to shooting and to even homicide. So it can really range from a wide variety of types of calls.
People will call to report a crime and request assistance. Is that
Yes.
right? People also call to report, general emergencies.
Yes, they can.
What type of emergencies?
Medical emergencies. They can request calls for service for that. Oftentimes we have community who are calling because it may be 3 o'clock in the morning and they don't know of any other service or who will respond, but they will call us for those types of situations as well.
And I suppose what constitutes an emergency is in the eye of the caller somewhat?
That's correct, yes.
But nonetheless, MPD responds.
Yes.
We're talking about real obvious stuff right now.
Calls for service the Minneapolis Police Department receives annually.
It's usually a couple of 100,000, and then we also have officers that we categorize as self-initiated activity. So that could mean an officer happens to be driving through a neighborhood and sees something and reports out on their radio that they're going to look into it. So it's a combination, but it's a lot of calls.
And generally people don't call the police department to say, hey, everything's going great. Just wanted you to know they have something that they want you to do.
Exactly, yes.
It sounds then like it's fair to say there's more to policing than just going out and arresting people. You provide a broad spectrum of policing services to the community.
Yeah, I would actually.
I wonder what he's writing on his little notepad there. He's like, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, just over and over again. I mean, really, what could he be thinking of to oppose anything that an expert's going to be saying right now?
Actually say that the actual law enforcement part is probably pretty small compared to most of the types of calls our officers are being called to address and deal with. Yeah.
So we've touched on police training, your own personal police training, and how police training is dispensed, I guess, through the Professional Standards Bureau. I'd like you to describe that a little bit further. Are you generally familiar with the types of training that the Minneapolis Police Department provides its officers?
Yes, I am.
Where does this training take place?
We have a large facility located in North Minneapolis, which we call our Special Operations Center. And that is where the vast majority of our required training takes place.
Is the Special Operations Center then a dedicated building only for training purposes?
It's primarily dedicated for training purposes, yes.
And I think you testified it's supervised by a commander. I'd like you to tell the jury a little bit about when now currently training begins for Minneapolis police officer who's hired on to the department.
For a new officer who's hired onto the department, that first initial orientation to our training begins at the academy. And that again is overseen by commander of the training unit. And we actually have a class currently in place now at the academy at the SOC. And so that first initial indoctrination to our academy occurs during that first part of the training at the academy.
Fair to say that the training that's provided to Minneapolis police officers is can be generally divided into two categories: pre-service training and post-service training. Is that right?
Yes.
And the pre-service training would include the academy that you just talked about. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then post-service training is the continuing education that you testified about previously. Is that right?
Yes.
So let's again focus on the academy training. How many cadets do you generally have at a given time per class?
Well, it's usually been a mixture of recruit classes and a cadet class. I would say that we average in terms of recruit class numbers around 30. Cadets might be 20 to 25.
So now I'm going to ask you to just define some terms a little and explain to the jury the difference between a recruit and a cadet.
Recruits are typically individuals who've already been laser focused on a career. Being a Minneapolis police officer is what I wanted to do. They typically have already at least their 2-year criminal justice or law enforcement degree. Most have completed their required skills training. Cadet was really created to capture diversity of candidates. And so the cadet might have individuals who may have had a psychology degree, but it's really streamlining them in. It's a little lengthier process, but it's really getting them on board so that they meet the state requirements, the post requirements to be hired. And so the cadet program is a wonderful way for us to capture diversity within our police department. And so, but they both, once their programs are finished, they're both classes, whether you're a recruit or a cadet, you are ready to successfully become a Minneapolis police officer.
Do you also take lateral candidates?
Yes, lateral candidates. We certainly have had hirings of laterals in the years past. Yes.
And do those individuals also go through a similar training as a recruit?
Yes, the laterals can. It's usually much smaller in length of time just because laterals are individuals who've already served as police officers, perhaps in another jurisdiction or another part of the state, or out of state, actually.
We'll get a more detailed description from another witness, but just at a very high level, can you describe what the trainees do at the academy during this pre-service training?
Trainees at the academy during pre-service, it's their first indoctrination into this world of being a police officer. So they're being taught about city and statutory laws. They're being trained on procedural justice and critical thinking, defensive tactics. They're having community members come in and speak to them about different aspects, whether it relates to things in our cultures within our city. Technology is a huge piece to that. Learning how to write reports on our computers. They're really getting that basic indoctrination into the Minneapolis Police Department.
As far as the methodology, is it typically classroom delivery? Do you also have practical application? How does that work?
Yeah, it's a layered approach. It's both the practical academic studying, examinations that occur, but it's also scenario based. And so there's scenarios that they will go through, and whether that's crisis intervention training or other aspects. So it's a layered approach to the training.
And in this pre-service training, then, once the officer or candidate has completed the pre-service training, what's the next phase before becoming a fully functioning police officer?
Once they complete that training, they're making sure, obviously, that they've met the requirement for the licensure for the Minnesota Post Board, and then ultimately they're going to get sworn in and hired on as Minneapolis police officers.
Are you familiar with a program called the Field Training Program, or FTO?
Yes, I am.
Is that part of the pre-service training?
That would be, yes.
Can you just give us a general description of what the FTO or field training program is?
The Minneapolis Field Training Officer Program is really once the recruit has gone through that series of pre-service training, it's now teaming them up with a mentor, basically. And they're being gauged and judged on certain performance measures. And it takes course over a period of several months, usually about 5 months. And they're given instruction. They're seeing how well they are able to handle certain types of situations, calls. And they're also having feedback, not only from their FTO, but they're also having conversations with the supervisors in the training bureau and seeing how they're doing. They're assessing their progression. In the event a candidate is not progressing, they're making sure that there's support mechanisms for that, where they need extra help. And yes, at times, we have candidates that don't successfully complete it. And so, but that's really getting them to the point where they can ultimately be really on their own and be able to function on their own as a sworn Minneapolis police officer.
And so once they've completed the field training program, and I think as you know, per your testimony thus far, the training doesn't stop there. You have post requirements that you have to fulfill every year in your post-service training. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is that delivered through a series of in-service trainings that occur at the same training facility you mentioned?
Yes.
Is that training optional? Can an officer go somewhere else to get their post credits and skip the in-service, or is that training required?
That training is required annually.
Do you have to take it?
Yes, I do.
What type of training is provided in the post-service training?
Some of the training that is provided in the annual training can be critical incident training, CIT training.
CIT is crisis intervention training?
Crisis intervention training, thank you. Yes, crisis intervention training, defensive tactics, basic CPR or first aid. Those are some of the types of training that is required annually.
Even though they've already ostensibly been trained on all of these things before, you're still doing the same training annually?
That is correct.
Why is that?
A lot of that is just to reemphasize the importance of the training itself, muscle memory, because all of our department members are being taught the same thing. We may have officers that are working in patrol capacity 1 year, and the next year they may be in investigations, but they may be called to assist upon. And so it's making sure that all of us have that basic necessary core fundamental training to better help serve our communities.
So if you could give the jury kind of an idea of the amount of time that is spent training the officers.
It's a lot. We put a lot of time, energy, and resources into our training. I believe last year, the Minneapolis Police Department, in terms of our mandatory in-service training and leadership training, we probably spent about $8.5 million. In our pre-service and in-service training, that was probably about $4.5 million. So training is absolutely vitally essential to us as a department.
And officers are paid while they're being trained, is that correct?
Yes, they are.
And would it be fair to say that part of the objective of training is to impart Minneapolis Police departmental policies onto the officers so that they know what those policies are and are able to apply them?
Yes, it's important through training that we're reemphasizing not only our policies, but really our values as a police department and what our community expects of us. It's to help our officers, and it's also to help our communities at the same time.
As a former patrol officer who's used force, put handcuffs on people, I mean, you understand the reality of what policing is like when you're actually on duty. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also testified that you've participated and continue to participate in the training that's been provided by MPD and has continued to be provided. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
Is this training practical and useful?
Yes, it is.
Why do you say that?
Our officers are being called, particularly patrol officers, are being called to, again, respond in a way to our community's needs. And it's hundreds of thousands of calls that they respond to. And, we are a very interesting profession in that to some professions, your body of work matters. And to an extent, within the Minneapolis Police Department, our body of work matters, but it's more internally. But to our communities, for the most part, your body of work doesn't hold as much value. We don't have the luxury of being able to go up to a community member for the first time and say, those 99 calls I was on before went really well. Trust me on this one. We don't have the luxury of doing that. Our communities are going, no, what have you done for me lately? This interaction, I'm going to grade you on how you treat me during this call, during this interaction. And so
I have a feeling he's a Janet Jackson fan. That was totally a song title that he just snuck in there real nice.
So we have to make each engagement with our community count. And so the training is very important because for many in our communities, the first time that they encounter a Minneapolis police officer may be the only time in their life they do. And so that singular incident matters.
Aside from the usefulness of it to the community, what about the usefulness of it from a practical standpoint to the patrol officer out on the street? Is this training practical, or is it more aspirational?
No, it's very practical. And as I had mentioned earlier, it's so important that we evolve as a police department and meet our communities where they are. And I'll give a couple examples if you don't mind. We've talked a lot about within the department that we know that our communities suffer at times and go through trauma. So it's very important for our men and women to have training as it relates to how we respond in those moments. What resources can we provide for community? But one of the things that we have not talked about in this profession, and sadly, is the impacts of trauma on our own officers. And so wellness, we do a great deal of training and work on officer wellness because we need to make sure that our officers are well when they're interacting with our communities in that regard. I will also tell you, a few years ago, we were hearing from members of our transgender community and how they had felt police have played a role in their lives, and not always good, quite frankly. And so we were able to, through conversation, through discussion, through meetings, being very authentic, we were able to sit and craft a policy based upon members of our transgender, gender nonconforming community really guiding that. And we had the first policy ever in that. And so, again, it's so important that we as a police agency continue to evolve, continue to place value on all of our community members. And so that's very important.
Now, speaking of Minneapolis police policies, you're aware that the police department has a fairly extensive policy and procedure manual, correct? Yes. And is it important then for policies and procedures to be in a written form so that officers can understand what the expectations are?
Yes, it is.
And those are public documents so that the public, they're also able to see what the expectations of the police officers are, correct?
That is correct.
As the chief of police and being employed by MPD as long as you have, I take it you're familiar with the Minneapolis Police Department policy and procedure manuals and all the content contained inside?
Yes.
You in fact created some of these policies?
That is correct.
Are Minneapolis police officers required to be familiar with the various written policies?
Yes, we are.
And there's a policy requiring them to be familiar with the policies, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. So if you would please publish Exhibit 207. If you would highlight Section 1-103. This is the policy about the policy, and it requires that the MPD employees shall be provided instructions on how to access the policy and procedure manual. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they're accountable for knowing how and where to access, and for knowing the contents of the manual. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they're also required to sign a receipt acknowledging their responsibility for knowing the contents of the manual, correct?
Yes.
Because, the first policy manual that you would receive as a patrol officer might not be, 30 years later, what you're going to be looking at, correct?
Yes.
The policies are changing, but they're published, they're public, and the officers are required to know what they are and to sign something saying that they will continue to review them. Is that right?
That
It's preliminary. Overruled.
Yes. All right. Well, if you could take that one down, please. And this time, asked to just display to the witness Exhibit 274 for identification. Sir, do you recognize this is a general form here of being an electronic version of the MPD policy and procedure manual acknowledgement?
Yes, I do.
This is an example of an acknowledgement form that a Minneapolis Police Department employee patrol officer would sign upon being hired. Is that right?
Yes.
Just indicating that they're aware that there are written policies and committing to reviewing them, accessing them. Is that right?
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to offer Exhibit 274.
Right, so they're having a sidebar, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like.
Chief Madera Arredondo testifying. Attorneys, when they have a question, usually put on headphones if they're going to have a sidebar. But here's defense attorney Eric Nelson talking with his co-counsel, and now going up and speaking with prosecutor Steve Slifter. I haven't seen this.
He's like, come on, do me a favor.
Sort of interaction in the courtroom.
They're killing me out here.
Any of the testimony today. The 18th day of the trial, if you go back to jury selection, it's the 6th day of testimony. And so right now, discussion after 50 minutes. You've been watching live here on WCCO TV, and we're streaming on CBSN Minnesota. You've been watching the police chief answer questions about his history as a patrol sergeant working his way up the ranks. But you've also heard training discussion. That's kind of where we've been moving now. Perhaps
if we could publish Exhibit 274 to the jury. And you see this is, again, one of the forms that was signed by a particular officer upon hire.
It's an electronic version of the MPD policy and procedure manual.
And if you could please highlight the name. And that's signed by Derek Chauvin.
That's how he writes? Look at it. Looks like a 3-year-old wrote that. That's crazy.
Chauvin. So sorry. Derek Chauvin.
I'm sorry.
Badge 1087, December 28, 2001. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you could take that down.
Yeah, took it down. That was terrible.
Minneapolis Police Department has a code of ethics. Is that right?
Yes.
And the code of ethics is contained within the policy manual. Forgive me, we're going to be talking a lot about the policy manual and kind of march through some of these, but the code of ethics, if you could please display Exhibit 215, page 2, and if you could highlight 5-10201. And as the Code of Ethics provides in the policy manual, law enforcement officers' fundamental duty to serve mankind and safeguard lives and property, and to protect the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression and intimidation. Is that right?
That is correct.
And if you could take that down, Minneapolis Police Department also has a professional policing policy. Is that right?
Yes.
At a high level, can you describe what professional policing means in this context?
Yes, our Minneapolis Police Department professional policing, it's really about treating people with dignity and respect. Above all else, at the highest level, it's that we see each other as necessary, we value one another, and it's really treating people with the dignity and respect they deserve.
If
They
we
don't
could
actually do
display
that.
Exhibit 215. Drawing your attention to page 4, section 5-104.01. Sir, is this the professional policing policy?
Yes, it is.
And could you read the first bullet, please?
The first bullet reads, "Be courteous, respectful, polite, and professional."
Right.
And if you would then also read the third bullet.
Ensure that the length of any detention is no longer than necessary to take appropriate action for the known or suspected offense.
Guilty.
Sir, fair to say that law enforcement generally has changed a lot since you started back in 1989. Is that right?
That is correct.
1989, you didn't have body-worn cameras, correct?
That is correct.
And nor did you have sort of the ability for civilians, bystanders, to video or record conduct of police officers, right?
We did not.
Because we didn't have smartphones.
That's true.
And now we do.
Yes.
And as you indicated, the policies and culture of the police department has to change with the times. Is that right?
Yes.
And so in terms of understanding that sometimes bystanders do use their smartphones to take video images of police officers, has the Minneapolis Police Department imparted any training or constructed any policies to prepare officers for people recording?
Yes, we have. We've imparted policy that really is informing officers that individuals under their First Amendment rights, they have the absolute First Amendment right to record through cell phone video or other types of video, officers interacting or engaging with a community member, with the exception that they cannot obstruct the activity of the officers, but they absolutely have the right, barring that, to record us performing our duties.
And what does obstruct mean in this context?
Obstruct would mean
Get in the way.
Doing something where you are physically placing yourself in a position where you're no longer, or you're prohibiting the officers for carrying out their lawful duties. But barring that, individuals have the right to record our engagement with our community.
Well, Chief, you'd have to acknowledge that a patrol officer may find it irritating to have a civilian recording their activities. True?
Very true.
Is that obstruction?
It is not.
At this time, I'd like to display to the witness only Exhibit 273. And if I may step away for a moment.
Thanks everybody for hanging out. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. But sure, I was like, guilty, peace. That was funny.
You would publish 273, and I'd like to draw your attention to section 9-202. And again, this is the public recording of police activities, providing employees guidance with dealing with members of the public recording. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And generally this informs officers that unless you're being obstructed, people get to record you.
Yes,
Even if you don't like it.
that is correct.
And how long has this been policy of MPD?
Since May of 2016.
Thank you. You can take that now. Sir, are you familiar with the concept of de-escalation?
Yes.
What is de-escalation?
De-escalation is providing a knowledge base or skills, in this case for officers, to really focus on time, options, and resources. It's really primarily trying to provide an opportunity to stabilize a situation, to de-escalate it, and with the goal is having a safe and peaceful outcome. And so there's tools associated with that, but that's really the goal of de-escalation: time, options, and resources, so that we can stabilize a situation peacefully and safely.
When you think of de-escalation, are you thinking of it as the sort of the opposite of using force, or is it a part of using force?
We teach it as both.
And when you started with the department back in 1989, was there an emphasis on de-escalation?
It was not mentioned. It's not heard of back then.
Okay. When did de-escalation start becoming more of a topic of conversation in law enforcement communities?
I think that right around late 90s, 2000, I think that when we were, when there was attention, not only in Minneapolis, but in departments across the country, and incidents particularly involving police encounters with those who were suffering from mental illness, we really started to see a lot of work on that. Here locally, the Barbara Schneider Foundation, there was a very tragic incident in Minneapolis many years ago that involved the death of a community member. But when we started, that was really what kind of culminated for our department, de-escalation. And even when you heard departments starting to talk about other tools like tasers, all of these types of things, it was around that time frame that I think our department really started getting a lot more education, awareness, and training as it relates to de-escalation.
What about just, even if you weren't taught de-escalation formally when you started back in 1989, as a practical matter in practice, is that something that's been employed by experienced police officers for a long time now?
Yes, it has.
Well, what about in your own experience when you were on patrol? Did you use de-escalation techniques?
Yes, quite a bit. Yes.
And did you find them to be effective, a way to maybe talk somebody down from a situation rather than needing to use force?
Yes, and with the primary goal is that you want to keep yourself safe as an officer, and you also want to keep the community safe. And so a lot of it hinged on communication and listening and verbal skills. And so if you could talk your way out of a situation to de-escalate where it didn't have to result in physical force, those were things you certainly utilized, and you were always in a better position to look upon someone that you worked with who had that skill set to do that.
But if you can't talk somebody out of the situation, if you can't de-escalate, you can't, right? And you have to then use a different method.
That is true.
And so it really comes to what's reasonable at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Does Minneapolis Police Department currently have a de-escalation policy?
We do.
And at this time, if I can display Exhibit 219. You have this one, okay. I think it is admitted, I just want to make sure you, okay. Yes, if we could publish Exhibit 219. And then Minneapolis Police Department Policy 5-304, threatening the use of force and de-escalation. This is the policy, and it's a policy as it existed on May 25, 2020. Is that right?
That is correct.
If we could highlight the first paragraph A, threatening the use of force. And I'd like you, sir, to please just read into the record the paragraph that you see here. All the way up until, I guess, the first sentence. We'll make you read the whole thing.
As an alternative and/or the precursor to the actual use of force, MPD officers shall consider verbally announcing their intent to use force, including displaying an authorized weapon as a threat of force when reasonable under the circumstances.
It says shall consider, means we'll consider it, but ultimately they're going to do whatever they want.
And I guess, is it an either or alternative? Is it like you either de-escalate or use force, and once you start using force, you just give up on de-escalation?
The goal is to resolve the situation as safely as possible. So you want to always have de-escalation layered into those actions of using force.
And if you could take that down and highlight paragraph B, de-escalation. In accordance with the policy, officers, the language here is mandatory when reasonable, whenever reasonable, shall use de-escalation tactics to gain voluntary compliance. Is that right?
Yes.
And to seek to avoid or to minimize the use of physical force, correct?
Yes.
And seeking to minimize physical force, that can be happening while physical force is being employed, can't it?
Yes.
An officer could be using physical force, and during the course of that, still maintain attempts to de-escalate and defuse the situation.
Yes.
Okay. And if you could clear that, please. And as part of a de-escalation, the policy indicates the officers are supposed to do what?
Attempt to slow down or stabilize the situation so that more time, options, and resources are available.
When you talk about more time, options, and resources, could options and resources include, for example, using other officers who may be at the scene?
Yes.
Or calling for backup?
Yes. Actually, it can also include seeking community's help in a situation as well.
And in employing de-escalation techniques, in accordance with the policy, the officer is required to consider a number of factors regarding the subject. Is that right?
Yes.
And we're assuming here that the subject is non-compliant. We run into people who, maybe don't want to comply with police officers, but you can also run into people who just, for some reason, are unable to do so at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
And officers are required to consider, and if you could highlight B and the bullets that come underneath. The officers under the Minneapolis de-escalation policy are required to consider whether the subject's lack of compliance is a deliberate attempt to resist or an inability. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you could read, first, the first bullet is medical conditions, correct?
Yes.
We have mental impairment, developmental disability, physical limitations. Some of you may just be physically unable to comply, correct?
Yes.
Language barrier. City of Minneapolis has a variety of people who speak a variety of different languages. Someone just may not understand you.
That's correct.
And if you're not considering that, perhaps the situation could escalate into something greater than it would need to be.
Yes.
The last two bullets, first, could you read the second to the last bullet?
Yes. One of the other considerations officers should take into account is the influence of drug or alcohol use.
How so?
we know the research says that people can react differently when they're under the use of alcohol or drugs. And so you trying to get verbal commands, if someone's under the use of alcohol or drugs, or you're doing force, it may have a different reaction to them. So that should be something that you should be considering.
And 12:30.
Yeah.
Sir, drug or alcohol use, I mean, in this context is being required.
They're going to go to break for about an hour, but we're just obviously going to skip ahead and then continue on. I'm going to try to finish this tonight.
The officer consider to determine if de-escalation is appropriate. It can be true that some people who are under the influence of drugs or alcohol can become dangerous, correct?
That is correct.
But isn't it also true that some people react completely different and they are not necessarily dangerous if they're under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
That is correct.
In fact, they may not be more dangerous, they may actually be more vulnerable.
True.
And it's important that the officer considers that when determining whether to go the route of force or continued force or de-escalation. Fair?
Yes.
Behavioral crisis is the last bullet I'd like you to discuss. What do you mean by behavioral crisis?
Behavioral crisis, of all the bullets, sometimes that is probably the one that our men and women experience in our communities most. Someone loses a job, that can trigger a behavioral crisis. If someone loses a loved one, that can trigger a behavioral crisis. If someone has themselves got the worst diagnosis from their doctor that day, that can trigger a behavioral crisis. And so we want our folks to take all of those things into consideration. When I talk about meeting our community where they are, that's probably the one that we need to really focus on.
And as you testified earlier, the police just don't get to meet people on their very best day, do they?
No, they don't.
And the behavioral crisis, as the kind you've described here, can in fact be a barrier to compliance. Would cause an inability to comply, even if not, an intentional inability to comply.
Yeah, everyone's hungry.
And so the purpose of the listing of behavioral crisis as a point of consideration for law enforcement officer is what?
Again, it's recognizing that when we get the call from our communities, it may not often be their best day, and they may be experiencing something that is very traumatic. But we're going to respond, but we have to take that into consideration because, as I mentioned again, we may be the first and last time they have an interaction with a Minneapolis police officer, and so we have to make it count. It matters.
Would this be a good time to stop before I go to the next line? I'm sorry, I was trying to push it to the time limit. So.
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break, come back at 1:30. Chief, you just stepped out.
All right, let's skip ahead. And I'll just let it play from here on out. I'm probably going to need a break here in a second, but I'll just let it play while I do that. Let me go ahead and drop the link for my Instagram. Now would be a good time to do that. Go ahead and follow. I post news clips on there too.
Yes, some of the de-escalation tactics that are noted here include but are not limited to placing barriers between an uncooperative subject and an officer, communication from a safe position intended to gain the subject's compliance using verbal persuasion, advisements or warnings, using verbal techniques to calm an agitated subject and promote rational decision-making, calling for additional resources to assist, including more officers, CIT officers, and officers equipped with less lethal tools.
And CIT officers are those who've been through the crisis intervention training course. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And our Minneapolis police officers then at the training center taught different techniques on how to implement this policy.
That is correct.
Have you personally attended the training?
Yes, I have.
Did you find it useful?
I have.
And then you can remove that. We've talked a little bit then about behavioral crises and identifying behavioral crises. How does the Minneapolis Police Department respond to persons in a behavioral crisis?
One of the first important things is obviously is trying to get as much information prior to the call as possible. But as soon as officers at least have knowledge that this could be a potential situation with that caller, this de-escalation piece should kick in. And that they, while they may not know exactly what they're going to encounter when they arrive on the scene, this body of knowledge that they've been taught should at least be kind of forefront in terms of the different tools that they'll be using possibly to help de-escalate that situation.
What is an EDP? What is that acronym?
The acronym EDP is labeled through our Minneapolis Emergency Communications Center as a emotionally disturbed person. And so when our Minneapolis police officers receive a EDP call, that is prompting them that there's at least initial information that they're going to be responding to someone who may be in crisis.
And that's something that the officer would then be communicated by a dispatcher prior to going to the scene, correct?
That is correct.
However, when if that information is not imparted upon them, they make their own assessment at the scene as to whether the person could potentially be an EDP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You indicated that the Minneapolis Police Department receives over 100,000 calls a year, calls for service. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have an idea of how many calls for service involve people in crisis?
I believe in 2019, Minneapolis police officers responded to about 4,500 of those signified as EDP calls. Yes.
Now, in terms of teaching officers how to recognize a person who may potentially be in crisis and therefore unable to comply with commands, you place these different signs into MPD policy.
That is correct.
And I'd like to direct your attention now to Exhibit 231. And that's what will be published. And this is 7-809, the crisis intervention policy. So it begins here. So, but we'll go ahead and over to page 2. And I'd like to highlight, please, for the jury, the definition of a crisis. And again, in the definition of a crisis under MPD policy, generally speaking, we're talking about some of the same things that we saw before in the de-escalation policy. Is that right?
That is correct.
There can be mental illness. Is that right?
Yes.
Substance abuse can be a crisis or a barrier to communication, correct?
Yes.
And same with various stressors. Is that right?
Yes.
And then further, if you can emphasize the crisis intervention definition. And officers, when they either respond to an EDP call or are aware that the person may be in crisis, can attempt a crisis intervention method. Is that correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what is the officer supposed to do to a person in crisis?
It's an attempt to de-escalate that situation.
And the policy then of the Minneapolis Police Department in handling persons in crisis, if we could look at section 3 of the policy,
Sophie,
the next page, highlight Roman 3. Okay. In accordance with the Minneapolis Police Departmental policy, what officers supposed to do? How are they supposed to handle encounters with individuals who are experiencing a crisis?
We really want to, again, we want to meet people where they are. We want to bring our values, our principles to those situations. We recognize that oftentimes people who are experiencing crisis, it is not something that they brought on themselves, but they're dealing with. And so there's a sense of dignity and respect that we should be honoring when we come to those calls. And so, as it's mentioned here, the values of protection, safety, and sanctity of life. Oftentimes, again, we are that first face of government that they're going to see. That may be 3 o'clock in the morning. And so we have to wear many hats, but we want to be respectful in that care that we're trying to provide for that individual.
And sometimes persons might be experiencing some sort of a breakdown that, maybe they did partially bring upon themselves. Is that right?
That is correct.
And are those people still entitled to be treated in accordance with MPD policy?
Yes, they are.
And this policy, again, is imparted in training at the training center by that group. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to, if you could take that down, please, talk to you a little bit about officers' role as first responders in terms of providing basic medical care. All right? And so with that, can you tell the jury, are Minneapolis police officers trained to provide basic medical care?
Yes, we are.
Can you please describe what level? I'm aware there are various different levels of medical care that someone could be trained in.
So most of department members will have at least basic training in terms of first responder, the ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation, the effects of applying direct pressure on wounds to stop bleeding. Many of the things that we will respond to, perhaps just because we're closer to a call than perhaps our EMS or fire before they get there. And they're obviously have a higher degree level of training. But the training that we have and that we receive, it's very vital because those seconds are vital. Our officers carry tourniquets. We respond to situations where members in our community will have gunshot wounds. And matter of fact, a couple of my officers a couple of weeks ago saved a young man who was shot in the femur and was bleeding profusely, but because they got there quickly, knew how to apply that tourniquet. Those are some of the basics. Direct baby not breathing calls. Our officers have saved the lives of children who've choked or what have you because they've applied or they've been able to help start emergency breathing for them. So those are some of the basic types of first aid that are chest compressions, those types of basic first aid.
And are officers then, specifically trained at the training center to provide this basic sort of first aid?
That is correct.
And does the Minneapolis Police Department have a policy regarding any duty that an officer would have to apply that training to a real life situation?
Yes. We recognize, again, I mentioned that we are oftentimes going to be the first ones to respond to someone who needs medical attention. And so we absolutely have a duty to render that aid.
And that, of course, is in the policy and procedure manual. Is that right?
Yes.
If I can display Exhibit 230, which is MPD Policy 7-350. Emergency medical response. And under Roman 1, you see that the purpose of the policy is to lay out in writing the roles and responsibilities of Minneapolis Police Department employees in incidents involving a medical emergency. Is that right?
Yes.
If we could take a look at the policy itself under Roman 2, does that explain what a Minneapolis police officer is supposed to do when they come upon a medical emergency or a medical emergency develops on a call?
Yes.
What are they supposed to do?
While awaiting EMS, MPD employees assisting an individual having an acute medical crisis shall provide any necessary first aid consistent with our MPD training as soon as practical.
And so then that presumes, of course, they're waiting for EMS or waiting for some kind of emergency services. Is that right?
That is correct.
So would it be fair to say that this policy then is in two parts? The officer has to request EMS or an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And while waiting for the ambulance, they're required to provide what medical training and skills they have to attempt to save a person.
That is correct.
Are Minneapolis police officers provided naloxone or Narcan kits?
Yes, we are.
What are those?
It is basically a inhaler for community members who we may respond to have overdosed. It is to, if they've overdosed and are out, it is to give them that inhaler injection so that they can hopefully come to. And so it was a few years ago where, for the most part, our Minneapolis Fire Department were the ones that responded to overdose and carried the Narcan. Unfortunately, in our cities across the country saw an uptick in heroin and opioid overdoses. We had to make sure that we were, again, because we were oftentimes the first ones to come across these situations, we wanted to make sure that we were in service to our communities and making sure that if we could save lives, that we were equipping our folks with Narcan.
And a policy developed as a result of this, is that right?
That is correct.
If I can show you Exhibit 229, it's published at. Is this the Narcan policy 7-348?
That is correct, yes.
And our officers provided training in the administration of Narcan?
Yes.
Under appropriate circumstances?
Yes.
And now I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the use of force. Does Minneapolis have a written policy governing proper and authorized use of force?
Yes, we do.
And is this generally covered in the 5-300 series of the Policy and Procedure Manual?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to discuss some of that manual with you and the policy with you at this time. If we could pull and display Exhibit 216. Under the purpose of the policy, which is 5-301, can you please read the first sentence under subparagraph A?
Yes. Sanctity of life and the protection of the public shall be the cornerstones of the MPD's use of force policy.
What does that mean?
Of all the things that we do as peace officers for the Minneapolis Police Department, and I mentioned the thousands of calls that our men and women respond to. It is my firm belief that the one singular incident we will be judged forever on will be our use of force. And so while it is absolutely imperative that our officers go home at the end of their shift, we want to make sure and ensure that our community members go home too. And so sanctity of life is absolutely vital, that is the pillar for our use of force.
Has this generally always been the case with Minneapolis use of force policy?
It is not.
When did that change?
We implemented this particular 2016.
Has the training and use of force and application of use of force policy been imparted, including this philosophy, onto police officers in training at the training center?
It certainly has, yes.
Does the policy itself define force? What is force?
Yes, it does.
If we could take a look at Exhibit 217, I'll publish that. If you'd highlight use of force. Generally speaking, what is force?
It can be any physical contact. It can be with a weapon. It could be with a vehicle. But it's any sort of physical contact that is more likely to render harm or injury to someone.
Is the use of restraint considered force?
That would be considered force.
And what type of force is authorized under departmental policy?
We under 609, we operate under the use of force, the Graham v. Connor. statute, objectively reasonable force.
And if I could display Exhibit 217. First, go back to 5-303. 5-303 authorizes force, is that right? And you mentioned 60906 state statute authorizing force under certain circumstances, is that right?
Yes.
And the phrase that's used for the authorization of force is what type of force?
Reasonable.
And that force can be authorized under certain circumstances, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So now if you would go to the next page, and let's talk about the circumstances under which a police officer is authorized properly to use force. You highlight that. What are the circumstances under which an officer is authorized to use force?
An officer is authorized to use force effecting a lawful arrest, executing a legal process, enforcing an order of the court, and any other duties imposed upon that officer.
And that term reasonable force is further delineated in the policy, is that right?
Yes.
If we take a look at Exhibit 217, I believe under the definition, objectively reasonable force. Could you please read that definition?
Yes. The amount and type of force that would be considered rational and logical to an objective officer on the scene, supported by facts and circumstances known to an officer at the time the force was used.
Oh, you discussed a case, the Connor, right? The Connor factors. And I'd like you to, well, first of all, is the policy reference the Connor factors that you just mentioned?
Yes.
If you could display 217, page 2. And we have 3 bullet points here under the Connor factors. And that is the officer is supposed to look at the totality of the circumstances, right?
Yes.
And the 3 bullets here that the officer is supposed to consider are what?
The officer should consider the severity of the crime at issue, whether the suspect poses an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others, and whether he is actively resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight.
And fair to say these 3 different considerations are things that you can attribute to the subject, correct?
Yes.
That's the subject's conduct, not someone else's.
Yes.
And of course, it has to be judged by a reasonable police officer on the scene at the time, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall, and obviously you're here talking about what happened on May 25, 2020, involving George Floyd. Do you recall why the officers were responding to cup foods on that day? The original reason for the call?
The original reason for the call was a response regarding a counterfeit situation at the store at the intersection of 38th in Chicago.
And in terms of the deployment of your resources at the Minneapolis Police Department as chief, how do you rate the severity of that offense, the seriousness of that offense?
It would probably not rise to the level of, particularly in light of last year, the level of violent crime that we experienced in the city, but we would certainly respond to it, but it would not rise to the level in terms of severity of the crime here.
In looking at the particular type of crime, is that one for which a suspect is typically taken into a custodial arrest?
Typically not.
And why is that?
If it's not a violent felony, we also, in coordination with our jail system and our courts, there's been a shift over the years to make sure that the individuals who are going to jail are those who, from a public safety standpoint, need to be at least in that facility in the Hennepin County Jail And if we can properly identify and it's not a violent situation, we can always charge via complaint and other things. And so that's one of the reasons why.
You use the phrase, I guess, violent felony. What's the more important part, whether it's violent or whether it's a felony?
Well, violence.
Why is that?
Well, it can certainly endanger not only the officers, but the community.
Where something that's merely labeled a felony may or may not require a full custodial arrest.
That is correct.
And are Minneapolis police officers trained in the use of force?
Yes.
In the pre-service, in the academy, and also in post-service at the in-service training?
Yes.
And are officers taught the standard that force must be reasonable at the time it is applied?
Yes.
The entire time it's applied?
Yes.
Are officers taught the need to assess and reassess and reevaluate situations in the field?
Yes, we are.
Are you familiar with Minneapolis Police Department's critical thinking model?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that?
It was something that I wanted to embark and make sure that it was part of our training curriculum that also includes the aspects of procedural justice. And procedural justice is really, it's actually research and evidence-based learning that has shown that if police departments treat people with respect, give them voice, establish neutral engagements, and build areas of trust, our communities are more likely to cooperate with us. We're likely to be seen more as legitimate. It is actually shown that employees come to work and wellness is better. And so this is very important work. And so it's part of that procedural justice I just mentioned, is part of that critical thinking in our training.
At this time, I'd ask to display only to the witness exhibit for identification 276. Sir, do you recognize exhibit 276 as being MPD's critical decision-making model?
Yes.
Offer exhibit 276.
Any objection? 276 is received.
Permission to publish. So we heard about the model, now we get to actually see it. And if you could enlarge the graphic, please. All right, so this is what the model looks like. It's sort of a wheel, is that right?
Yes.
And the first stage of the critical thinking model, decision-making model, is information gathering.
Yes.
Explain that, please.
It's very vital. We rely upon trying to gather as much information as possible so that we can try our best to effectively go in, respond, and manage that situation. Trying to gather as much information at the onset is very important, but we also need to make sure that we're continuing to try to gather as much information as we're dealing with the scene or the call.
I see the arrow points in two directions, and one, it points to the middle of the circle, voice, neutrality, respect, and trust, and the other arrow points to the threat or risk assessment. Let's talk about the middle of the circle first. Okay. What is that middle circle supposed to be representing?
Well, that's the principles, really, of what continues to guide us. So, for example, information gathering, while we may associate it specifically with receiving a 911 call and the dispatcher giving us information, but information gathering could be that officers come across a call that they weren't dispatched to and they need to talk to a community member. If they don't treat that community member with respect or give them voice, it's likely that they will receive less information that will be less helpful in them resolving that call. So that voice, neutrality, respect, and trust, that has to guide and be a part of all of that critical decision-making model.
So let's go to the next step. The officers gathered some initial information, and now the officer is in a position to need to think about it or assess it. Is that right?
Yes.
And so the next step is the threat or risk assessment. Is there a difference between a threat and a risk?
There can be in terms of what is being played out at the time, and you're constantly evaluating that, and of course the information that you're receiving, which may be fluid, is going to dictate that threat or risk. Yes.
And so then once the officer has made an assessment of a threat or a risk, the next step, authority to act, what does that mean?
That may mean the officer now, based upon that information that they've received, evaluating that threat or risk, am I going to act? Is this going to be a physical arrest? Am I going to separate parties? Does this require a report? All of these things. So, but it's giving more information for the officer to guide he or she in terms of what is the next appropriate step they need to act and take.
And so if we were to, at least to this point in the model, put a scenario into action, information gathering, the officer perceives that someone is approaching them with a weapon, like a bat. And so then they would reflect on that and determine whether or not this is a risk. It's a bat, maybe the person is at a baseball game, or a threat. The bat is being brandished, correct?
Yes.
Then after that, under authority to act, if they've determined that this in fact is a risk and that they're being threatened, they would look at the authority back to the MPD policy and procedural manual. Is that right?
Yes.
Under what is the use of force policy? What tools are available to respond here?
Yes.
Okay. The next step then, after considering the authority to act, goals and actions. What is that?
The goals are. The officer is making an assessment. So with the authority to act, will an arrest resolve this situation? Will separating the two parties be enough? Is taking a report, will that be enough of a goal or an action?
Yeah.
It may mean a combination of things. It may
Behave yourself, tyrants. Behave yourself. It's a serious situation we're talking about right now. I know you're just kidding. Hi. Let me mod you up.
Resources here, because the situation is still could have the potential to not be stabilized, and so all of that is part of that goals and action.
And then to review and reassess, assuming that means exactly what it says.
Exactly. Yes, and information is going to.
I've been taking notes. I hope I'm not muted. I've been taking notes about the trial, so if you want to go back into the chat and just read what's been happening so far, that should help you out a little bit, gain some perspective. Right now, honestly, I don't think I've been very enlightened about anything. They're just talking what obviously, certain terms mean, procedures, policies, nothing surprising. I think they're just going to end up asking him what he thinks about the arrest. I kind of wish they would just get to that part, but we got to take the scenic route. So here we are.
Flows, dynamics can change, and so it can be a constant just review and reassess the situation and make sure that we're trying to get to the best possible outcome in this peacefully and safely.
Because circumstances can change, the situation can change, correct?
Yes.
And force that might be appropriate at one moment might not be appropriate at a different moment, or more fight force might be needed at yet another point. Is that right?
Yes.
This particular critical thinking model, Exhibit 276, we see examples of this throughout training materials that are provided.
It sounds like it. The prosecution started. I don't know if that's a clue on that one, but I think he is.
By the trainers at the facility, is that right?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's to really.
Because doesn't the prosecution introduce their witnesses first, and then like the other part of the trial is the defense with their witnesses? I want to say that we're still like the prosecution phase.
Embed.
If that's correct.
Knowledge that we don't want to fall susceptible to kind of check the box training. This training is important for all of our officers to have a knowledge and understanding of, and that our community members can expect this to be consistent as they have encounters or engagements with our officers.
All right. If we could take that.
Well, this article that I'm looking at here says Minneapolis police chief testifies against his former officer in the death of George Floyd.
That down, please. And I wanted to shift a little bit to talk about, we've talked about use of force and the policy. Does Minneapolis Police Department train its officers in specific defensive tactics?
Yes.
And where does that training occur?
That training occurs at our Special Operations Center.
And does the department provide training for officers in handling uncooperative individuals?
Yes.
Does the department provide training for handcuffing reluctant suspects?
Yes.
And when you provide the training, you're assuming you're taking someone into custody. Do you also teach officers their responsibilities, their personal responsibility with respect to the person they've just taken into custody?
Yes.
And what responsibility does an officer have to a person they've taken into custody or restraint?
So the American policing profession, which I believe is the best in the world, and I will tell you why, and it's really two reasons.
Rephrase your question.
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, you have a responsibility, I guess, and that's imparted throughout officers in various forms of training as to what, once someone is in their custody.
Oh, yes. We have a duty of care. And so when someone is in our custody, regardless if they're a suspect, we have a obligation to make sure that we provide for their care.
Does that include people to whom defensive tactics are being applied?
Yes.
Why is that?
They are still in our custody, and they have rights. And the humanity of this profession, we need to make sure that we're taking care of them.
So how often are officers required to participate in defensive tactics training?
It's usually yearly, annual training.
Do you know that, when we were talking about the training and policies in effect on May 25, 2020, were neck restraints and chokeholds taught and authorized by MPD policy at the time?
At that time, yes.
And they were taught pursuant to the defensive tactics training as well?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 224. Exhibit 2.
Yeah, people were saying that he was without, being able to breathe for 8 minutes something seconds, and then it turned out to be actually like a minute longer than that. Earlier, the doctor that attended to George Floyd after he got to the hospital said he was pretty much already dead. There was really nothing they could do for him. I don't know what's going on with my people that are in the live, but it just went down to 1. So I hope people aren't getting kicked out. If you're having an issue, let me know.
24 showing MPD policy 5-311, use of restraints, neck restraints and chokeholds. You see a chokehold is considered a deadly force option. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go to the next page, please. Neck restraint, if you could highlight that portion from that down to unconscious neck restraint. Okay. There are various types of neck restraints that were authorized at the time, is that right?
Yes.
And neck restraint was defined as compressing one or both sides of a person's neck with an arm or a leg, is that right?
Yes.
But without applying any direct pressure to the trachea and the airway that needs to be protected?
Yes.
And there were 2 types of neck restraints that were authorized: conscious neck restraint and unconscious neck restraint.
Yes.
And the objective of the unconscious neck restraint, the second one, would be to have the person actually pass out.
That is correct.
And under certain circumstances in which the officer was in fear of grave bodily harm or death that would be authorized. Is that right?
Yes.
And conscious neck restraints were more with the neck restraint with the intent to control, but not to render the subject unconscious. Is that right?
Yes.
By applying light to moderate pressure. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And if you could go to Roman 2 on the same policy, highlight that.
I bet my notes are way better than whatever he's jotting down. I bet you he's like doodling, drawing pictures of himself going down.
Conscious neck restraint can be used for someone who is actively resisting, correct?
Yes.
And an unconscious neck restraint could be used for a person who is exhibiting active aggression or to save a person's life. Is that right?
Yes.
Or in a subject who is exhibiting active resistance if lesser attempts would have or would likely to be ineffective. Is that right?
Yes.
But neck restraints were not to be used against persons who are merely passively resisting, correct?
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to May 25, 2020. Can you tell the jury when you first learned of the incident involving the defendant, officers Tao, Wayne, and King, and George Floyd?
On Monday evening, around 9 p.m., back on May 25th, 2020, I received a call. I was at my residence, and I received a call from one of my, who was a deputy chief, who had informed me that Minneapolis police officers had responded to 38th in Chicago. And while attempting to take someone into custody, which I learned now to be Mr. Floyd, they believed that he would not make it or survive. And so he was being transported via ambulance to, at that time, Hennepin County Medical Center. And while at least the information I had that evening at 9 p.m., at that time at least I was told was still alive, I decided to contact the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And they are a state agency that conducts our critical incidents. I deemed that this would be a critical incident, and it has been our protocol to alert them, and they would conduct that investigation. So I made that call to the BCA to have them start to conduct this critical incident.
Did you then proceed to City Hall?
I should also say that I, right after that call, I notified Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry to say that this is a situation we have at least right now, and that I would brief him as I received more information. I then proceeded to leave my residence, and I went directly to my office in City Hall.
When you arrived at City Hall, do you recall seeing any video images or footage of this event?
The first time that I saw a video of the event was after I was notified that Mr. Floyd was now deceased. And so I had asked my deputy chief to pull up knowing the area really well and knowing that there's usually a camera, a city-owned camera at that location, I asked him to locate that video so that I could review it.
And that's what we would refer to as the milestone camera or milestone footage?
That is correct.
Did you watch the footage from the milestone camera that evening?
I did watch that.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw when you watched the footage?
When I first viewed this milestone video, what I was able to see, and I should just note that it was from a distance from where the officers were with Mr. Floyd. And so all I could really see were the back sides of the officers. There was also no audio to this milestone video. And so I viewed that video in its entirety, and quite frankly, there was really nothing in terms of the actions of at least, again, this non-audio video that really jumped out at me. After a few minutes, it seemed, a paramedics vehicle pulled up to the scene, and it was at that time, for the first time, that I saw a glimpse of Mr. Floyd when paramedics placed his body on the gurney and transported him away from the scene. But that was really my first observation of that incident from that night.
At some point, did you become aware of another video that had been taken by a bystander?
Yes, probably close to midnight, a community member had contacted me and said, Chief, almost verbatim, it said, Chief, have you seen the video of your officer choking and killing that man?
Oh my God.
And so once I heard that statement, I just knew it wasn't the same milestone camera video that I had saw. And eventually, within minutes after that, I saw for the first time what is now known as the bystander video.
Fair to say that this was a much closer video and it had audio?
Yes, this I was able to see the occurrence, see the officers involved. I was able to actually see Mr. Floyd. I was actually able to hear what was occurring, and I was also able to get a better understanding of the length of time, the duration of the call, the incident. Yes.
Now, prior to testifying today, have you now reviewed the bystander video, Facebook video in its entirety?
Yes, I have.
You've also reviewed and reviewed milestone footage?
Yes, I have.
And have you reviewed the body-worn camera footage worn by officers Tao, King, Lane, and the defendant?
Yes, I have.
Now, first, I want to show you what's been received as Exhibit 17. Do you recognize Exhibit 17 to be an image taken from the bystander video that you reviewed?
God.
Yes, I do.
Now, sir, based upon your review of all of the information that you just mentioned, do you believe that the defendant followed Departmental Policy 5-304 regarding de-escalation?
I absolutely do not agree.
And how so?
That action is not de-escalation. And when we talk about the framework of our sanctity of life, and when we talk about the principles and values that we have, that action goes contrary to what we're taught.
As you reflect on Exhibit 17, I must ask you, is this a trained Minneapolis Police Department defensive tactics technique?
It is not.
Well, we read the departmental policy on neck restraints. Is this a neck restraint?
The conscious neck restraint by policy mentions light to moderate pressure.
No.
When I look at Exhibit 7.
No, I didn't see that, but I'll keep an eye out. Sorry.
And when I look at the facial expression of Mr. Floyd, that does not appear in any way, shape, or form that is light to moderate pressure.
So is it your belief then that this particular form of restraint, if that's what we'll call it, in fact violates.
If he's testifying for Chauvin, he's doing a bad job of it, because everything that I'm reading here says that this chief is pretty much condemning his actions and saying that it violated department policies. So I'm not too sure what's going on with that one.
Departmental policy.
I absolutely agree that violates our policy.
Are you aware now that the defendant maintained this position on George Floyd for 9 minutes and 29 seconds?
I am aware of that.
I believe you testified that force has to be reasonable when it's applied at the beginning and through the entire encounter. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is what you see in Exhibit 17, in your opinion, within Minneapolis Police Departmental Policy 5-300, authorizing the use of reasonable force?
It is not.
And why not?
That is it has to be objectively reasonable. We have to take into account circumstances, information, the threat to the officer, the threat to others, and the severity of that. So that is not part of our policy. That is not what we teach, and that should be condoned.
When do you believe, or do you have a belief as to when this restraint on the ground that you viewed, should have stopped?
Once Mr. Floyd, and this is based on my viewing of the videos, once Mr. Floyd had stopped resisting, and certainly once he was in distress and trying to verbalize that, that should have stopped. There's an initial reasonableness in trying to just get him under control in the first few seconds, but once there was no longer any resistance, and clearly when Mr. Floyd was no longer responsive and even motionless, to continue to apply that level of force to a person proned out, handcuffed behind their back, that in no way, shape, or form is anything that is by policy, is not part of our training, and it is certainly not part of our ethics or our values.
But if it's not part of their policy, not part of their training, why does it keep happening? Where are they learning it from? Because this is happening all the time, everywhere.
Sir, based on your review of the video and based on your own experience and training as an MPD officer, did you see signs during the encounter that Mr. Floyd was exhibiting indicia of being in medical distress?
Yes. Yes.
And you saw at one point, I think you just testified that Mr. Floyd was unresponsive.
That is correct.
And that officers, were you aware that officers couldn't find a pulse?
Could you repeat that, sir?
And were you aware that officers at the time of the restraint were unable to find a pulse?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And so stated.
I was aware that the officers were not able to find a pulse. Yes.
Did you see the defendant or any of the officers attempt to provide first aid to Mr. Floyd?
I did not see any of the defendants try to attempt to provide first aid to Mr. Floyd.
The defendant did not try CPR. He did not start chest compressions.
Sustain is leading. Rephrase.
Did you see them provide any medical attention?
I did not.
And based on these observations, do you have an opinion as to whether the defendant violated MPD departmental policy 7-350 by failing to render aid to Mr. Floyd?
I agree that the defendant violated our policy in terms of rendering aid.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. If you could please take
All right. Now cross-examination.
Cross-examination now beginning. Eric Nelson, the defense attorney with the chief of police, Madera Arredondo, who's been on the stand now the last 50 minutes after the lunch break, a total of at least an hour and a half of testimony, culminating in the last couple of statements saying, in the chief's view, what Derek Chauvin did was not policy, not what we teach, and should not be condoned.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We are watching live coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin, day 6, week 2. The chief of police on the stand. You're watching live coverage on WCCO TV and streaming on CBSN Minnesota. We just heard the police chief of Minneapolis going through a lot of different training policies, departmental policies on use of force, on rendering medical aid. And now we wait for the defense team. We just learned for the first time really what happened on that night, Memorial Day last summer. Here's Eric Nelson.
A few follow-up questions for you regarding this incident. Your determinations today are in reference to employment policies and Mr. Chauvin's actions violating the departmental employment policies, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as the police chief, I assume that you're not out on the street day-to-day arresting people.
That is correct.
Can you just give me a general sense? When's the last time that you've actually, I don't mean to be dismissive, but actually...
I was about to say now he's going to discredit everything he just said by saying you haven't been on the job in a long time. That's where he's going to go with this.
We arrested a suspect.
It's been many years, sir. Yes.
Your role as the Minneapolis police chief is sort of grander in its scope, right?
It's large in context and the operations of the department, yes.
And part of that job
Where?
is to be sort of aware of issues in policing,
This?
policy change.
Where it says Chief Arredondo testifies in trial for Derek Chauvin. I think this is technically the Derek Chauvin trial because George Floyd isn't on trial. Derek Chauvin is. So I think that's like what they're calling it, the Derek Chauvin trial. So I don't think it means like for him, like for against him, that type of for. I think it means like in this situation, in this Derek Chauvin trial, if that makes sense. Let me know.
Changes, use of force changes, all of these things fall under the umbrella of your role as the chief. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're sort of the general in a sense, right? Formulating the plan for your police department.
And delegating some of those to our subject matter experts, yes.
Correct. When you talk about training of a police officer, you would also include training that the Minneapolis Police Department goes through, but you may go to other trainings out of state, listen to speakers talking about issues that confront police, right?
Yes.
As well as maybe a homicide detective will get permission to travel to an interviewing a suspect type of a training in some other state or location, right?
Yes.
And so there is a variability within the training depending upon your role as in the police department, right?
Yes.
So that you've got sort of your rank and file basic patrol officers, and they go through all of the trainings that you've described, the defensive tactics, medical assistance or basic medical training, crisis intervention, things that we've been talking about here today, right?
Yes.
And then the investigative type officers, they may go through some additional, they have to go through that training, but they may go through some additional training in terms of how to interview suspects or how to properly collect evidence, etc., unique to their role, right?
Yes.
And then you as the police chief or those who are in the more management or administrative side of the police department, you go to the kind of the big picture training sometimes.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
I'm going to get some more water, so I'm just going to let it play, but I'll be right back.
So I want to review with you a few of the policies that we've already talked about today. We could take this down for the moment, Renner.
First of all, I'd like to show you what has been introduced as Exhibit 216, which is the use of force policy for the City of Minneapolis Police Department.
Yes.
We've discussed this. And I know that kind of what we did a little earlier is we kind of jumped around from part to part, but I'd like to walk through some of these issues in a little bit more linear fashion, if we could. So you've described under policy 5-301.01 that the Fourth Amendment's reasonableness standard applies to the use of force in Minneapolis, of the Minneapolis Police Department. Agreed?
Yes.
And that goes on to say that MPD employees shall only use the amount of force that is objectively reasonable, and it continues in light of the facts and circumstances known to that employee at the time the force is used. Correct?
Yes.
So the reasonableness standard, or the objectively reasonable standard, applies to the facts and circumstances that are known by the officer at the time the force is being used. Correct?
Yes.
Now, 5-302 gives some definitions in terms of the use of force, and it differentiates between active aggression and active resistance. Can you describe the difference between active aggression and active resistance?
Active aggression, behavior initiated by the subject that may or may not be in response to police efforts to bring the person into custody or control. The active aggression, when presenting behaviors that constitute an assault, or in the circumstances reasonably indicate that an assault or an injury to any person is likely to occur at any moment. That's for active aggression.
Yep, let me just stop you there. That's active aggression. So that's where a suspect is essentially fighting with a police officer or doing something that is aggressive, behaviorally speaking. Right?
Yes.
And that is aggressive in its nature.
Yes.
Now, can you read active resistance?
Active resistance is a response to police efforts to bring a person into custody or control for detainment or arrest. Subject engages in active resistance when engaging in physical actions or verbal behavior reflecting an intention to make it more difficult for officers to achieve actual physical control.
So,
yeah, I think so too. I think that's all, because it's just saying Chief Arredondo testifies in trial for Derek Chauvin. Yeah, you're right. It should say Chief Arredondo testifies in Derek Chauvin trial. They're slipping. We'll let that one slide though.
essentially, what we're talking about here is behavior that may or may not be physical in its nature, that simply makes it harder for an officer to take a person into custody. Agreed? Yes. And sometimes that is maybe not trying to punch the officer, but pulling away or hiding his arms or doing something that just makes it more difficult physically, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's, you're not going to take me alive, you dirty cop. You know, like they're saying something.
Objection.
To prevent the officer from arresting.
Yes.
Right? So they're using their words, they're using their behaviors. Is it common, based upon your experience, for people to enjoy being taken into custody? Do people like to be arrested?
Typically not.
Right. And in your experience, is it common practice for people whom are being arrested to say things in an effort to try to get the officer to not arrest them?
That certainly occurs, yes.
Right. My mom is homesick, I need to get home to my kids. There may be words that they use to try to convince an officer to not arrest them, right?
Yes.
Now, you would also agree that there is a difference between being arrested and being detained. Agreed?
Mm-hmm. Not really, kind of.
Right. So an officer in certain circumstances is permitted to expand the scope of the original intervention. Would you agree with that?
You can restate.
Let me try. When an officer approaches a situation, and let's assume it's a relatively minor offense, is it possible that that minor offense can grow in its scope of investigation?
Yes.
And it's actually quite common for that to happen, correct?
Yes.
An officer makes a traffic stop, for speeding or something like that, smells drugs in the car, searches the car, finds a large amount of drugs, finds guns, etc., right?
Yes.
So what starts out as a relatively minor incident, a traffic ticket, can turn into a felony arrest, correct?
It could.
And that, again, happens quite regularly.
Yes.
So when an officer, well, let me back up a second. You would agree that being a police officer is a pretty dangerous profession.
There are inherent dangers with it.
I've never had to get in a fight with anybody in my life, in my job, right?
I can
But
tell.
in your job, it's probably more probable that that will happen. Would you agree with that? Now, talking about the use of force, when an officer approaches a motor vehicle, is that considered to be one of the most dangerous initiations of contact between an officer and a citizen?
I don't have the exact statistics on it. It's certainly an encounter that officers are certainly more heightened. I know that domestic response calls can also have a sense of heightened awareness for officers, but it's certainly something, a traffic stop certainly raises an awareness for officers, yes, for their safety.
And that's because that's that suspect's sort of space, right? The officer doesn't know what's in the car or in the apartment during a domestic situation. You're walking into someone else's territory, so to speak, right?
Yes.
And so there could be guns, there could be knives, there could be any number of instruments that could bring harm to a police officer, right?
There's that potential.
Now, obviously, there's tens of thousands of traffic stops, and there's not every traffic stop turns violent. I'm not suggesting that, but that does happen regularly. Agreed? That traffic stops turn violent.
Yes, they can.
So when we're talking about the use of force policy under 5-301.01, the last sentence that wasn't read before is the force used shall be consistent with current MPD training. Agreed?
Yes.
Now there's a difference between a policy change and like a best practice change. Would you agree with that?
Can you clarify?
Sure. So there are certain times where the policy, it's with respect to the use of force, may specifically change to prohibit a particular style or use of force, right?
Yes.
So thinking about in the old days, officers used to wear like weighted gloves to make their punches more effective, right?
Yes.
The policy changed and prohibited that, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a difference between, say, the evolution of defensive tactics. Would you agree with that? I mean, the defensive tactics training you received in 1989 is much different than the defensive tactics training that's taught now, right?
Duh.
And I believe it was maybe 15 years ago that the Minneapolis Police Department started moving towards more body weight control, sort of this jujitsu training, as opposed to physically striking people to gain compliance.
And are you referencing policy or training?
Training.
I believe so.
About 10.
Body weight control. That's what he's trying to call that knee on the neck.
15 years ago. Agreed? And that was sort of highlighting the evolution, as you kind of described it in your direct examination, of policing since you've become a police officer. That's
Yes.
one way it's evolved.
Yes.
And when something changes per policy, can't wear weighted gloves anymore, for example, that's it, no more. Agreed?
Yes, I agree. Yes.
But if the policy, if training, for example, evolves into a best practice, it doesn't prevent an officer from learning a technique he learned earlier in his career. It just may not be the best practice anymore.
So I pause just to, when you say that they're learning something, but if it's not in alignment with our policy, then that would not be prohibited. If I'm hearing you correctly.
Let me try to explain. Like, so if an officer was trained in a particular handcuffing technique, and then they go to their defensive tactics training and they say, this is a better way to handcuff a suspect, it's not a policy change, it's just a best practice change. And they can still use the old way they did it.
It would, Counselor, it would have to be something that the training staff would have to, not just an officer saying, I want to do it this way. And I mean, it's something that would have to be authorized through our training staff.
So we could talk about that kind of thing with the training, the use of force defensive tactics training. Right? That would be the better place to talk, better people to talk to about that.
Yes, yes.
All right. Now, when we're talking about active aggression and active resistance, sometimes those two things are happening simultaneously. Agreed?
Yes.
So now we were talking then about, again, the Graham versus Connor case and how that is incorporated into the Minneapolis Police Department policy. I'm showing you Exhibit 217 now. It should be up in front of you. What we're basically talking about was a United States Supreme Court decision that outlined the objectively reasonable use of force standard, right?
Yes.
And Graham versus Connor is not limited to those three factors that you were read before, right? The Graham versus Connor analysis.
Yes.
Those are three that are kind of listed, but ultimately it's not an all-inclusive list of considerations for the reasonableness of the use of force. Agreed?
That would be my understanding.
And in fact, what the policy reads is that the reasonableness of a particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of the reasonable officer on the scene rather than with the 20/20 vision of hindsight, right?
Yes.
So we're looking at it in the instant and the moment based upon the objective standard, right?
Yes.
Now the policy also includes that the calculus of reasonableness must embody allowance for the fact that police officers are often forced to make split-second judgments in circumstances that are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving about the amount of force that is necessary in a particular situation, right?
Yes.
And that's because when officers go to a situation, kind of like what we talked about before, what can be initially very minor can grow into something major. Agreed?
Yes.
Now to show you Exhibit 219. You read a part of 5-304, which is threatening the use of force and de-escalation. And I want to talk to you a little bit about de-escalation. Have you heard the term, sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate?
No.
Ever heard that phrase?
I have not heard that.
So in here you talk about, or the policy talks about, that officers shall consider verbally announcing their intent to use force, including displaying an authorized weapon as a threat of force, right? So sometimes an officer has to take out his gun, say, hey, I mean, that's a use of force in that instance.
No.
Right?
Yes.
And if you don't listen to me, I'm going to use force. It's a pretty clear indication that force could be used when you have a gun pointing at you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But other things such as chemical irritants or tasers, it's not limited to just a firearm, right?
Yes.
And so sometimes what an officer has to do is command the presence, right? They have to take control of the situation.
Yes.
And sometimes that's not particularly attractive, is it?
Could you explain?
Sure. The use of force is not something that people like to watch generally, right?
Speculative and argumentative.
Would you agree that the use of force is not an
the
attractive
smackdown laid on him?
I would say that use of force is something that most officers would rather not use. Yes.
Right. And you described in your direct examination how the single greatest way that the Minneapolis Police Department could be judged is based upon how the public perceives its use of force.
Yes.
Right? So it has a tendency to garner a lot of attention.
It can.
So much so that
Not at all. That was completely ridiculous. In my opinion, and I'm obviously not an expert or a police officer or anything, but when they had him standing up against the wall of the store and they were talking to him, they could have just waited for the ambulance to get there. I'm pretty sure, I'm speculating, but I'm pretty sure he would have been more reasonable to go into an ambulance, keep him arrested. He ain't gonna get away with nothing if that's what you're really caring about. But at least get him treatment for, he was obviously going through something and he was denied all of that. And, and preferring to hold his neck down with a knee, like that was insane. I mean, he's gonna fight it. I'm not surprised. Here we are. But you're absolutely right, Terrence Payne.
citizens have become more prone to record observed interaction.
Tyrant, it was more than 9 minutes, and I want to say it was last time's trial or last time's court date or whatever you want to call it. They said it was like almost 10 minutes, but let me find out real quick. George Floyd timeline. Here, hang on. Let me see if I can find something. Here, you know what? I'll just put 9 minutes because I remember it said 9 minutes and something. It was 9 minutes and 29 seconds. It's crazy, huh?
With police, right?
Yes.
Something that you didn't have to deal with back in 1989, right?
Yes.
So essentially what this policy 5-304 in terms of threatening the use of force, it's contained within this de-escalation concept, right? So sometimes you have to display a weapon to gain command so that you can de-escalate, right?
Yes.
Now, when we're talking about, is it fair to say that pretty much every single one of these use of force policies contains some phrase, if reasonable or if practical? There's limitations on the use of force, right?
Yes, there are limitations. Yes.
And it's situation by situation, right?
Yes.
And then again, if we go back and look at the language of the Graham versus Connor and the policy that's contained by Minneapolis Police Department, it's the use of force has no precise, objective, singular rule. It's different in every case.
Yes.
So for example, in the de-escalation policy 5-304B1, de-escalation is advisable when it is safe and feasible, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes de-escalation again includes the use of force. The use of force can be a de-escalation tactic.
I was thinking of your example of displaying your weapon, and so I don't have a lot of knowledge in terms of physical force being used to actually de-escalate a situation, but the threatening use of force or threatening verbally, I'm more familiar with that.
Okay. So again, if we were to talk to the use of force or defensive tactics,
Overruled.
They would be the best source of that.
Overruled.
Yes.
But the purpose of de-escalation, agreed, is to attempt to slow down or stabilize the situation so that more time, options, and resources become available to the officer.
Yes.
Basically, slow down, everybody kind of calm down. Let's try to relax, right?
Yes.
But it's a lot more. The process of de-escalation is not just trying to talk somebody out of doing something. There are actions that are important. There may be reactions that are important. And the de-escalation policy includes some examples of those things, right?
Yes.
Such as placing barriers between an uncooperative subject and an officer.
Yes.
Sometimes those barriers are another officer, right?
Yes.
Containing a threat, right? I mean, that's one of the examples in policy.
Yes.
By containing a threat, that can include physically restraining someone so that they don't upset another person, right?
Yes.
Or cause another person to have a violent reaction towards them or officers, right?
Yes.
Moving from a position that exposes officers to potential threats to a safer position, right? So kind of retreating in certain circumstances.
Yes.
Reducing exposure to a potential threat using distance, cover, or concealment, right? So hiding, say, behind a squad car, right?
Yes.
What is he talking about?
Avoiding physical confrontation. That's probably a pretty big one, right?
Yes.
And using verbal techniques to calm an agitated subject or promote rational decision making. That's kind of down towards the end.
Yes.
And lastly, calling additional resources, right?
Yes.
And we talked about exhibit 230. Showing you exhibit 230, which is the emergency medical response. You'd agree that the policy requires Minneapolis police employees to request an emergency medical service as soon as practical, right?
Yes.
If a person comes into contact having an acute medical crisis, and any delay in treatment could potentially aggravate the severity of the medical crisis, right?
Yes.
So sometimes officers will call for EMS, not thinking it's a major issue. When suddenly it becomes apparent, they can step up or request a quicker response from EMS, right?
Yes.
And that is something that an officer can do to ensure the medical treatment of the suspect that they have, or the person that they're in contact with, right?
To ensure,
sorry, it's been a long week. To ensure the
It's been a long week. It's only Monday, sir. Calm down.
medical condition of the suspect, to help with that.
Yes.
Right. Get EMS there as quickly as is possible. Right?
Yes.
Now, we didn't talk about the maximal restraint technique. You're familiar with the policy surrounding that?
Yes.
I'm going to show to you what's been admitted as Exhibit 225. Can you describe what the maximal restraint technique is?
Yes, Counselor, the maximal restraint technique has often been referred to as the hobble. And that is it's a method of, if officers are dealing with typically a combative or aggressive person, in order to protect them or even property, it's placing, basically attaching a cord of the legs to the waist, so that the individual, does not have free movement of their legs So it's securing them again, usually by their ankles. If you're prone, bringing that up to your waist and securing it. The maximal restraint technique, or the hobble, though, if it's used, a supervisor has to respond to the scene. You cannot transport anyone prone in that position due to the risk of the breathing. And so, but that is the counselor, that would be my understanding of the MRT, the maximal restraint technique.
So you talked a little bit in terms of the use of force, how officers are kind of reevaluating their use of force from time to time, right? They
Yes.
should be, at least, right? And so if officers decide to use the maximal restraint technique and then decide, hey, we know, and then later decide not to use it, that is kind of adjusting that use of force.
I would, Counselor, with some clarity. I don't know if that, what I mean by that is, if you were to have a person handcuffed and prone on their stomach on the ground and pavement, and you had two officers, let's say, securing their legs to the back of the waist, you in a way are still employing what that technique is about anyway. So there can be some variances to that.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
It does. So let's assume that you've got two officers pulling the legs forward, essentially employing that aversion, so to speak, of the maximal restraint. But then they release and they say, we're not gonna hobble this person. We're not gonna employ the MRT. You're going from a decision to employ that technique backwards down the continuum in terms of the use of force. Would you agree with that?
And Counselor, just because these types of uses of force can be problematic in terms of there's a high risk to them. So meaning that if you're going to take that initiative to do that alternative version in the first place, you'd want to get a hold of a supervisor, because something could happen in terms of that person. And so
I'm not
yeah.
I'm not asking in terms of the policy. I'm asking in terms of sort of the use of force and the critical decision making model, right? You described how the use of force, you have to go through this critical decision making model. How much force am I going to use? And sometimes you have to back off the use of force. Agreed?
Yes.
And sometimes you have to go forward with the use of force, meaning you use even more force.
Yes.
Right? And it's this constant reevaluation. Agreed?
Yes.
And so when you have officers who make a decision that the facts and circumstances would warrant using the hobble device, but then later decide not to employ that device, that is that critical decision-making model in action. Agreed?
Yes.
And it would be a reduction in the use of force. It may still require supervisors to be on scene, policy-wise, but it is a reduction in the use of force. Agreed?
And Counselor, are we talking specifically the events of May 25th?
I'm talking generally.
In general.
He's talking in riddles.
Yes.
But you would agree, ultimately, that all of the Minneapolis Police Department policies relevant to the use of force, emergency medical response, emergency medical treatment, all of these policies are, by their very language, are situationally dependent, right?
Whatever.
They all say, if the circumstances allow, if time permits, if it's safe. They have a qualifier to them. Agreed?
Yes, I agree with that.
I'll show you Exhibit 231. Which is at the bottom of Exhibit 231 is the crisis intervention policy. And the second page includes the definition. Could you read the entire definition of what a crisis is?
Yes. An event or situation where an individual's safety and health are threatened by behavioral health challenges to include mental illness, developmental disabilities, substance use, or overwhelming stressors. A crisis can involve an individual's perception or experience of an event or situation as an intolerable difficulty that exceeds the individual's current resources and coping mechanisms, and may include unusual stress in his or her life that renders him or her unable to function as he or she normally would. The crisis may, but not necessarily, result in an upward trajectory or intensity culminating in thoughts or acts that are possibly dangerous to himself, herself, and or others.
All right. So generally speaking, again, not relevant to the May 25th of 2020 incident. We'll get there in a minute. But when we talk about a general police response, sometimes the police may respond to something and the person they're dealing with is not in a crisis. Agreed?
Yes.
But other people may be perceiving what is happening and it could become a crisis to that person.
If you could rephrase.
Sure. People who observe, would you say that people who observe police interactions with people, especially the more physical or use of force types, that could turn into a crisis for an observer?
Sustainer is calling for speculation.
Yeah.
So in terms of the definition of crisis, a crisis may involve an individual's perception or experience of an event or situation as an intolerable difficulty that exceeds that individual's current resources and coping mechanisms, right?
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean that you are the person with whom you are arresting or having contact with is going to be the person who will experience the crisis. Agreed?
Overruled.
Just cancel him. Just kidding.
Counselor, just respectfully, so you're saying that the person who's witnessing a situation with the officers, that situation may cause them to be in crisis? Could potentially.
Right. And the crisis may, but not necessarily, result in an upward trajectory or intensity culminating in thoughts or acts that are possibly dangerous to him, her, or others, right?
And counselor, just this is the person who's watching this?
Right.
It could.
So people are watching what something that they appear to believe or they believe is wrong or contrary to police policy that may cause them to get upset. And that level of upsetment or that level of volatility may grow throughout the course of the interaction.
Objection, irrelevant, calls for speculation.
And he's talking in riddles and jokes. Just cancel it.
It could.
Because ultimately, part of the training that Minneapolis police officers have to go through.
There's a few more minutes before I want to say their last break and then the last part, and then we'll call it a day.
Is how to deal with crowds who observe police interactions, right?
Yes.
Crowds that may be upset with police interaction, right?
Yes.
I mean, there are classes through the training academy, there are classes through in-service specifically dealing with how to deal with crowd control, right?
Yes.
And all of this is to revert in part back to that de-escalation process as well, right?
Yes.
So part of it, as a crowd grows or becomes more upset, part of it is to try to de-escalate, which can involve trying to avoid a physical confrontation, right?
Yes, it could. Yes.
Trying to stay safe, concealed, and covered, right?
Yes.
Not yelling back at somebody, not engaging in them with them verbally, right? Yes. And sometimes when an officer tries to de-escalate a situation and someone is so upset, right? Sometimes they don't hear what the officer tells them. Would you agree with that?
Objection, speculation.
That calls for speculation. It is sustained.
is it possible, generally speaking, that someone's own crisis may prevent them from hearing what an officer is telling them?
That could happen.
Yeah, objections. Just objectify him all the way.
So you testified that you've watched the body cameras, correct?
Yes.
Going to show you, I don't know. Mr. Slisher, this is exhibit 1008, which is a 10-second, approximately 5-second clip of Alexander King's body-worn camera. Not yet. I'm going to show you on your screen a short clip of a video to see if this would be contained in what you've watched. And I need to. You would agree that that appears to be taken from one of the officer's body cameras, May 25th, 2020, at approximately 20:25 and 33 seconds.
Yes.
In again, watching it without sound. You, at this point, did you see what appeared to be a reflection in the back of the squad car there?
Counselor, I did not.
Okay.
And it might just be because of the brevity of the video, but
Yeah, it's unfortunate. If you look in the upper left-hand corner at the bumper of the squad
He's like,
video,
yeah, it's unfortunate. It's too bad. Oh well.
Cursor to circle it for him.
I'm sorry?
Use the cursor, the stylus to.
Oh, sure. I forgot all this fancy technology here. See the legs of someone in reflecting.
So just Jason DeRusha
Yes.
here at WCCO.
So
To give you an explanation, you have to, for evidence, you have to establish that the chief is saying, yes, this is body-worn camera video. He will say that. Then they will publish the exhibit. The whole jury will get to see it. So a little bit of a delay as Eric Nelson tries to draw up the video, show it on the screen in front of the chief. And that's what's happening right now. And they are now bringing that piece of video into evidence, so we'll all be able to see it. Back to the courtroom.
Publish.
Come over here.
Off of the sidewalk.
Yeah, we need you to keep some distance.
You hear our voice say we've got an ambulance coming?
yes.
Oops, sorry, if we can pick that down. Now,
Next, he's gonna blame the ambulance for taking so long.
policy
Just kidding.
5-311. Let's talk a little bit about 5-311, which is the neck restraint policy.
Asks the attorneys to sidebar, judge asking the attorneys to have a conversation right now. You're watching breaking news coverage as the chief of police for Minneapolis, Madera Arredondo, is on the stand.
All right, so I don't know. They're take a break, something like that. Let's continue. And hold on, let me just check to see if they take any more breaks. I think we're in it for the long haul after this. So let's go ahead and skip ahead to where they start. I am going to get some more water again. I will be right back.
Examined by Derek Chauvin's defense attorney, Eric Nelson. We take you live to the courthouse in downtown Minneapolis now.
Trachea and airway of the suspect, correct?
Yes.
And per Minneapolis policy, that's considered a lethal use of force or a deadly use of force, right?
Yes,
And that's because it has a high rate of death associated with it, right?
that is correct.
It's more dangerous to from the front.
Yes.
It also differentiates between a chokehold and a neck restraint. Agreed?
Yes.
And the neck restraint is specifically defined as compressing one or both sides of a person's neck with an arm or leg without applying direct pressure to the trachea or airway. Agreed?
Based upon the policy, I think it's important to note, Counselor, that the light to moderate pressure.
Correct. Understood. Light to moderate pressure. And I'm assuming that you don't have a degree in physics.
Say hi to Scruffy, everybody.
The amount of pressure
There he is.
force that was
So
actually
cute.
applied to Mr.
Sorry, y'all.
You would not be qualified to speak.
He wanted to be on camera.
But then it also differentiates between a conscious and an unconscious neck restraint, right?
Yes.
And a conscious neck restraint is where you have someone who is resisting you, and you apply that neck restraint in an effort to simply gain control of that person and stay conscious, correct?
Yes.
And an unconscious neck restraint is where you actually render the subject unconscious, right?
Yes.
Both were permitted under Minneapolis police policy on May 25th, 2020. Agreed?
Yes.
And ultimately, you have, if I understand that you have the opinion that you have formed the opinion that this was a neck restraint.
Yes.
You have also formed the opinion that this was an unconscious neck restraint. Is that correct? Or excuse me, a conscious neck restraint.
Yes.
You're familiar, you testified on direct examination that it is contrary to the training that you've received to place your neck or your knee on a subject's neck.
Counselor, if I can clarify, it is contrary to our training to indefinitely place your knee on a prone, handcuffed individual for an extended period of time.
So the issue that you take with it is the length of time.
Counselor, there's a couple of issues, and one of those again is, as you noted, receiving the information. Is the person a threat to the officers or others? What is the severity of the crime? Are you reevaluating and assessing the person's medical condition? So all of that critical thinking, that's really key for me in terms of why I vehemently disagree that was the appropriate use of force for that situation.
Okay.
On May 25th.
Now, when we talk about that critical decision-making model, that critical decision-making model doesn't only apply to the specific subject that you have under your control, correct?
And Counselor, so we're talking about, is this the bystanders?
Would you mind moving the microphone back just a little?
You're loud.
I'm talking about bystanders. I'm talking about other officers. I'm talking about other things that come into play in terms of the officer's critical decision making. And I apologize, Counselor. Can you just rephrase that? When an officer officer is engaged in the use of force, and I'll just phrase it as a yes or no, their attention is not exclusively necessarily focused on the subject of whom they have in custody. Agreed or disagree?
The officer that is engaging in the use of force may be viewing other matters.
Correct.
That would be yes.
Right, and in fact, that's what the de-escalation model talks about, is looking at things from a tactical advantage or disadvantage. Agreed?
It's one of the portions of it.
Right. Specifically in the policy, de-escalation has to be applied, assuming that it's safe to do so, right?
Yes.
And all other tactical considerations. Agreed? That's what the policy says.
Yes.
And in terms of
Listen, Derek Chauvin's life was not in danger. You know, George Floyd did not have a weapon. He wasn't fighting. He wasn't kicking. He wasn't scratching. He wasn't punching. He wasn't anything. He just didn't want to go into the cop car. He should have just waited for the ambulance to get there. That's just my opinion. And this lawyer's annoying me.
those decision making, an officer, it's not a singular decision making process that's happening in the course of an arrest. Agreed?
Yes.
So an officer has to be concerned about other things that are known to him at that time. Agreed?
Yes.
So some of those things would be, what just happened between me and this subject a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
I just fought with this subject a few minutes ago. I'm talking generally here. I just fought with this person generally a few minutes ago. He now seems to be not resisting, but that doesn't mean he can't resist again, right?
Yes.
Even if he's handcuffed, right?
Yes.
And so even if he's handcuffed, someone could still, they're not threatless if they're handcuffed. Agreed?
And Counselor, this is just a general hypothetical.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Someone who is handcuffed can be equally
In general doesn't apply to the situation he's talking about.
as a threat to an officer as someone who's not handcuffed.
Yes.
They can kick, they could bite, they can spit.
And none of that was happening. None of that was going on. Does not apply. Should be objectifying all of this.
The use, so I just want to make sure you form the opinion that this was a unconscious neck restraint.
Counselor?
On May 25th of 2020.
That it was a conscious neck restraint.
Conscious neck restraint.
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, in this whole de-escalation, officers have to take into consideration the safety of the crowd, right?
Yes.
They have to take into account the reactions of the crowd, whether they're angry or hostile or just simply watching, right?
Yes.
That's all part of this critical decision making, right?
Yes.
They have to be aware of their surroundings, right? Generally speaking. Being on a busy street versus being in a park, right?
Yes.
Different decisions go into that, right?
Yes.
Knowing that I have other officers that are in place and may be at risk as well, right?
Yes.
So there's lots of, the critical decision-making model is not singular in its application.
That's correct.
Lots of information coming in very rapidly, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you first, and I believe by stipulation, or at least without objection, I'm going to play a few minutes, or excuse me, a few seconds of Miss Frazier's Facebook video. So at this time, I'd offer Exhibit 10E, permission to publish.
1018 is received. You may publish.
I'll be right back.
Pause it here, sorry. This appears to be sort of that time, that picture that was shown to you earlier, Exhibit 19. This is that general time frame that picture appears to be taken from.
Counselor, yes, I'm sorry. Was that here for this? A question? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. This appears to be that image you were shown on direct examination, that static exhibit 19, right?
Yes.
Shows Officer Chauvin, shows Mr. Floyd, it shows Officer Tao.
Yes.
And it shows
Jason DeRusha here at WCCO TV. You're watching breaking news coverage of Police Chief Arredondo testifying. Just want to warn our television viewers that we are watching live footage from the courthouse, and this video may be disturbing to watch. There may be profanity, so just take action based on your own choices and beliefs and lifestyle and ability to handle this sort of footage. But be aware that we are broadcasting live breaking news coverage from the courthouse.
Of camera perspective bias.
I am not, Counselor.
Okay. Now again, if I may take that down, a stipulation to show that same time frame. Exhibit 1019. That same perspective from Mr. King's body camera. And I'd offer 1019. 1019.
Any objection? 1019 is received.
That wasn't me. Sorry. I'm terrible.
Agree it appears to be the same time frame?
Yes.
All right. Now lastly, Chief, I'm going to show you one last video. You can take this down, Your Honor. I would offer exhibit 1020, which is a side-by-side of the two.
Any objection? No objection. 1020 is received.
And permission to publish.
Look, he was already like foaming.
Pardon? Oh.
Come on, get it together, sir.
It just started over. You would agree, Chief, that from the perspective of Miss Frazier's camera, it appears that Officer Chauvin's knee is on the neck of Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't want to do that.
How awful. You treated him like shit. Now they care about his head.
Of Officer King's body camera, it appears that Officer Chauvin's knee was more on Mr. Floyd's shoulder blade.
Yes.
But even if it was on the shoulder blade, like imagine that pressure going down, that's still going to affect the alignment of your neck along with the rest of your spine, sir. Right? Yeah. This should be direct.
It's now the state's chance to redirect, asking some follow-up questions
Hi, James Millage. Thanks for joining us.
based on the cross-examination.
Chief, let's start with what you just saw. You testified that the particular moment in time you were viewing Officer King, former Officer King's body-worn camera. It appeared at that moment in time that the knee of the defendant was more towards the shoulder blade. Is that right?
That is correct.
That was at a time where the ambulance had already arrived.
Yes.
Very shortly before they loaded Mr. Floyd onto the gurney.
That is correct.
In your view of the body-worn camera footage, everything you reviewed prior to testifying today, did you see the defendant's knee anywhere but the neck of Mr. Floyd up until that time?
That is correct.
And so the knee of the defendant was on Mr. Floyd's neck up until the time you just pointed out.
Yes, when I viewed that video portion, that is the first time that I'd seen the knee of the defendant on the shoulder blade area.
And that was right before the paramedic came.
That is correct.
Now, looking at and talking about the neck restraint policy, if you could show Exhibit 17, please. Oh. Looking at Exhibit 17, is it your testimony that Exhibit 17 is not a trained neck restraint?
Correct, that is my testimony.
And I'd like you to reflect on the exhibits that you were shown by defense counsel, exhibits 1008, 1019, and 1020, the 10-second clip. During that period of time, which is much later than the point in time we see here, did you see any indication that Mr. Floyd was actively resisting, as that term is defined in Minneapolis Police Department policy?
I did not observe Mr. Floyd to be actively resisting during that time.
Did you see, same question, same time period, any indication that Mr. Floyd was being actively aggressive during that 10-second clip that you were just showing?
No, I did not observe Mr. Floyd to be actively aggressive during that short video.
Could you even say that he was passively resisting at that time that you were shown those exhibits?
No. As a matter of fact, as I saw that video, I didn't even know if Mr. Floyd was alive at that time.
I want to revisit a little bit of the testimony on cross-examination about the use of the MRT or the hobble, right? And if I'm to understand your testimony, you indicated that a hobble is a strap that's used to connect a handcuffed person, their waist, the arms, and the legs to restrain them. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And what I thought I heard you saying in response to questioning by counsel was that you can do an MRT effectively without using a hobble when you're doing the same thing but with your hands.
Yes, that is correct.
And did I understand your testimony to essentially be that that's what these officers were doing, was essentially using the maximal restraint technique but not using the hobble?
That is correct.
And pursuant to departmental policy, the hobble is the only authorized way to employ the maximal restraint technique. Is that right?
That is correct.
Are you aware that the formal use of the actual hobble requires a supervisor to report to the scene and do a force report?
Yes, the supervisor must arrive at the scene.
But that would be avoided if the hobble itself wasn't used, or?
No, if you're still employing that sort of technique, again, with a prone individual handcuffed, and you're basically doing that maneuver, and because of the severity of risk to, certainly that would have been to Mr. Floyd, you would have contacted the supervisor.
And aside from that, I mean, if you're using an MRT, you are supposed to adhere to departmental policy. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the Minneapolis departmental policy for the use of the MRT.
Hi, Aunt Natty. Missed you. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're almost done here, but if you want to look in the chat, I left some notes of what we've been listening to so you can get caught up, okay? I hope Alexander's doing good. I hope you're doing good. I hope everyone's doing great. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to see you here.
Requires an officer to do what as soon as the MRT is applied?
Again, because of the severe nature of making sure that individual can breathe, we have to get that individual into a side recovery position to make sure that their airway is not obstructed. And so that's paramount.
So, and that's required by policy, and the side recovery position is supposed to be instant. Is that right?
Immediate.
And you indicated that it has to do with breathing. You're familiar with the term positional asphyxia?
I am.
Is that one of the dangers of leaving somebody in a prone, handcuffed position for too long?
Yes, positional asphyxia. We again, as I mentioned, we cannot transport people in that position if they're prone to handcuffed and there's pressure around their airways, around their back. The risk and potential for them and us killing them goes up substantially. So that side recovery position is very critically important.
I want to follow up on some of the questions about your own personal training and that of different officers in different roles within the Minneapolis Police Department. Different officers can attend other types of training. Is that right?
Yes.
But everybody's required to do in-service training. Is that true?
That is correct.
And regardless of where somebody trains, I mean, the rules are the rules, right?
Yes.
And the policy applies to all MPD officers.
Yes.
The question was posed regarding the critical decision-making model and the need to take in information. And that's true, correct?
Yes.
But when we're looking at the proper and authorized use of force under departmental policy, is it fair to say that the amount of force an officer can use depends upon the conduct of the subject, the person upon whom the force is used?
Yes, it's fair to say that.
So, for example, if you had me in, let's say, a dangerous hold, would you be able to continue to keep me in a dangerous hold based on something somebody else is doing?
I'm sorry, if you could explain that, I'm sorry.
So, for example, if you found the need to place me in some sort of a hold that's dangerous,
yes,
but something that you see, say the judge is starting to pick something up to throw at me, would that justify you using more force on me?
No.
And in terms of de-escalating the crowd, you indicated that there are some potential need to de-escalate a crowd, a group of people. Is that right?
Yes.
Because a group of people can experience something that they find shocking or upsetting, and that can place them in some kind of an emotional state. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you may need to turn your attention to and de-escalate the crowd.
Yes.
Would one way, if we can show Exhibit 17, would one way to de-escalate the crowd who's experiencing something shocking to stop doing the thing that's shocking them?
Absolutely.
I have nothing further.
Any recess?
Thank you. Very briefly, just one question. There are certain circumstances where an officer has to kind of freeze the situation, evaluate, hold the person until he can.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We're going to redirect and blame everybody else. Watch.
Or she can decide what's the safest way to move forward.
Agreed.
Sometimes you just have to kind of hold the person, correct?
Yes.
And that's something that happens fairly frequently.
Yes.
And so one other question with respect to the policy regarding the maximal restraint technique and putting a person in the recovery position or the side recovery position, you said it was immediate. Agreed?
As soon as you're able to do so, yes.
Natty, today wasn't like how I want to say day like 1, 2, 3, where they were just re-showing the video and all these different angles, and that was rough. Today I think we saw like a picture and like a little bit of like some clips. It wasn't like before. Like the first part, they just kept showing it over and over again. I'm sure they're going to continue doing that, but today there wasn't too much of that.
And that's actually what the policy says, is as soon as you're able to do so, right?
Yes.
And there are certain circumstances under which you may be using force where the force has to be dealt with before you can turn your attention to rendering medical aid, right?
And counsel, just so that, are we still talking about someone in the recovery position or the hobble?
Just
or
generally.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. There are certain circumstances where a use of force needs to be continued for some reason to deal with something else before you can deal or render medical aid. Let me give you an example. We're in a gun battle, right? You and I are shooting at each other. I'm the cop, you're the bad guy, and you hit my partner. I'm going to continue to use my force against you before I can go render medical aid.
Counselor, in that hypothetical, yes.
Thank you.
Briefly.
Sometimes it's necessary to freeze a scene and to hold an individual, correct?
Yes.
But you have to do so safely. You have to hold the person safely. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Chief.
Your Honor, thank you so much.
Oh,
And that
finally, he gets to get off the stand. He took up like half the time. He has a lot of patience, and I think he did a good job up there. He definitely took the time to say that what Derek Chauvin did that day was not proper, and I think it's going to help the prosecution more than anything.
Concludes the testimony of Minneapolis Police Chief Madera Arredondo. Testimony that lasted about 3.5 hours, went through a lunch break as well.
3.5 hours. That poor guy.
Pretty direct testimony from the Chief of Police of Minneapolis Police Department, saying that in his view, what he saw in the body camera video of Derek Chauvin was too far. He said that is not policy. It shouldn't be condoned. You heard defense attorney Eric Nelson try to go back to some themes that Eric Nelson has been bringing up in cross-examination of a number of witnesses, where he's talked about the need to improvise, the need to control a scene, and the impact of a crowd on officers when they are at a scene. Let's bring in our legal analyst, Joe Tamburino, and we will share some of the highlights of
There's about 30 minutes left.
Madera Arredondo's testimony, because it was quite lengthy. So we will share some of those highlights for you in just a minute. But first, Joe, I want to get your impressions of the cross-examination. What was Eric Nelson trying to do here?
He was trying to question the ability to see everything on that video. what he was ending with as the part of the video where it shows that Mr. Chauvin's knee is not exactly on Mr. Floyd's neck, but rather on his shoulder blade. He got that across, and the chief agreed with him. What he also showed is that the chief's memory or knowledge of the police policy, was quite different than what Lieutenant Zimmerman said last Friday. The chief clearly stated that the neck restraints, it was at the time a permissible use of force back when this happened.
Yeah, we heard Lieutenant Zimmerman say that in his view,
I gotta get that. I'll be right back. I'll just let it play for you though.
I've never been trained on this. I didn't know that, this was permissible for handcuffing, but not for restraint. But the chief and the policy very clearly does show that it is allowed. But the chief, Joe, also making a real distinction in the fact that this may be allowed under policy, but in his view, there is no reason for it to go 9 minutes long, and it wouldn't be allowed in the circumstance that he saw the body cam video.
That's correct. That's what he stated. And this brings up the point that we've discussed at times, which is expert witnesses. When you have people come in who are not qualified as use of force expert, they never taught use of force, never written anything on it. This is where you get these disparities. One officer saying, Lieutenant Zimmerman, that no, this never existed. Another officer, the chief, saying, yes, this was part of policy, but Mr. Chauvin went on too long. This is what you get when all of a sudden people are just allowed to give opinions on the case.
Eric Nelson pointing out right off the bat that the chief was not speaking about anything other than departmental policy. And the reality is, Joe, for jurors who tend to give police officers the benefit of the doubt, there is value to the state in having other police officers up there saying, hey, we know this guy's a police officer, but he's not our kind of police officer. That's basically the crux of the testimony that we're getting here, right?
That's correct, but that goes more to a character evidence, which is not admissible in court. Think of it this way. When that jury goes back into their deliberation room, I can almost guarantee one of the first questions they're going to ask is the fact that Mr. Chauvin violated police procedures and policies means that he broke a law? That's going to be the question. And I'd just like to see where this goes. What is the bridge between violating policies and violating criminal law?
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I didn't think of that.
It may be just a matter of giving the jury permission to go ahead and consider some of these other questions now, because you have police officers saying, hey, he violated our policies. We should let you know testimony is continuing right now. The inspector of the 5th Precinct, Katie Blackwell, who is in charge of training, is on the stand right now. We will bring you her testimony on CBSN Minnesota in just about 5 minutes. So I want to let you know that you can go to WCCO.com or the WCCO app if you want to watch the testimony of Inspector Blackwell. Before we leave you here on TV, I do want to bring you one of the more impactful comments from Chief Madera Arredondo. It was when he was speaking to the question of department policy and when he thought the use of force went too far.
Okay, so it looks like they're kind of backtracking on what we just saw. So I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead and go to the next witness. It looks like it's a woman.
5 to 6 months long that would ride with the field training officer.
Jason DeRusha back in our CBSN Minnesota studios here as we continue covering the testimony in the trial of Derek Chauvin. This is Inspector Katie Blackwell. She is the head of the Minneapolis Police Department Training Unit. She is on the stand testifying about the training in the department. She says she has known Derek Chauvin for almost 20 years. Let's take you live.
Located on the north side of Minneapolis, and it's just several classrooms that we use for training, as well as auditorium and a gym if we have to do hands-on or practical exercises.
And it was supervised at the commander level, or is supervised at the commander level?
It is.
Can you then describe, currently, or at least at the time, say 2020, when you were overseeing it, how is it staffed for the different positions at the training?
So there's multiple units out of the Special Operations Center, the training facility. For training, we had full-time instructors, our use of force instructors, our patrol operations, our medical support team, our civilian support staff. We have 2 civilian support staff members. We were, I don't know if you want me to go through the rank structure, but
I do. How many lieutenants were under
at the
you?
time there was 3 lieutenants.
In what areas?
So one oversaw pre-service, so your academies, and then another one oversaw the use of force program and our range. And then the other one oversaw our leadership professional development programs and assessment center type of things. So they each had had a specialty things that they oversaw.
And who was the lieutenant over the defensive tactics training?
At the time was Lieutenant John Mersil. Lieutenant Johnny Mersil.
What happens during pre-service training now?
So pre-service is our police academies. We have 2 different types of police academies, a recruit and a cadet program. So they will, currently it's changed a little bit since last year, but the time I was a commander, it was 18 and 19 week police academy that they would go through, that they had to pass before they could enter into their field training officer program. So they endure a lot of use of force and defensive tactics. They train on investigations, they do scenarios, de-escalation, crisis intervention, medical, and heavy emphasis on the policy, manual, and patrol operations.
And the training that's provided, let's say, for example, with defensive tactics, is that different in pre-service than the training that's provided during in-service training?
It is not different. It's just longer. They get more of it in the academy.
If you, one moment, Your Honor, if I may.
We are watching testimony of Inspector Katie Blackwell right now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Prosecutor trying to get
and so
visual
fair to
aids
say
lined
that
up.
the training that's offered up at the academy, it's just an extended version, a more thorough version of what's offered at in-service.
Correct.
In-service would focus more on classroom training, and there's a curriculum that's been developed by the defensive tactics instructors and teams. Is that right?
Yes.
They typically show some kind of a PowerPoint presentation going over the rules and Minneapolis Police Departmental policy. Is that right?
Correct.
For in-service, whereas the academy, they're going to go through the same, some of the same concepts and materials, but in a more extended way.
Yes.
Correct. Now, you've also mentioned a field training program. In order to have the field training program work, you have field training officers. Is that right?
Correct.
And sometimes, the field training officers need to be aware of what the people in pre-service are doing as far as what they're learning in defensive tactics. Is that right?
Yes.
And so is it true that sometimes field training officers will receive instruction in defensive tactics, for example, just the same as someone in pre-service training?
Correct.
And what is the purpose of making sure that the field training officers are aware of what the training is in pre-service?
So there's consistency of how we grade and how we evaluate recruit officers on the street.
And was the defendant a field training officer?
He was.
Do you know how long he was a field training officer?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Did you select him as a field training officer?
I did.
Now, you've mentioned a variety of different courses that are taken and training that's provided at the Workforce Center. Is it important to keep records of that training?
It's very important.
Why is that?
Because Minnesota Post Board, which is our peace officer standards and training, require us to complete so much training each year. Part of that is the 48 hours of continuing education over the course of 3 years. And with that training has to be annual use of force, weapons qualifications, mental health crises, procedural justice. So a third of that training, 16 hours roughly out of that 48 hours, has to be in compliance with the Minnesota Post Board. And so keeping those records are critical to make sure we can, when we bring them to Post Board, they can do an audit on them.
And you rely on those records in order to, in fact, make these reportings to the post board so that you have qualified officers on your staff. Is that right?
Correct.
They're kept in the ordinary course of your business, I guess, in the police department.
There.
Here's hoping on Natty. Here's hoping. I definitely plan on coming back and doing this. This has been a lot of fun.
This time I'd like to show the witness only, Exhibit 203 for identification. All right, Inspector, you take a look at Exhibit 203 and I'll ask you to rotate through some of the pages so the witness can examine. You familiar with these records?
I am.
How are you familiar with them?
So these are training records that we
Let me check. I don't even know. I want to say I heard a month, but I'm not sure on that. I'll check right now though.
track in our workforce director system. We maintain these records. Each officer has to sign in at training, usually in the morning and the afternoon. And then our civilian coordinator will upload these into the officer's file so we can keep track of the training, or if somebody didn't make the training, who needs to make it up. And it's in-service training and any additional training that
Yes, it says it's expected to take at least 1 month.
they had on duty.
And I'd like to go to the back page to show the last page of the witness. You see that this particular workforce record goes back to 2003. Why is that?
That's when workforce director started, I believe.
Prior to that, there was some different system.
It's paper system.
And how long are those records retained?
So in workforce director or in our...
How long does MPD retain the training records pre-workforce director?
So the city retains records for 7 years. So once we have them, we'll keep this in our workforce director. Some training syllabuses and itineraries are put on the M drive. Paper copies are generally archived at some point. They're brought down to a central location within the city.
But for 7 years?
Correct.
Okay. So these are the records that we have available for this particular individual going back to 2003?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, is Exhibit 203 the defendant's training record? Exhibit 203, is this the training record?
Yes, it is.
I'll offer Exhibit 203. Permission to publish. And so I'd like to just, if you could scroll up and highlight this first record entry here. You can see these records are organized in a way that just generally labels the course, and it gives various dates, and then there's a start date and an end date for the participant. Is that right?
Correct.
And then a total number of continuing education credits that are logged. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to back up through these records, bring it out again. Slide down, please. So just for example, we take a look at what's labeled here in the 2019 annual training. All right, and so you see with these records, it's listed as a 2019 annual in-service training, and it refers to a phase 3. What is the annual in-service training?
So our annual in-service training usually consists of 3 phases of training. The first phase will have 2 days of in-service training for officers, so approximately 14 to 16 hours from January to roughly April. And then phase 2 will roll into our shotgun qualifications or medical training, depending on the curriculum that year, what's in that. And that's usually kind of the beginning of the summer months and the end of the summer months. And then phase 3 is our fall in-service training. And the same thing, it's usually 2 days of different curriculum that we're mandated to do, or that maybe the chief wants us to do, or that we're trying to do professional development courses.
And so regardless of the specific trainer, if an individual from MPD is taking phase 3 2019 annual in-service training, should they be learning the same thing on that particular day as anyone else in MPD taking phase 3 training?
Yes, they should.
Go down again. Go down to 2018 FTO. Next page. Okay, here you see what's marked as a 2018 FTO training program. FTO is Field Training Officer, correct?
Yes.
And so is this a train the trainer program?
Yes, from the FTO coordinator and myself as the FTO lieutenant at the time put on that training. We brought in a variety of different instructors to get that class.
And what is taught at FTO training?
So that was a almost 40-hour course, and we taught, there was a primary emphasis on leadership, the critical decision-making model, effective role, or it's a recruit observation, performance evaluation report rule. So the FTO, they taught the FTO manual, and then they're giving tips on trainee adult learner. And we do some scenarios in there where they debrief using the critical decision-making model, they had defensive tactics. We had a component of human resources that came in to explain what the duties and of their jobs are as a field training officer. But basically, we were trying to make sure that they understood what the recruits are being taught, because they were going to evaluate them out there, and they're the closest thing to a supervisor that young recruit officer has.
And if I understood your prior testimony, defensive tactics and use of force is something that's trained every year during the regular in-service. Is that right?
Correct.
So, for example, in 2018, the defendant would have been instructed in defensive tactics and proper use of force at least twice, right? Once during this 2018 FTO training program and once during regular in-service.
Correct.
And if we can link it this time just to the witness display exhibit 275.
Me too, old Natty. I was like, damn it. It was like the first day too, and I want to say he was like the second guy up there, and he was just talking all kinds of weird. It was so strange.
In exhibit 275, does that appear to be handwritten records, like a sign-in roster for a particular course?
It is.
The particular course includes patrol ops, and there's a parenthesis as taught in the academy, and defensive tactics as taught in the academy. Is that right?
Correct.
And the second name on this list, does that appear to be the name of the defendant?
It is.
Right. And so does exhibit 275 indicate that the defendant did receive on November 30, 2018, a block of defensive tactics training as taught in the academy?
Yes.
Offer exhibit 275.
275 is received.
Permission to publish. And if you could highlight this portion. And
Look
you can
at
see
his
the number of
writing.
hours here was 8, is that right?
Correct.
And so that would have been divided between patrol ops and defensive tactics as taught in the academy.
Yes.
And again, the purpose is so that a person can be an effective field training officer and know what the trainees or the cadets and recruits are being taught in pre-service. Is that right?
Yes.
We could go back then to 203. She'll go to the second page, page 2 of 7. where it says 2018. This one. If you could highlight that, please. Oh. It's up for me. Does it just quit? Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Permission to publish. Highlight that section. And just to define some terms here, you see it says 2018 shotgun and CIT training.
Yes.
That's a 7-hour block. Correct. And CIT, what does that stand for?
That is crisis intervention training, so de-escalation and mental health awareness.
And he went.
You also see
Are you sure?
training indicated for procedural justice and Narcan training in 2018, correct?
Yes.
I don't know.
And on the crisis intervention training, this one is a fairly short crisis intervention training block. Is that right?
Correct. That they switched days, so one group would go to qualify with shotguns, and the other group would be in CIT, and they flip flop after lunch.
But the original crisis intervention training block model that's taught to MPD officers is much longer than 7 hours, or even splitting 7 hours. Is that right?
Yes, it's 40 hours, and this is just a refresher.
Okay.
It says here Derek Chauvin will face a third-degree murder charge after a district court judge reversed his earlier ruling before the trial started. So yeah, it's third-degree murder.
And so then if you could move to the next page, please. And highlight that portion.
That is hilarious.
The one above it too, where it starts at CIT 2016. And so here you see on the defendant's training records, it indicates multiple 8-hour blocks of instruction occurring in November of 2016. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that a show where the defendant attended paid crisis intervention training in 2016, the approximate 40-hour course?
It does.
And he went, or was there a mannequin in his place? The hell?
In addition to, if you can take that down, please. In addition to the defensive tactics and use of force training, does in-service training require regular medical or combat lifesaver training?
Yes, we generally do a medical component.
Can you just please describe what that training entails?
Sure. So our medical support team consists of a full-time trainer, and they have part-time trainers that are certified EMTs or paramedics. They're also police officers. So they will perform, they'll conduct CPR training, Narcan, tourniquet, chest seals, just life-saving measures, they cover positional asphyxia. Sometimes they cover excited delirium, opioids, things that relate to our job when we respond to a call, so they can better assess the situation when they get there and be able to render first aid.
Now, you mentioned the term positional asphyxia. You're familiar with what that is?
Yes.
What is your understanding of positional asphyxia?
So positional asphyxia is if you're in a position where you're not able to adequately breathe. Something is interfering with your airway.
And if an individual is in a prone handcuffed position, for example, face down, that could inhibit their ability to breathe.
Yes.
And cause positional asphyxia.
Yes.
And what are officers trained to do or supposed to do to prevent positional asphyxia?
They're supposed to put them on the side recovery position, which is they're going from prone and just putting them on their side or upright position.
How soon are they supposed to do that prior to after getting the person under control?
This is how it was with I think it was, yeah, the chief of police. He was up there for 3.5 hours, and pretty much the whole time they were just establishing, his career, how law enforcement works, how the bureaus work, how the city gets split up, precincts, all kinds of stuff. I was like, get to the part where they ask him, what does he think about what happened, and this is pretty much what they're doing here too. They're going to take the long scenic route.
As soon as possible.
How long have you known about the potential dangers of positional asphyxia?
We were taught positional asphyxia all the way back to my academy.
At the Minneapolis Police Department?
Yes.
Have the dangers of positional asphyxia been known throughout the department, at least as long as you've been employed there?
Correct.
And your employment overlaps with the defendants, is that correct?
Yes.
As part of the medical training, you, in addition to the actual how-to of providing emergency medical care, are officers taught their obligations to provide and render emergency assistance when the circumstances arise.
Yes, it's in policy as well as training.
You're familiar with the Minneapolis critical decision-making model?
I am.
And that model, you've seen the circle, we've all seen the circle now a few times. That model is infused throughout different portions of the training materials at MPD. Is that right?
It is.
Why is that?
We wanted to ensure the officers, a lot of experienced officers understand that critical decision-making model. The more experience you have, the more you can walk through it. But we found it critical that recruits learn it early on. It was helping them connect the dots better with information they were receiving on the scene and working through that wheel, constantly reassessing, and then using the pillars of procedural justice in the middle. And so we wanted it consistent with our field training officer program to debrief them, the recruits, and then in our in-service so that officers out there could constantly reassess situations when they're on a scene.
You said that the critical decision-making model was used to reassess people who are going through the FTO process?
Yes, in the field training officer program, we had scenarios where we had the field training officer debrief. At the time, we used community service officers as role players, so we had them debrief using that after scenario.
So going through the steps of taking in information, assessing risk, assessing threats, reassessing, evaluating goals, and then relating that to the pillars of procedural justice. That's something that any field training officer would be required to do with the people that they're evaluating, correct?
Correct.
In your defensive tactics training, you are not only showing or having officers learn, sort of the nuts and bolts of defensive tactics, but also the rules of engagement. Is that right?
Correct.
And those are contained in the Minneapolis Police Departmental policies. Is that right?
Yes.
And the rules are the rules. They apply to everyone. They apply to you.
Yes.
They apply to recruits. They apply to cadets. They apply to people on field training and experienced officers as well. Is that right?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what's been received as Exhibit 17. To ask you, officer, as you look at Exhibit 17, is this a trained technique that's
Finally
by the Minneapolis Police Department when
No.
you were overseeing the training?
It is not.
Why not?
See?
Well, use of force according to policy has to be, consistent with MPD training. And what we train are neck restraints, the conscious and unconscious neck restraint. So for policy, a neck restraint is compressing one or both sides of the neck using an arm or leg. But what we train is using one arm or two arm to do a neck restraint.
And how does this differ?
I don't know what kind of improvised position that is. So that's not what we train.
All right. You can take that down. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Let's see what this clown has to say. Not much, because this is almost over.
And so that concludes the direct examination of Inspector Katie Blackwell there at the end. She kind of puts the punctuation point on it that the training that has gone on with Minneapolis police officers does train in neck restraints, but to restrain one side or both sides of the neck. And her quote there, pretty clear. I don't know what kind of improvised position that is. That's not what we train. Right now, the defense and the prosecution conferring. Eric Nelson deciding what sort of cross-examination he wants to do. Perhaps a discussion of schedule. That's often something that they talk about together here. So they're trying to figure out what they're going to do, but it does look like Eric Nelson will cross-examine Inspector Katie Blackwell, who has brought up specific training records. This is very relevant testimony showing what sort of in-service, what sort of refresher courses Derek Chauvin had as an officer. You saw he took that 40-hour critical incident training in 2016, had refresher courses, pretty short, 7-8 hour type refresher in 2019 and 2020. So again, the state trying to make a case that Derek Chauvin has had extensive training in proper procedure and trying to
And he just
again,
gave no fucks that day and quote unquote improvised.
Supervisor of Derek Chauvin, putting forth the opinion that what they saw in that body camera video was not an authorized restraint, nothing that officers had trained in either. The emotional major point and major testimony of the day came from Police Chief Madera Arredondo, who perhaps you watched live over part of this morning and much of the afternoon, nearly 3 hours of testimony as he walked through his training and went through his belief as to what departmental policy is, in his view that Derek Chauvin has violated that policy. Earlier, we did hear the chief refer to what happened to George Floyd as murder. He was limited in his testimony by the judge this time, not allowed to quite go that far, or at least he chose not to go that far in testimony on the stand. As we stand by and wait for cross-examination to continue as the lawyers confer, we will take a quick break. You're watching live continuing coverage of the trial of Derek Chauvin on CBSN Minnesota.
I need to come right back because there doesn't seem to be. Oh shit! It doesn't seem to have a lot of like anything between like here and when they start up again. So I'll just let that play. But it was really loud, so I'm just gonna like mute it. But I'm gonna wrap up after this. I gotta feed my dogs, let them out. I gotta eat, you know, clean up around here, call it a night. I think Crown Empress ought to be back tomorrow for day 7. If something happens, she gets held up at work or whatever, I'll try to you know, host the Derek Chauvin trial again. So just keep an eye out on my channel, hit the notifications to all, and that way you'll get notified as soon as I go live. So it looks like they're back.
Continuing coverage as testimony has resumed. Inspector Katie Blackwell now being cross-examined by defense attorney Eric Nelson.
Agreed?
Correct.
Now, in that course of that 8 hours, officers may go through multiple trainings during that 8-hour time, right?
Correct. They rotate people.
I'm sorry?
They can rotate through different.
Right. So one within that 8-hour time frame, they may get a class or an hour-long class on, say, the human factors of force, or they may get an hour-long course on handcuffing techniques. It varies within each of those 8-hour time frames, right?
Correct.
Now, have you maintained a list that shows 2020? These are the classes that occurred during those 8 hours.
We have.
Okay. And have you provided that list to in response to the search warrant that was executed at the police department?
Yes.
Okay.
in terms of the defensive training tactics or any of these continuing education classes, there are other officers that actually train these classes, and multiple officers may appear during that 8-hour time, multiple trainers, right?
Yes, we have part-time trainers.
So there would be maybe one person will teach the human factors of force, someone else may train on crisis intervention. There'll be multiple instructors, right?
Correct.
But a lot of the instructors will use materials from past instructors, or they'll take combinations of things and they'll just represent it in a slightly different format, right? And I just, for the record, I want to ask you, you were served, or the Minneapolis Police Department was served with a search warrant requesting all of the training materials for the four involved officers in this case, right?
Correct.
And so this would be materials that were from, some materials that were from the police academy, some materials that were from in service, just a variety of different records, right?
Correct.
Some 30,000 pages, perhaps?
Thousands, yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions.
That's it. It's like he's not even trying anymore.
And that concludes the testimony of
That's
Inspector.
it.
Take
David
our break for the
Blackwell.
day. We have a hearing we have to do at 8:30, but I'm still hoping that we can get started by 9:15. So same arrangement as today. Thank you. Just a reminder, don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't read in the media. Appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Judge Peter Cahill sending the jury off. That concludes testimony today. Some pretty pivotal
All right, everybody, hit the like. If you're not subscribed, get subscribed. Hit all notifications. Good night, everybody. Danielle, thank you so much. All Natty, thanks so much for stopping by. Tyrant Bane, Punisher, J Gaming, everybody, thank you so much for the donations, for the likes, for the shares. A couple of Crown Empress also shared out my live. Thank you. So yes, so like I said, if Crown Empress can't come live tomorrow for the trial, I'll try to host it. So keep an eye out for that. All right, everybody. Good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good night. Have a good day tomorrow. I'll see you soon.